Welcome, everybody, to this City Council regular meeting, Tuesday, March 18th. We're glad you're all here. It's wonderful to see you all. And we will open this meeting with the land acknowledgement. The land that Eureka rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Jirojiji. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments remove the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threaten to destroy their cultural practices. The City of Eureka acknowledge the Wiyot community, their elders both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement demonstrates the city's commitment to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism. Okay, and we did not have closed session this evening, so could we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Burgell,
Here.
Councilmember Castellano,
Here.
Councilmember Moulton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Bauer,
Here.
Councilmember Contreras Deloach.
Here.
Okay, and again, we are using the seats to count capacity in the room. So if you're standing, room 207 is open and you're welcome to go sit in there. I see that there are a couple seats. Are there any seats out in the audience that you see? So we have some seats all around. If you'd be willing to have a seat, we really appreciate that. It just helps us to keep the good count. All right. And with that, would all who care to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and the first thing on our agenda is a proclamation honoring Dr. Ruby Bayan in her retirement, and I'm going to go ahead and read that one. City of Eureka Proclamation. In recognition of Dr. Ruby Bayan's retirement, March 2025. Whereas Dr. Ruby Bayan has devoted over a decade to serving the poor, underserved, and those struggling with behavioral and substance use disorders, demonstrating unwavering dedication and compassion. And whereas Dr. Bayan co-founded Waterfront Recovery in November 2017, establishing the first dual diagnosis medical model treatment center in Northern California, providing groundbreaking care for the individuals battling addiction and co-occurring mental health disorders. And whereas through her visionary leadership, Dr. Bayan has developed pioneering treatment protocols for dual diagnosis addiction diseases, transforming lives and setting new standards for effective care. And whereas, recognizing the devastating impact of fentanyl in our community, Dr. Bayan has taken decisive action by developing and implementing life-saving treatment strategies, safeguarding countless lives from the grip of addiction. And whereas, since its founding, Waterfront Recovery has treated over 2,500 clients, 2,500 clients, many of whom have achieved long-term recovery, making a lasting and positive impact on individuals, families, and the community as a whole. And whereas Dr. Bayan has tirelessly dedicated her time and expertise to training local licensed and certified professionals, ensuring that the specialty of dual diagnosis substance use disorder treatment continues to thrive for future generations. And whereas her leadership, compassion, and unwavering commitment have left an indelible mark on the field of addiction recovery and behavioral health, inspiring all who have had the privilege of working alongside her. And whereas Dr. Ruby Bayan embarks on her well-earned retirement, it is both an honor and a privilege to recognize her profound contributions and to express our deepest gratitude for her service. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Kim Burgell, on behalf of the Eureka City Council, issue this proclamation with great admiration and gratitude for Dr. Ruby Bayan's remarkable career and enduring impact, and extend warmest wishes for a fulfilling and joyous retirement. Dr. Ruby, you want to come on up?
I would like to thank the community of Eureka. I came here with a purpose, and that is to take care of the most broken brothers and sisters.
Dr. Bayan, would you be willing to speak in the mic so we can record what you're saying? Thank you so much. There we go.
My passion is to take care of the most broken brothers and sisters in our community, and who could be more broken than those who have substance use disorder and mental health disorder. These are people who are looked down on and stigmatized. And most especially, we dedicated our services. John McManus and I dedicated and created this program for the indigent, for those especially who otherwise will not be able to have the services that we are able to provide, which is treatment for substance abuse, mental health, and physical health. And again, mission is accomplished, and I thank you all, and I'm retiring here in Eureka.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bayan. And if I could add one more reminder, if friends would be willing to turn off their cell phones or put them on Do Not Disturb, that would be quite helpful as well. Thank you. Now watch mine ring, right? And now we were going to talk about the Rhododendron Parade with Old Town Rotary Parade chair people. You want to come on up? Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the council for co-sponsoring the event, as you always do. We really appreciate it. Old Town Rotary puts on the event now with the help of the council. So I want to just give a rundown on when it is, how to sign up if you want to, where it's at, where it goes if you want to come watch. This is the 58th annual parade. It is going to be Saturday, April 26th. You can sign up online at eurekarodyparade.com. So Eureka and then Rhody, RHODY parade.com. If you go through that, there will be a 3-step process. Fill out the application, then there will be a liability waiver to sign. Only one application per group or per entry. So if there's 10 people on a float, we just need one. Do that, and then there's also a list of parade rules. Along with those rules will be some judging criteria. We do have a handful of different, best float, most likely to the theme. This year's theme is Maritime Humboldt. We can have the Coast Guard is going to be our Grand Marshal this year. They did a really great flyover last year with their helicopter if you were able to attend. It's in the works for that to happen again. So if you missed it last year, I recommend checking it out this year. It was pretty impressive. Additionally, the parade will start on 7th Street, work up 8th Street, and end in Henderson Center, right there at Redwood Capital Bank. So there's that. And then let's see here. There's that. Pretty much it. If anybody has any questions that I left out, please feel free to. Also, we actually we had a handful of the school bands. If there are any more that you know of that would be interested, we do offer a financial fee to them. Last year, I think we had 8 bands. We gave them each $500. So, school band, like freshwater, so new equipment and stuff like that. So it's free to enter. So if they want to come and do it, it's a great way to earn a little bit of money on a Saturday to help their program. So thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the date just one more time?
Saturday, April 26th.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. It's always a great event. Okay, so we are going to move on now to the public comment period. I'm sorry. We are going to move on to presentations, the South Gateway Monument sign presentation. And who's that? With Director Asbury. hello. Could you pour me some water?
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here tonight to present the design for a new Welcome to Eureka sign, which is going to be installed at the Herrick Overpass. And joining me are Julia Peterson from Caltrans and local architect Julian Berg, both of whom have played key roles in making this project a reality. So I have the final design up on the screen, and I also have handouts on the table in the hallway and then also in the counter in the back of council chambers in case anyone would like to see the details closer up. This is a project that has been fully funded by Caltrans through a Clean California grant, a program established to enhance and beautify public spaces. I want to express our gratitude to Caltrans. We have wanted to accomplish this project for years, and thanks to them, we finally have the funding to do so. So in designing the sign, we focused on a few key objectives. First, we wanted a design that reflects our city and would be well received by the community. As for durability and maintenance, the design is going to be easy to maintain and repair if necessary, and it will be placed above the Caltrans mow line, ensuring landscaping maintenance won't be a challenge. For architectural influence, we drew inspiration from the gateway arches at the Sequoia Park Zoo and the historic brickwork found throughout Eureka. And we hope to collaborate as much as possible with local vendors, and the sign rendering features a hand-drawn version of our logo, but the final version will be cut based on our exact logo. Lastly, we will incorporate lighting at night to ensure the sign is visible and welcoming at all hours. This will enhance safety and visibility, making the entrance to Eureka feel inviting even after dark. So construction is scheduled to be completed by July, bringing this long-awaited project to life in just the next few months. Additionally, we recognize the importance of a cohesive city identity, so as future funding becomes available, we plan to develop a coordinated North Gateway sign to complement this installation. This will ensure that both major entry points into Eureka are consistent and welcoming. To ensure the best possible design, we worked closely with a subcommittee of the Design Review Committee. We went through 4 design rounds and are grateful to have Julian Berg be part of this process to help get this project across the finish line. Along with the installation of this sign, we will be planting native wildflowers, California poppies, and daffodils. And while our current focus is on the sign itself, we envision future landscaping enhancements as funding allows. So we're excited to move forward with this project and create a welcoming, well-lit entrance to Eureka. I'm going to turn it over to Julia from Caltrans and our architect Julian in case they have anything they would like to share, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Welcome, Julia.
Thank you, Swan. So I'm Julia Peterson with Caltrans, and this is another partnership project through Clean California with the city of Eureka. So we're really excited to have this big welcoming sign right as people enter Eureka. But it's going to happen fast. Our target here is to be finished by June 30th.
Wow, that's
So
incredible.
that's the speed of Clean California. This is one aspect where Caltrans can move quickly.
Wonderful. Well, thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Are there any
or-
questions, Councilmember Castellano?
This isn't a question, but I do really appreciate the work of you and Caltrans and the Clean California program. It's made a huge difference, you know, from the murals down by the Samoa Bridge there to the, you know, the mural over the overpass. And yeah, so thank you so much for your engagement, and thank you also, Swan, for, you know, helping steward this in our community. It's much appreciated.
Thank you, Leslie. I do want to thank Swan and Sarah West, who have just been fabulous to work with, and in doing so have allowed us to do more projects in partnership with the city of Eureka. So thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Good evening. Let's see, is this close enough? My name is Julian Berg, and I'm the architect on the project, and I'm really honored to have helped on this, working with Swan and Julia and the team. It has been a long time coming. I was I grew up here and have always wanted to see some sort of an entry to the city. So it's really fantastic that we're making it happen now. And really thought a lot about our history and wanting to incorporate that into the sign so we have something that really creates an identity that is about us and our community. So using local redwood, brick, plaster, and of course the City of Eureka logo built into it, I think it's really going to do that. So thanks everybody for your hard work, and looking forward to seeing it become a reality. I have a lot of work to do. All right,
Thank you so much. Before you go, were there any further questions from council? Thank you so much. This is really exciting. Much appreciation. All right. With that, we will move on to our public comment period. This is the time for members of the public who wish to be heard on matters that do not appear on the agenda. City Council policy is to limit each speaker to 3 minutes. Such time allotment or portion thereof shall not be transferred to other speakers. The public will be allowed to speak concurrently with the calling of an agenda item following the staff presentation of that item. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not take action on an item that does not appear on the agenda. Time allotment for public comment on non-agenda items, which is what we're doing right now, is a maximum of 30 minutes. Shall be allotted to receiving public comments at the initial public comment period. If necessary, an additional period will be allotted to public comments after city manager reports, but only if the first 30-minute public comment period was not sufficient to allow all those who wish to speak in public to do so. And I just do want to remind, we have a big room tonight, and I just do really request that we maintain decorum and that we don't either clap or holler or any of that. We want everybody to feel safe sharing, whether we agree or disagree. So if we could just do this, or, give big smiles, whatever, that would be amazing. It just helps the process go by faster, and we want to get through as many people as we can. So is there anyone here for public comment that is not on the agenda? So not the camping ordinance and not the Beta Zoo Trail. Is anybody here that wants to comment on items that are not on those two things? Did you want to come up, friend? Yeah, you're standing. Did you? Yes. You could come up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome.
Unfortunately, what I wished to speak of is, I believe, of the nature you just spoke of.
Oh, okay. Well, then you can come back up during that period.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm glad you're here. Come on up.
Just to clarify, the criminalization of homelessness is not up to subject to talk about at this particular moment?
The camping ordinance is on the agenda, so this is not the time we'll be speaking on that, sure.
And when would the time be to talk about
Well,
that?
we're going to get through public comment first, and then there's an agenda over there, and then we have our consent calendar. So we have a few items before we're ready for that particular item. So,
Will it be addressed this evening?
yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. You betcha. You betcha. So you can just, yeah, thank you. Come on up.
I think I might be the only person without an agenda item. Hi, everyone. I'm thrilled to invite you to Illuminate 2025, a special Sunshine Week event on Thursday, March 20th, 2025. That's this Thursday, from 5 to 7:30 p.m. at the historic Eureka Theater. It's a free event. It's open to the whole community. It's hosted by Access Humboldt and co-sponsored by the League of Women Voters. Sunshine Week celebrates transparency and open government, and the event will highlight how independent media keeps our community informed and engaged in civic participation, like we see right here. We'll hear from local media leaders, honor one outstanding journalist with a Ray of Sunshine Award, and enjoy a reception in the theater lobby. This inaugural event includes a paddle race to support the Broadcast Backpacks program, providing portable media toolkits for local libraries. So any Humboldt County resident can learn to create and share important stories in an authentic and meaningful way. These broadcast backpacks will remove barriers to local broadcast journalism and increase representation of our many cultures here in Humboldt. So join us for an evening of conversation, celebration, and action. Let's shine a light on media, democracy, and the next generation of storytellers. There's more information on our website at accesshumboldt.net. See you this Thursday, March 20th at the Eureka Theater.
Thank you.
So that's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that's here to comment that on non-agenda items, so not on the camping ordinance or the other? Come on up. Beta Zoo Trail, that's the other. Welcome.
I am Anthony Perez, and I would just like to say thank you for letting poor people have a place to stay in the streets.
Thank you. So cute. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on something that is not on the agenda? So not the homeless ordinance, or not the camping ordinance, and not the Beta Zoo Trail. Come on up. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sari Baker. This might be agenda adjacent. I don't know. I know that we're going to be talking about the camping ordinance in the future, and one of the things associated with that are the Pack Out Green Team cleanups. And the last few cleanups, it seems like there's been a tremendous amount of syringes found at the various cleanups. And something I would like to suggest is, if this isn't already being done, is perhaps the various entities, all of the entities that participate in a syringe exchange in the county, if they could coordinate with Pack Out Green Team and maybe send a couple representatives to the cleanups to help with that process, I think that would be very useful. I think obviously, given how many needles are being found at these cleanups, there seems to be some gaps in the system. It's my understanding that cleanups are required by the entities that exchange syringes. Perhaps I'm mistaken in that, but I feel like this would be a really good way to kind of streamline the process and kill two birds with one stone by by these entities coordinating together for the cleanups. So that's it.
Great, thank you. Okay, anybody else in chambers who wants to speak on a non-agenda item? Seeing no one, do you see anyone on Zoom? Okay. Yeah. So at this time then, we will close the public comment and we will move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed under this category are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion pursuant to City Council Resolution 2011-22. If a member of the public would like an item on the consent calendar pulled and discussed separately, the request shall be made to a council member prior to the meeting. Unless a specific request is made by a council member, the consent calendar will not be read. There will be no separate discussion of these items. So I know that F8, the Housing Element Annual Progress Report, will be pulled. And then I wanted to let council know that you do have a set of updated minutes at your place, so a chance to look those over. And since they've been provided to you, that would be included in this motion. So if we could get a motion to accept this. Councilmember Castellano.
I move the consent calendar minus item F8 and with the updated minutes.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Thank you. So that moves us to the Housing Element Annual Progress Report for the year 2024. And welcome.
Good evening, Council. Every year, we're required by the state to submit a housing element annual progress report. So this is the progress report for last year, 2024. Our housing element is on an 8-year cycle. So every 8 years, we adopt a new one. The current cycle is from 2019 to 2027. In it, the State Department
in our housing element, we talk about how we're going to meet our regional housing needs allocation, which I'm going to explain how that's created here. The State Department of Housing and Community Development determines the regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, for the different regions in the state partly using numbers from the finance department. Humboldt's RHNA is 3,390 net new housing units for the 2019 through 2027 housing cycle. So that's the goal for Humboldt, given to us by the state. And it's also broken down into very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income levels. Then Humboldt County Association of Governments allocates the RHNA amongst all Humboldt County cities and counties. And Eureka received 952 of the units. Out of all of them, that's 28% of countywide average. I believe it was 50%. It was based on what percentage of the population we have and what percentage of the employees we have for the region. And I think those two things were averaged equally to determine what percent of the RHNA was given to us. And so that, again, is broken down into different affordability levels for different people. And when we report, we're given this Excel spreadsheet by the state, and it asks us to report on a lot of different things. We report on permit applications that we received during that year that were complete, building permits approved, meaning all the different departments and divisions and fire signed off on the building permit, but they hadn't actually paid for it yet. Building permits issued when it gets paid for and we issue the permit and they're able to start building. And certificates of occupancy granted, which is also known as finaling, which is after the final inspection happens and the developer gets a certificate of occupancy to then use and occupy their new structure. And interesting enough, the state, they track our progress on our RHNA, not based on when people get to move in, but based on when we issue the original building permit to begin construction. And it gets complicated because the same housing development can show up in multiple different years. For instance, the Laurel Canyon Senior Housing on 7th and Myrtle, they applied for design review in 2020, so they showed up then not in 2021. 2022, they got their building permit and they showed up again. 2023, they were building that whole time but didn't show up. And then at the very beginning of 2024, they received their final certificate of occupancy, or their permanent one, so that they show up in the 2024 annual report. So for the 2024 report, this is a map of building permits issued. So these are all the developments where they got to start building in 2024. This is the numbers that we get to report towards our RHNA. There were 46 housing units that received a building permit in 2024 in 27 separate projects. 25 of them were ADUs, accessory dwelling units. And then looking at building permits finaled, we had 76 housing units that received a certificate of occupancy in 2024 under 22 separate projects. And so this is the overall numbers that the state has for us based on our previous reporting. It says that we're only at 21% of our RHNA at this point, and we still have 79% to go. But it's incorrect, and I have to send back older APRs to get them to update the numbers. What's incorrect is that we've only done 8 very low and 82 low. It's actually, we've done 105 very low and 51 low. And the big projects for our very low income units are the Eureka and Arcata House Partnership motel conversion project at 4th Street. 36 units at 7th and Myrtle. So we accidentally left this out of a previous APR when we issued the building permit. And then 48 units at 4th Street, the Mother Bernard Providence Supportive Housing Project. And so I just also want to mention some big projects that we put a lot of time and effort into in 2024 that we didn't get to report on then in our APR, but we're making a lot of progress on. And one is Link Housing, which is going to bring us 90 units across 3 city-owned parking lots. It is fully financed. They've applied for building permits. We're almost to the point where we're done and they're starting construction any day now. Earth Center, this will be 46 units on 2 contiguous city-owned properties. It's going to be a 4-story building, 3 floors of housing above a transit center, and I think 6 commercial tenant spaces. They received design review approval in January of 2025, and they're applying for funding in February, or they must have applied for March. Sorry, right now. Yeah, tomorrow. We got Tribe 93 units on 2 scattered city-owned sites, 5th and D, and our parking lot here at 6th and L. They're proposing a mix of very low, and moderate income. They are working on design with their consultant Travois and to apply for tax credits in July of 2025. And we have a community outreach meeting scheduled for next Wednesday, March 26th at 5:30 in City Hall to talk about that project. Sunset Heights. This is going to be 88 units on 2 contiguous city-owned parcels above Broadway between Harris and Henderson. It was the result of a 2022 property swap with the Pearson Company. It's already received $1 million commitment from Redwood Coast Regional Center to house clients there. It received design review approval in December of 2024. And now the developer, Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation, is working with the city and Humboldt Transit Authority on an affordable housing and sustainable communities grant. And we have a community walk for that this Thursday at 12 p.m. And we're meeting at the bus shelter on the corner of Harris and Elizabeth, because the grant is gonna, if we get it, it'll pay for a bunch of public improvements, bike, pedestrian, and transit improvements in addition to the housing. And that's what we're gonna be talking about on our walk. Also, other big projects in the works are the Housing Authority Repositioning Project. They're gonna be redeveloping their aging housing stock, taking 196 existing housing units on 12 separate properties and redeveloping them with 355 units, so a net of 159 units. The Clark and C Street property, they have 12 existing housing units there, and they received design review approval to redevelop with 44 income restricted senior housing units for a net gain of 32 units. Their biggest property is south of Harris. It's called the 25-in-1 Prospect Project. It's got an 8.61 acre footprint. It has 106 existing housing units. They're going to be redeveloping for a total of 256. They're going to be adding 150 new units in 7 phases. We approved design review for the first phase, the green phase, which is to demolish 8 units and rebuild with 44. So if you look at all those projects that I mentioned, we're going to have, if we can get all those to completion, we'll have 476 new affordable units. This housing cycle, which is above our low and very low income RHNA total of 378. And I tried to break this into low and very low, but I didn't have all the numbers because I don't know what the affordability is of the units that the Housing Authority is replacing. But even just counting the ones that I do know for sure, we're going to meet our very low income RHNA. And then a few other projects that are in the works. The We at Tribe is got a home key project for 39 interim and permanent units serving homeless youth and 1 manager's unit. They're working on the building permit for that right now. They've already gotten 2 accessory dwelling units approved as part of that project. And then we've got the Crowley site, where we're going to be adding 33 transitional tiny housing units with shared restrooms, kitchens, and laundry facilities. And the project's going to prioritize individuals living in encampments along Waterfront Trail. We're not going to be able to count this towards our housing element because it's they're not complete units. They rely on shared restrooms and kitchens. Navigation Center. The county is working on this, and we're hoping to see a building permit any day now. It's going to have It's going to be an emergency shelter with laundries, showers, and kennels. People will be able to be there during the day. And so, for more information on, I didn't get to. This was all about big affordable housing development projects, but there's also, like you saw, there's a lot of little accessory dwelling units being built, and there's a lot of small subdivisions happening with individual community members. And that's because we've removed a lot of barriers that made housing development difficult. And so if you want to learn more about that, you can search City of Eureka housing information, and we have a bunch of informational material on that. And then if you want to learn more about city housing, affordable housing on city lots, we also have a Talk Eureka website about that. That's it. Thank
Does
you.
anyone have questions for Development Services Director Kenyon? Councilmember Contreras Deloach?
Yeah. First, really quick, Oz, I need your help. Is Derek back there?
Yep.
Yeah, I had a question for you. I tried to zoom in and it disappeared. Something you just mentioned just now, you said shared units that share kitchens and restrooms that they can't count toward RENA numbers. Does that include? Go ahead.
I said that wrong. It's because it's transitional housing, so people who stay there are only going to be staying there for up to a year, versus permanent housing.
So if its intent is for it to be transitional, then it can't count toward it, because it can only count toward it if its intent is for it to be able to be long term.
Correct. So transitional housing and emergency shelters don't count towards our RENA.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Councilmember Castellano?
Thank you, and thank you for all of your work to support housing implementation. I was curious, we've all been working on these for some time, and for things like many of these upcoming projects are going after potentially the same pool of funding. How much, or pools of funding, I guess, like how much are they competing against one another or not, was a question, and is there some coordination in terms of which project is applying for which grant?
So yes, the last round of tax credits there was competition. Link won that competition. The ones coming up currently for the WIAT, there's a set aside for tax credits that are specific to tribal organizations, and so that won't be competing. I don't believe that Sunset Heights is in a position to apply for the tax credits that Danco's applying for currently. I think the application went out today. So they need to get that gap funding, and so if, let's say, Danco doesn't get this round here, there is a potential for them to compete going forward. But Danco is very confident with the transit center and the other amenities that are associated with that development that they're going to be very competitive.
Great, and I know that Humboldt Transit Authority has funding also to help support the transit center. And thanks to Pro Tem McGuire for that. I know he was part of that legislation to created set-asides for specifically tribal funding for housing. I was curious, is there any anticipated impact from federal changes on the availability of the funding mechanisms for housing?
Right now, nothing. Danco is moving forward as always.
But yeah, Link got some federal funding, but we haven't heard of it being taken away.
Great. That's good to know. And then last question, I know, it's really exciting to see all the affordable, very affordable, or very low income. Do you it seems like one of the hardest areas for building housing is actually like market rate housing in terms of, and I know that helps us with recruitment of like doctors, teachers, folks work, what are the efforts being, I know we've permitted some properties that could have that housing, or we've not permitted, but gone through some zoning processes around that. Any potential momentum in that area?
So there's a few of them. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, there was subdivision 6 in Lombard Hills that we extended an agreement and grandfathered that in, and that is, I believe, 60 single-family homes up in Lombard Hills. That needs to come to completion within 5 years of that date, which is probably 2 years or 3 years from now. There's also property owned by a private property owner that has been in discussion with us about potential condominiums or townhomes in a similar area there as well. And then finally, there's property that is in escrow along the waterfront, and the initial proposal that we've heard from the developers, 63 or 60 or so condominiums in that area, and that's very, very preliminary.
Thank you.
And I think that the ADUs are a very valid point that Director Kenyon had stated. We just had a meeting with the Humboldt Association of Realtors. They are getting a lot of inquiries about ADUs and how to get there, and because of the zoning changes that council has approved and that development services have implemented, lot lines, subdivisions, those type of things are a lot more easily done now. And so ADUs, I think, are something we're going to be coming back with the financing program for that, so that should help too.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilmember Contreras-Deloge?
Sorry, I just thought of this. Have we, and I'm not sure if this is a question for you or city manager, who it's for, but, so much of this was already planned and in the works when I was elected 2 years ago. And of course, the community frustration is that even though we have all of this planned, is that we still don't actually, a lot of the homes are just still not built, which it's still great that we have this plan, but it doesn't do anything to alleviate the housing shortage at the moment. My question is, have we been tracking delays in those timelines? Like, for example, and this I know doesn't count toward the housing, but for instance, it's been a year or so since we talked about, the transitional housing, that the doors were supposed to be open. And even just at the meeting in January, it was like for sure by the end of January, and we're in March, we still don't. And so I'm wondering, like, have you guys been tracking the delays and what those delays and why the delays were, so that we could, like, as a council, have an idea of like what's happening? And just like, 'cause I, spend 2 years into just me. So yeah, that's my question.
So they're all very unique, and 2 years in development time really isn't that long. The transitional housing at the Crowley property we're probably 5 or 6 years into that. It was a very elaborate process that required a zoning change. There was an intent to use certain structures for the facility. Those got burnt, so we had to go out and get grant funding. I would say the biggest barrier for this is the funding associated with it. The Sunset Heights development is a perfect example. They went after tax credits the previous round. They did not have gap funding as a part of that. But I think that through the RFP processes that we've gone through, we've selected very knowledgeable developers in this field. Danco's done a great job. For example, Danco's project on 7th and Myrtle, they applied for tax credits 5, 6, 7 times, I believe, and we kept extending that. Finally, they got to the point where they were competitive and they were able to get it. But related to these projects here, the affordable projects are typically related to availability of funding. And I would say, compared to other communities, we've done very well. The $50 million that Link got from the A6 grant was a huge award for a rural area, and I think we have a template to move forward. All of the developers we have a lot of experience in making these developments happen. They do take time, though.
Thank you. I really appreciate that explanation. What I was wondering, and it wasn't really what I was asking, but actually I really appreciate that too. And I think that was really good for everybody in the public to get to hear that explanation. I think my question just wasn't clear. I was curious about like let's just take one and say, this one was planned for, this period of time, but instead of this process taking 2 months, it took 4, or this ended up being delayed by 6. I'm kind of curious about the individual timelines of housing and kind of what the causes for delays have been, just because, so much of it still hasn't come to fruition. Mostly the timeline specifically, not so much the cause, but like how each of them have been extended out and for how long.
So I will say it once again is really unique. Link is pretty much on the time frame that we had expected when we awarded the proposal to them.
Yeah, in 2020.
In
and
2020.
now it's 2025, and they're going to start construction. And Attorney Luna and I got a whole great lecture from Link about the whole process and all of the hurdles in the way. And watching the other developers now, they're dealing with a lot of the same stuff. And there's definitely clear hurdles with the whole process and how the grant funding works. Like, for instance, they need to have their discretionary approvals. They need to have their design review approval from us before they can apply for these state gap funding grants and loans. And but then in applying for them, they realize, we need to make this large family to be competitive for this ASIC grant, or we need to make it, and then they need to redesign the project, and then it triggers needing to go back to design review. And so that was a delay for 7th and Myrtle. It's going to be a delay for Sunset Heights. It was a delay for Link Housing, and it's just a product of what's required in a grant application, which is discretionary approvals, and then the fact that we require discretionary design review.
Have we been tracking those delays?
Yes,
how long
I can tell you how long each one was.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
thanks. I'll reach out another time. Thank you.
Councilmember Fernandez and then Castellano.
Thank you. And I think it may have been addressed, but I just didn't hear it outright. And I'm curious, what would the average timeline be for a project? Getting that look of like, okay, there might be an average, but maybe not. Is there an average timeline for when a project goes from permitting to completion? Do we have that?
These affordable housing projects, it's the financing that's key. It's like, when are they able to get their financing? And so Link has like 6 different funding sources, that took them 5 years to compile to then be competitive for tax credits.
So it seems simple on its face, but it might take multiple years,
and once
3
again,
or more.
It varies significantly.
Okay.
Because of the project at the Air Center, as Councilmember Castellano said, we have that gap funding. We already have a transit center that has $12 million that can go towards this project. And so they should, if they are awarded this tax credit, they'll have full funding to move it forward. They won't need to go after ASICs. They won't need to go after other types of funding. So it's really unique to the type of project. I will say for other projects that are not affordable, it's a pretty clear and set process, as long as, once again, those developers have the money to make it happen.
Okay. And then going back to the Crowley property for a moment, I know when we talked about this some time ago, I have notes here. It's a housing first, at least in mine, correct?
Yes, it'll be low barrier housing first, and more of that will be covered as a part of the ordinance as well when we get to that.
Okay. And so when we're talking about housing first, how many other projects do we have that are in similar line or similar thought?
So
how many units, if you can give me that?
And that'll come up. I don't have the exact numbers, and so all of those numbers will be provided at the camping yard. He has specific numbers related to that.
And can you give me a definition of what we mean by low barrier?
It varies. Typically, the lowest barrier is basically that you're not, like we do for the warming centers, and some of our other shelters are basically that you're not a harm to others and you're not a harm to yourself.
Okay.
And that's allows for couples, it allows for pets, those type of things.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Castellano?
And I just wanted to add, some of our very low income units are actually extremely low income. So they're like 0 to 30% AMI, which just means like you have very low income or no income.
Thank you.
Thanks. I believe you implied this, but I just thought I'd parse it out with a question. Do you think that changing the design review process or kind of discretionary approvals would expedite and also through that make some of these endeavors more affordable?
Yes.
Thanks. Thought that's what you were saying, but just thought I would spell it out. Yeah, and to other council members, for sure, I'm excited that if we see some of these break ground in my entire term on council. So, yeah, and it's definitely, yeah, I do appreciate the folks who are and our staff who are supporting the processes because they're so long, but also the folks, like Joey from Link Housing, who's really helping see this through as well. So.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience who's here or would like to comment on this item? If you are, please come up. Again, this is not the camping ordinance, nor is it the Bay Trail. We're discussing the housing element at this time.
Thank you all for
Welcome.
allowing me to approach the bench or the council. I have one simple question. When talking about these $12 million and all these people that could be potentially fighting to get involved with this, I simply asked the question, are these low-income houses for transition-based individuals, is it a profit-based project or a non-profit-based project? Like, are these buildings being created to generate profit or not? Thank you. Can the question be answered here now? Thank you.
Thank you.
Profit it is.
Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to comment on this item? Please come forward. Welcome, Janelle.
Thank you for the presentation. I asked for this to be called because I had gone online to look and see how you were doing with all the projects and everything, and this big old chart came up and my eyes just glazed over. So I really would like to thank you for this.
Thank you. Okay, last call. Anyone else here? Come on up. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Jim, kind of known as Jim the Dog Guy. I work with homeless people for like the last decade, and we're trying to get them off the streets into housing, and I'm wondering the transitional housing, how can the homeless go about getting into that transitional housing? I've seen a lot of them step into like the Grove and into Red Roof Inn, and that is just curious to how easy it will be for them to get into that transitional housing.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what
Thank
I want to
you.
know.
Thank you, Jim. Okay. Seeing no one else in the audience that wants to comment, come on up.
Oh, he was getting up for him.
No, this gal here. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Amelia. I just wanted to say my dad does the same thing, like with the housing, the transitional, like the little, it's called a pod village. He does it in Vermont with some people, and they have like a village for homeless people, like in Burlington. That's it.
Great. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for that information. Okay. We'll move over to Zoom now. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to comment on this?
Brendan.
Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for your time tonight. It's my understanding that there's provisions in the housing element to have safe parking and safe camping programs I don't understand how we're this far into an 8-year cycle and don't have that available for people, and we're later tonight going to be talking about further criminalizing these people when we're not providing anywhere safe for them to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan.
iPhone, there's no name, but your hand is raised.
Hello, yeah, I've just been multitasking, so apologies if this was already covered, but I am just looking at the breakdown of units being built, and it looks like I think it's around half or less than half are low income in those three categories of low income, very low income, and extremely low income. And maybe a little more than a third, my math isn't great, look like the 402 units out of 952 are for above moderate income, and 172 at moderate income. So I think this whole project gets referred to as an affordable project, but I just want to flag, we're talking like half are affordable, and the first of those three lower income tiers, so the highest of those three lower income tiers, which is just the regular low income above the very low and the extremely low, is still a $49,500 a year income for one person, $56,000 for two people, $63,000 for three people. So I don't know. I just want to kind of raise a little bit of curiosity around how centered on low income this project is. And I realize that you can't respond right now, but if you're able to another time, I would love to hear.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so we will bring this back to council for a motion, and then Councilmember Castellano.
Sure.
No, we do have. Oh, we don't need a motion at this one. See how I am?
We're just receiving the report.
Councilmember Moulton. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Right, because it's a report. We just hear it, right? We don't have to make a motion.
Yeah, for some.
I didn't have anything to say, but I'll go.
I also have something to
Just
say,
because it was on
or
consent.
more accurately, a clarifying question. Is Link Housing a for-profit company or a nonprofit company?
Nonprofit.
How many of the companies building our low and extremely low income, building these projects are either nonprofit or not-for-profit?
They're all nonprofits.
Thank you.
Oh, Danco.
Danco is the for-profit. Everyone except one, including, and then of course the Wiyot tribe is a tribal government, but then they have a nonprofit. So when we're talking about these, can you just explain the income tied aspect of it? Like who gets to live in the units that we're reserving for people of different income levels?
Yeah, so they're deed restricted affordable, and so they have to be rented at a price that's affordable to, depending on if they're earmarked for very low or low. And affordable means not spending more than 30% of your income on rent and utilities.
So if someone falls into that extremely low income category where they literally have zero income, then what would their rent be?
Zero, yeah.
Okay. And if somebody's on SSI and their income is $900 a month, then their income couldn't go over 300.
A lot of these projects too, the 7th and Myrtle is that senior very low. Link, Sunset Heights, I believe, a bunch of them have. They're getting vouchers from the housing authority, so people can take their voucher to these places to live.
So it may not even be the person living in it that's actually putting up the rent themselves.
Correct.
Through the housing vouchers. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Castellano, I'm sorry.
Thanks. And Councilmember Moulton covered some of what I was going to say. I was just going to say the housing authority sites are very low income. And then also, some of the reasoning for having a mix of income levels in different housing developments is also because it's good for community to have different income levels of people living in proximity versus, people are kind of reconsidering a different model in which, we're saying like all people who make the same income should all be only neighbors with each other. And so that's why, some of these have a mix, some of them don't, in order to kind of open up like how people in community engage with one another. And I was actually curious because and Link they are for profit, but they do now have a nonprofit program that provides services for folks who are living in some of their housing. But to Mr. Colleen's question there, I was curious about, I didn't realize that the housing element covered, it doesn't, okay. I didn't think it did, but I just wanted to make sure it doesn't cover like transitional and
it had an implementation measure about adopting a homeless action plan, which we then did, which
So that
now
was, I
needs
guess-
to be updated.
Great. Okay. That's what I was thinking, but I just wanted, but I do appreciate the bringing that forward as a consideration.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward to our next item, which is ordinances and resolutions. Bill number 1040 CS, unlawful camping, sitting, lying ordinance with City Manager Slattery.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Derek, if you could help with the presentation, I'd appreciate it. Should be minimized to the right. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. So, like the mayor said, we're going to be going over the proposed update to the sitting, lying, camping ordinance. I want to first go over how we're going to go through this. I'm going to provide a background of how we got here. After that, Special Project Manager Davis will talk about resources and services and give an update in that arena. And then we'll have our Managing Mental Health Clinician, Rosen, come and talk about the diversion program, the law enforcement assisted diversion program. And I'll give a brief overview of the ordinance. So as far as background's concerned, in June of 2024, there was a Supreme Court ruling that overturned a previous ruling, and the Supreme Court, by 6-3 decision, held that the enforcement of generally applicable laws regulating camping on public property does not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. When that ruling came down, the city attorney felt it was a good opportunity to review not only our camping ordinance, but relative ordinances to that. City Attorney Luna reviewed those ordinances, and in December of 2024, in reviewing those ordinances prior to that, realized that they were very confusing, very lengthy, not only hard for enforcement, but also for community members to understand. And so made the proposal of combining the sitting, lying on sidewalks ordinance with the camping ordinance. And we held council briefings in December of 2024 to discuss that, the ordinances and what the plan would be to move forward. Then in January 14th of 2025, we had a special council meeting to discuss the proposal for combining the ordinances and elevating the elevating the violation to a misdemeanor. At that meeting, council directed staff to bring back an ordinance that both combined those ordinances as well as upgraded the violation to a misdemeanor. So that's what's got us here today. And so now we'll have Special Project Manager Davis discuss resources and services.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to do a very, very brief overview of the homeless action plan update that we gave back in January. And these are just the goals. And the number one goal, and it's the number one goal for a reason, is increase the availability of affordable housing for community members experiencing homelessness. This is the key. This is how we move towards ending homelessness, is having adequate housing, especially low-income and very low-income housing. And as Director Kenyon overviewed earlier, the city is making significant strides towards that goal. We're also, some of the other goals include, and these goals aren't just goals, these are goals that we work towards every single day. Increasing engagement with individuals experiencing homelessness. We have an outreach team that we've recently expanded, and we go to where folks are. We meet them where they are, whether it's down at service hubs, encampments, or just anywhere in town and throughout the county. We have a new resource center that we launched, and it's being attended. It could be, we'll get to that later, but yeah, we're just offering services and conducting outreach on several different levels at several different angles. increasing community education, engagement, and resource awareness. That's something also that's we're working towards every day. Expanding Uplift Eureka's rapid rehousing program. Recently, we have received and secured some grant funding to continue this program. And with our rapid rehousing program, it isn't, there's over 200 individuals that we've been able to secure rapid rehousing for, folks that were experiencing homelessness, Category 1, through the HUD definition. And it's not just housing these folks and moving on. It's meeting with each one of these folks, searching for housing that's appropriate for them, securing that housing, helping them move in, providing essential household items, helping them understand the leases, signing those leases, and staying housed, providing ongoing supportive services to each and every person in our housing program. Currently, I think we have 16 households that we're working with, actively working with in our rapid rehousing program, and we are going to launch, I believe, soon, I think later this month, beginning a second concurrent rapid rehousing program. We have implemented a homelessness prevention program back in November and December, where we prevented 16 households that were at imminent risk of experiencing homelessness. And every single one of those households is still currently housed. We have secured additional funding for this program, significantly more than the first round, and we plan on implementing this program very soon. I would say beginning of April. And we're constantly expanding the partnerships with local collaborations with organizations and providing services. And our resource center really did provide a place. This is something that we've been doing for quite some time, but the resource center is actually a place where people can come to, whether it's community partners or individuals seeking services that can go and we can work towards goals and provide resources and services. Addressing environmental impacts and public health and safety, that's something we do every day, and utilizing data to be better at what we're doing. And that's something that's ongoing, especially with our new care team and with the help of our CSET team. We're constantly collecting data on different services. We're conducting surveys every single year. We have a lot of information, and we use that information to really be more efficient and effective with the funding that we have received. So emergency shelters here in Eureka, just kind of an overview. The Eureka Rescue Mission on the men's side, 120 beds is what they have. That's for both of the buildings with a 40 bed overflow. On the women's side, 63 beds, and they have an 8 bed overflow. And if at any point in time those are at capacity, the city has a St. Vincent de Paul's overflow of 25 additional beds, and that has not been activated in over 2 years. That's something that's been in place this entire time, and at any point, any night, can be activated. It's been over 2 years since that has been activated. The Betty Quan Chin Foundation has currently three separate emergency shelter facilities, 40 beds, 28 beds, and 28 beds, respectively, for a total, without the overflow, of 279 beds here in the city of Eureka. With that overflow, 352 beds. So in addition to that, in the corner you can see there's additional emergency shelter programs that are here. Out of that 150 beds for all of those services, by far a vast majority of those are located here in Eureka. It can be confusing how to access those. Who's eligible? How do you get connected with those? And that's something that our outreach workers and our resource center staffs are experts in navigating and can refer folks to the proper channels. That if a referral is needed, we know how to get that done, and we constantly do help folks do that. When we're out engaging with folks, we ask a lot of questions just to determine what they're eligible for, what services we can connect them with, and how best to do that in the quickest time possible. So in addition to all of this, our Eureka warming centers, last month alone, there were over 400 bed nights. And that was because Betty Chin decided to open up her day center every single night last month for folks that wanted a warming center. I believe it was 409 is the actual number. And this month, I think every week this month, except the first week, It has been open. It's open tonight. It's open for every night for the rest of this month, and they're on par to break that number. I bring this up in this slide because the city and the Betty, are actively working at getting that site permitted to have another 30 to 32 beds open for the emergency shelter. We're also working with Betty and her foundation on a separate site here in Eureka that would add another 40 beds, and this is extremely low barrier beds. This is for folks that are out. The site would be on 2nd and A Street, and it's for the folks that are residing in that area. And it's extremely low barrier, and that will be the place where those folks could go and stay. So this is, in a snapshot, the emergency shelters that's available here in Eureka. There are other shelter services. This doesn't talk about anything going on in Arcata or anywhere else throughout the county. This is strictly emergency shelter beds available in Eureka. There's other housing models too, other housing programs. This is more of, this isn't just Eureka numbers, this is for the county, but this goes through the coordinated entry system, so the referral is the same pipeline to refer to these programs. So currently, for permanent supportive housing, there are 13 active programs, 436 beds. In rapid rehousing, there are 10 active programs throughout the county. There's currently 293 beds. There's this other category called other permanent housing, just based on eligibility criteria. There's one of those programs going right now, 60 beds. Currently 5 transitional housing programs, true by the HUD and HCD definitions of transitional housing. There are 5 programs active right now, 76 beds available. Once in May, when our Crowley property transitional site is open, that will add another, it's 33 units, but 38 beds. So that will be a total, starting in May, 114 transitional housing beds. And I'll speak briefly on the Crowley property. That will be a housing first by the HCD definitions of housing first. We need to follow that. Part of the funding came through the ERF1 through the state, the Encampment Resolution Funding Program. The city received $1.67 million. And we need to follow not just the housing first principles, but we also need to follow some other rules and regulations set out in that grant. And that we needed, when we applied for that fund, with those funds, we had to identify encampments that we wanted to serve. And this would be every single and any encampment along the waterfront trail from Del Norte Street south. And so for the last 3 years, our outreach teams have been conducting targeted outreach in that area to connect folks with this housing project. We have a list of over 40 folks over those years that are interested and that will be moving in to this property in May. There's additional resources, and I'll just mention also to get in touch with some of these, to apply for some of these housing projects. It can be confusing. And with these additional housing resources, the Housing Authority here in Eureka has 195. The last presentation had said 196 units here in Eureka, and they are going to be significantly increasing that. And there's also housing choice vouchers. There's several other types of vouchers that are available. That process can be confusing. That process, the applications are anywhere between 30 to 40 to 60 pages long. And if you miss one signature or one initial on one page, you get sent back and have to kind of go through and not start the entire process over, but there's delays. And so this is one of the things that our outreach team does and our resource center does is walk folks through this process. Folks that are willing to receive these services and want to engage, we walk them through every step of the way and can connect them with these services and resources. Some other models that are ran local, there's home share programs. CalAIM is a real big one. That's a very new program that several of our community partners are utilizing. And this is a program that can help pay deposits, can eventually pay rent, and provide a lot of other services. There's several local organizations that are actively using CalAIM for prevention and for housing funds. And then affordable housing. So this is specifically for the deed-restricted affordable housing units, and these numbers are for the county. There's 1,892 units, and that's ran by several different property management companies. This is just a few of them. In addition, there are several more affordable housing units that aren't deed-restricted. And I think when you add them all up, it's well over, I think, 2,200. But each one of these landlords, each one of these property managements have a different system, a different application process, and it looks a little bit different for each one of these. Our outreach workers and our resource center folks and our housing coordinators have, over the years really, figured out a way to do this really effectively and very efficiently. And this is a service that we are very happy to help and offer to our community members. The 200 plus individuals that we house through the Rapid Rehousing Program is one thing, and that's great. But in addition to that, I mean, we've lost track of how many folks for either one step or another through these processes we've helped either secure identification documents for the application process, or driven them to these interviews with the landlords or with the project management companies. It can be confusing, but like I said, we have experts that do this every single day, or Monday through Friday, and this is something that one of our services that we offer both in our resource center and out in the field through our outreach team. And I just want to take this opportunity to just reiterate that we do have this community resource center that is open. Right now, the hours are still Monday through Friday, 10 to 2. We will be expanding those to 10 to 4 very soon. And anyone and everyone is welcome. And we also have our outreach team that has a mobile office. We go to where folks are. We set up, we can load computers, printers, scanners out and go to where folks are and do the work that really needs to be done. Because with outreach, it's a great thing. Our outreach teams do a lot of different things, but really the end goal of outreach is connecting folks with housing and securing that housing. It's not easy. It can take quite some time on certain housing opportunities and not so much on others. Right now, through the Housing Authority, there's a relatively short list for 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom units. And with reasonable accommodations and some other tactics or approaches, it's more accessible than you might think. And just we're here to help, and we do this every single day. And really, it just takes that engagement. It's this is why we're in the work is to really make the most positive impact that we can. This is the last slide that I have for my presentation. I do want to mention, back in 2020, we did implement a kind of a diversion light program during the pandemic, and it was a success. For the folks that really engaged and stuck through the process, they were able to meet their goals, and a lot of them exceed their goals. We were able to connect folks with services, resources, and with housing. And through that diversion program, we were able to connect and work with folks that maybe our outreach workers knew of them and worked with them in the past, but didn't have that connection, that they weren't willing to engage. But through that diversion program, the light diversion program back in 2020, we learned a lot of lessons, and I think we are ready to re-implement that. I will pass this over to managing mental health clinician Rosen next. I'm available for questions. I'll stay up here until the end of this presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight I will be presenting on the refinements that we've made to the LEAD program. Special Project Manager Davis alluded to kind of the launch of the lighter version of this in 2020. And since we've been looking at revamping this program, we've kind of gotten to work at looking at how we can kind of expand, how we can make it more thorough, and how we can build in some patients' rights and protections, so that the folks who are coming into this program are supported throughout as well as protected throughout. So tonight, kind of have 4 P's up here. So we'll talk about the program, the process, the protections, and the performance. Performance will be performance monitoring, and we'll kind of cover that. This will be a breakdown of how the program will function in its current rendition here. This is a draft. Some of this stuff is not built yet, and I'll allude to kind of which pieces those are. And there's also just room for input and feedback as we develop. Similar to many of our other programs, this will be a living program and something that as we gather data, as we do the work, we'll be able to look back on it and then pivot as needed. So first, kind of what's the same? And this is a summary. There's more than this, but these are a couple of things that are going to be similar. Eureka Police Department has the option to refer clients at the time of charges. So when that camping, sitting, or lying charge is given, which right now it's an infraction, with the proposed ordinance, it would be a misdemeanor. They are at that time able to then refer that individual to LEAD, which is law enforcement assisted diversion. The city's community supports will still work with those folks. So that in 2020 was mostly, actually all uplift. Moving forward, that would be uplift and care staff, with the option that if we see enough clients in this programming that we can explore expanding to a dedicated staff person to manage this program. Not manage it from a managerial perspective, but do the case management for the program. In return for successful engagement with the program, the charges are then able to be dropped by EPD at recommendation of the staff who are servicing the individual. What's different? With the expansion of services that the community or that the city provides the community, we have more staff with more diverse skill sets that can tackle this. So with CARES Edition, we can add some mental health and substance use treatment related specialties, both in terms of working with individuals as well as referring to those services in the community. We're looking at expanding some program protections, making sure that there's an equity component that's built in, including how we operationalize success as well as how we work with the clients. And then we're also, with CARE's new electronic health record, we'll be able to do some enhanced data tracking. And so we'll really be able to look at outcomes data, as well as then implementing a client satisfaction survey so that we can get qualitative data and feedback from the individuals that we serve. The biggest differences are the ordinance. In 2020, it was a different set of laws. So one of the bigger ones is the infraction becomes a misdemeanor. I know that's kind of a bigger concern for tonight, and there's a reason for that. And we're going to cover that throughout this part of the presentation. What this does, in short, is it increases the efficacy of the accountability interactions with EPD. Currently with the infraction, there isn't a lot of teeth in it. The idea behind having the misdemeanor is it provides more motivation for the individual to then participate with LEAD. This ordinance does emphasize everything from the preamble throughout the writing of the ordinance, that this is meant to be used in conjunction with LEAD. So this isn't something that is necessarily meant to be a one-off, except in extraordinary circumstances. This is meant to be used with the LEAD program, and we've built in some components of the program and how LEAD interfaces with Eureka Police Department to accommodate that and emphasize that. In practice, the frequency of charges will be linked to LEAD's capacity. And we do that by having a feedback loop so that if we get to a wait list and we cap that wait list, then we communicate back to Eureka Police Department and we can, for the most part, shut off the flow of these referrals and the charges. This helps protect against the overuse of the EMC, as well as protecting the ability to balance the workload with staff who are also running other programs. So the process. First step is the referral, and we'll go into this in more depth with each one of these. The second part is the intake. We then have the plan development phase where we work with the client to develop the plan. We then talk about engagement and getting the client engaged in the community with the services that they desire, connecting them to those services, and then graduation. And so if we take a deeper dive, we'll start with referral. Upon agreement to participate in the LEAD program, which will be at that time of charges, the client is provided with a card that connects them to our programming. This can be done either by dedicated drop-ins at the resource center, We'll have staff and times available for that, depending on how the resource center's times expand. We do have a plan for drop-ins. This is particularly effective for someone who maybe doesn't have a phone and can't call to schedule or coordinate that appointment. We will also have a contact line, though, where someone can give us a call and we can schedule an appointment outside of those drop-in hours. We want to do our best to cater to the individuals so that we can get them that support and reduce barriers to it. A separate referral notice at that time will then be sent to lead staff. So this would be by Eureka Police Department. When they complete that referral, they would then send it to staff, and then we would know to be looking out for someone to be coming our way. Moving on to intake. When the client arrives at the lead intake appointment, that'll again either be at the resource center or we can go out into the field and meet them there if we can schedule that. Either the resource center staff or the lead staff will go through the intake packet. That'll include treatment consent, that'll include notice of privacy practices, releases of information, and also a needs assessment, really looking at what is that person needing in terms of their circumstances and how we can get that to them. And we're going to be developing a form that looks at milestone points that I'll cover in a little bit here. Once that intake is completed, staff will note that, and then we'll forward that on to, if it's resource center staff, they'll forward it on to the lead staff so that they can make the connection. Otherwise, lead staff will just kind of progress to the next step. So plan development. Lead staff will meet with the client and develop a plan. Again, if the resource center staff does the initial intake, then they'll pass it off and there will be a separate appointment for this. If it's lead staff, then they may combine those the intake with this component of it. This will include identifying specific resources that individual needs, identification of potential barriers for those resources, setting those long-term goals, and then the short-term goals to reach the long-term goals, as well as identifying what the graduation trigger will be. And then identifying post-graduation needs and plans so that we can support that individual past the time that they actually are working with us in lead. This could include handing them off to another service. This could include them working with care in our prevention-based services or uplift in their complete service array. But our goal is to work with individuals past just the time that they're referred to lead, even after graduation. Moving on to engagement. In talking about this, Special Project Manager Davis and I really talked about a need to have kind of two avenues, one that promotes client agency, as well as one that can have some support for clients that may need more support. And so as such, we've developed two pathways. The first one is independent. We work with the client, set the goals, give them the information, and then they're able to kind of take the ball and run. So they can work towards those goals, they can accomplish those means on their own, and then we kind of check in and work with them to problem solve any barriers that come up or move on to the next steps. The other pathway is supporting the client. Client works with lead staff to navigate those barriers and get those services put in place. This might be someone who maybe has more mental health impairment or substance use related issues. And so if they're having difficulties navigating the services, then we can assist with that in a more intensive fashion. It will also just depend on which services the individual is looking for. There are some services that even myself, I would need assistance in navigating. And so sometimes the system isn't kind in that way. And our case management staff and Uplift's street outreach staff especially have really become experts in navigating those systems and getting things done well. Moving on to connection. Once we've identified what that plan is and we've identified those resources, then we work on connecting the client to those resources. This could result in an instant completion of the goal. So depending on what they identified as what they're going to work towards for their lead plan, once we get them connected, it might be as easy as confirming that connection, that they have a follow-up appointment, and then we send off the letter to Eureka Police Department indicating completion. Again, depending on the client's individual plan, it may require multiple contacts with an agency. There might be some barriers that come up, and it may require multiple contacts in order to accomplish that. Either way, we would work with the individual to overcome those barriers and then help them get to their graduation goal. And again, all of this is completely dependent on the unique goals of the individual. So moving on to graduation. Lead staff would then meet with the client to confirm the completion of the goals, and then they would complete the graduation paperwork in order to exit them. This would also include refining any post-graduation plans that need refinement after we've gone through this process. Lead staff would complete that form with the client, and then a copy of that would be sent to designated staff at Eureka Police Department in order to indicate that the program has been completed successfully. The charge associated with lead would then subsequently be dropped, and the client would then be discharged from the lead program. However, as mentioned earlier, that doesn't mean that we necessarily stop the work, right? We know that this isn't going to be a one quick intervention and then they're ready to go and in good space. Our goal would then be to continue working with folks, especially since we've already gotten that engagement and we've already built some momentum. So dependent on the post-graduation planning, the client may continue to receive services through CARE's prevention programming. In addition to crisis services, the CARE program also does prevention-based services where we identify folks that are at risk in the community and help them get connected with services so that they don't enter crisis. We can very well extend that to the lead clients after they've graduated. Client can be connected to all of Uplift services, or we can connect them to other services in the community, whether it's County Behavioral Health, whether it's North American Mental Health Services, whether it's a substance use treatment facility, or whether it's connecting them to home and getting them on a coordinated entry list and then kind of helping them navigate that and check in. The goal is to continue their journey of changing their circumstances and helping them gain agency in doing so. Non-participation. I know that this is a hot topic, so we'll definitely cover it. In the event that the client is not participating in the lead program for 1 month, a letter of non-participation will be sent to Eureka Police Department. This does not mean that they've automatically failed. This just means it's an update that we've spent a month since we've been able to even contact the client. In the event of a subsequent month, so 2 full months of non-participation, at that point, then we're going to send another letter and we're going to discharge the individual from services. At that point, Eureka Police Department will coordinate with the city's attorney's office to determine whether or not charges are going to be pursued. However, I feel it's important to emphasize that even at this point, it could still be determined that charges are not warranted or that they're not going to pursue them for some other reason. So to be clear, it does not guarantee, just because they do not complete the program, it does not mean that they are going to get charges. That is not a guarantee. Additional program details. The client has up to 6 months to complete the lead program. This is a flexible timeline, but it's one that we want to set because we are setting this up to try to accommodate the other program's existing services. As such, we'll have a cap of 10 active clients. So at any time, Uplifting Care will be serving 10 people. This is meant to balance staff's capacity between other programs and servicing the lead clients. We will then have a waitlist cap of 10 inactive clients awaiting services. Waitlisted clients will not have that 6-month time progress. It will not count towards that, nor will it count towards the non-participation. Additionally, if the waitlist hits that 10-person cap, lead staff will then communicate with designated EPD staff, and EPD will stop issuing the camping-related EMC misdemeanor charges when notified. There can be exceptions to this for extraordinary circumstances, such as something being a health and safety issue or other circumstances arising that necessitate that charge. Other non-EMC related violations may also still be viable. So this may include Fish and Game Code, this may include felonies, things that are controlled by the state, not the city. In terms of the milestone point system, this is what we're kind of developing as our way to operationalize what a successful outcome is and what graduation will look like. This is still in development, so this may be subject to change, but we feel like we have a good structure to be able to share most of it tonight. What we're going to develop is a sandwich like menu card that basically has services on it. And so when we do that intake and that needs assessment, the individual can go through and complete what they would like. The different options will be kind of broken down into points categories. It'll either be basically 1 or a 2, and it's going to be operationalized based on level of participation needed to accomplish that. We're not looking at actual accomplishments because we realize that individuals may have varying levels of capacity to accomplish certain goals. And so we're looking at participation. Is someone able to participate in working towards the goal that they've identified? And if they're able to do that, then we're going to be able to mark that off as completed. So some examples of categories might look like getting documents that they need, connecting to mental health treatment, connecting to substance use treatment, or connecting to social services. Again, this is still in development, but an example might look like Jane doesn't feel ready to engage in mental health or substance use treatment, but identifies needing an ID, a birth certificate, and is willing to participate in getting on the coordinated entry list. We'd estimate this would probably be 3 to 5 contacts. For some folks, it might be more. For some folks, it might be less. Kind of depends on how long they can spend on it or how much they're able to accomplish on their own. Because the documents and coordinated entry requires less participation than, say, entering into detox and doing 30 days of rehab, we would partner 3 of these goals together as opposed to the next example, where John identifies his primary issues being substance use disorders and that he would like to go to rehab and detox. And so as such, this might take 2 to 3 clients to get them in, but we then want to acknowledge that there's a lot of participation that's required after they enter. And so at that point, then John's graduation trigger would have been met. And so we compare this to 3 small tasks. We can compare it to 1 large task. It really depends on the client situation. We'd also look at, again, their capacity to participate and their engagement to do so. So moving on to protections. Limited information will be shared about client's activity with Eureka Police Department. The exception to this would be unless the client, for one reason or another, wants to include, say, CSET in their lead plan, in which case then we would get the appropriate releases of information and consents, and we would involve them to support. And that definitely comes up where clients want to work with CSET because they're out there and they spend time with these folks and care about them. Information is not shared directly with the city attorney's office. This prevents the dual relationship conflict of potential prosecuting attorneys being involved with program in the treatment of the clients. The only information that they would receive would be that from Eureka Police Department. One of the protections that we implemented that I'm very passionate about is something called treatment parity. And I threw a definition up there. This refers to the state of having equality in healthcare services. So someone who has mental health issues getting the same level of emergency services as someone who has physical health issues. That would be treatment parity. As such, we really want to make sure that clients are supported whether or not they follow through with lead. And so even if a client maybe initially tells the officer that they'd like referral to the program, if they get to us and they say, hey, I'm not interested, it doesn't mean we're not going to treat them. We're still going to work with them. They may not be in the lead program anymore, and we may have to send off that non-participation letter at the beginning. However, we can still engage with that individual and work with getting them what they need and going through that process. Successful completion of the LEAD program is operationalized around participation, not accomplishment. This sets all clients up for success, regardless of the capabilities, so long as they are able to participate and put in that engagement. We want to make sure it's client-centered, so plan development and goal setting is based around the client's needs and capabilities. And that's also part of why we developed the milestone system. We want to make sure that we promote client agency. There are multiple off-ramps to disengage. As clients work through this process, they can basically let us know at any point, and if they're done, they're done. That's fine. We respect that. It may result in that non-participation letter being sent. However, again, we will still work with the clients and still provide services as they want. We have the options for independent or supported versions of this. Again, making sure that client agency is prioritized. Completion of LEAD, again, is based on participation towards the individualized goals, not regimented activities. So this isn't something where like people are going to come and do community service, right? This is going to be something where they identify what they need and then work towards those specific goals. So it's going to look different for each individual. Talking about performance monitoring, CARE within the next month will be implementing the electronic health record in sync. We will be having extensive data collection capabilities with this. This is problem solving a lot of CARES issues. However, we'd also be able to utilize this for LEAD. LEAD staff would do their documentation in this program, and then as such, with relative ease, we'd be able to generate pretty extensive custom reporting and really look at our outcome measures. It will allow us to analyze trends and outcome monitoring. We'll also implement those client satisfaction surveys. since there's a formal graduation process, this is something that's like difficult for care to implement because we don't always necessarily see someone again after we've done a crisis response. However, since there's a formal graduation process, this is usually a great time to implement this type of survey, which is fantastic because it allows for client feedback, non-outcome based performance monitoring, and qualitative data as opposed to quantitative, which is super, super important and really helps drive services when you can get it. So my final thoughts, and then I'll pass things off to City Manager Slattery. Here in Eureka, camping is already a crime under the EMC. However, currently, there isn't really a mechanism to add that compassion to the accountability intervention. And so we're really hoping to be able to add that.
Excuse me for one moment. So friends, everyone in this room will have their 3 minutes, and they will have the same opportunity to be respected and listened to as Managing Mental Health Clinician Rosen. So we appreciate that you are keeping those comments until you do have your 3 minutes. We appreciate your respect so that we can get through this and listen to you as well. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. Proposed changes to the ordinances would increase efficacy of accountability interventions and balance them with compassion and individual agency. By linking the frequency of charges to lead capacity, the ordinance emphasizes supporting vulnerable community members and increasing the efficacy of accountability interventions while guarding against overutilization of the EMC. The LEAD program utilizes established systems that are already in place, and as such will not require bolstering of other services. LEAD will be implementation ready on May 1st, which would be when this ordinance would go into effect if council approves it. And with that, I'll hand things back to City Manager Slattery.
Thank you both, Special Project Manager Davis and Managing Mental Health Clinician Davis. So as far as the ordinance itself, City's Attorney's Office, as I stated earlier, had drafted a draft of the ordinance that was provided to staff for input on March 5th of this year. We had the relevant staff take a look at it and provide comments. The relevant staff were EPD, our CARE program, our Uplift program, and my office. After reviewing that, there were a few edits that were made and additions. The first was from EPD. They wanted the sit or lie component of the ordinance to be more clear, not only for enforcement, but also for people's understanding. And so there's a list of exemptions in there for sitting or lying on the sidewalk. And then, and Humboldt Bay Fire, was also a part of the review of this. They definitely wanted to add an addition related to warming fires, and I'm going to read the reasoning behind that. In the year 2024, Humboldt Bay Fire responded to 159 fires in the Greenbelt area within the city of Eureka. Many of these fires involved warming fires or cooking fires that accidentally spread to encampments and other items. All of these fires require a response from an engine company and are extinguished by fire personnel to ensure there is no further spread from the fires into neighboring vegetation or structures. These fires can pose a significant fire risk to the community, particularly during days when the weather is dry and the relative humidity is low, and for the coastal area and the winds are over 10 miles an hour. If not extinguished, these fires can easily spread and burn several acres of the Greenbelt areas within the city of Eureka. This occurred several times in the summer of 2024 with at least two fires spreading and burning 1 to 2 acres along the Hickshire Trail between the Bayshore Mall and Vigo Street. While many of these fires occur in the Greenbelt area, several of them were extinguished next to buildings in the Old Town commercial areas within the city. HPF responds to any fire within 10 feet of a structure with a full response consisting of 3 engines, 1 ladder truck, and a battalion chief. In 2024, none of these fires extended into any structures and were quickly controlled and extinguished by fire personnel. These fires require a full response because many of the buildings in the Old Town and commercial areas are older buildings and have legacy wood frame construction that lack modern fire stops within the framing and walls of the building, allowing fires to rapidly spread vertically within the walls of the building directly to the attic and other void spaces. So that section was also added. Another section that was added, and I want to be able to read this into the record. It's the preamble that associates with this. The preamble starts with, whereas the city of Eureka is committed to supporting all community members, including those experiencing homelessness, by providing access to resources and services that promote stability, health, and well-being. And whereas the city recognizes that addressing homelessness requires a multifaceted approach that includes not only enforcement of public space regulations, but also the continued expansion of social service programs tailored to the needs of vulnerable individuals. Whereas the city remains dedicated to offering and enhancing comprehensive support services, including shelter, housing assistance, mental health and substance use treatment, job training, and other essential programs aimed at improving the quality of life for those in need. And whereas the city affirms its commitment to implementing and maintaining a law enforcement assisted diversion program, or LEAD program, which provides proactive rehabilitative alternatives to criminal prosecution by connecting individuals with case management and support services that foster long-term personal growth and stability. Whereas the purpose of this ordinance is to serve as an additional tool to encourage community members to engage with available services while maintaining the health, safety, and accessibility of all public spaces for all of our residents. And whereas the city of Eureka remains steadfast in its mission to balance compassionate outreach efforts with responsible public space management, ensuring a safe and inclusive community for all. So I hope that it is clear that to our entire community that the city of Eureka is 100% committed to balancing accountability with compassionate support for individuals experiencing homelessness. The proposed ordinance adjustments aim to provide more effective tools to address homelessness, enhancing the city's ability to offer support services. This recommendation comes from the endorsement of your professional staff with decades of experience in the field of progressive police practices, social service programming, and mental health. All of these professionals are intimately familiar with our unhoused community members and interact with them daily, 7 days a week. So with that, staff is available for any questions.
Who wants to go first? Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your presentation. That was very informative, covered a lot of ground. I have quite a list of questions, but I'm going to start with some things that came up during your presentation. We talk about these different steps, the different ways that people can get help from the city of Eureka to get their documents, to get into services, to get into housing. Can anyone experiencing homelessness participate in these programs?
I can certainly let Special Project Manager Davis answer for Uplift, but as far as care goes, anyone who reaches out, we're in a unique situation where we have to prioritize our crisis responses, and something that I have not had the opportunity to present on yet is that 4 weeks ago now, we recently launched full alternative response, where care is officially responding in place of a police officer to select 911 calls. And as such, we've been incredibly inundated with calls for service. So our capacity has become more limited. However, we do our best to, with the services that we have available, meet anybody who's requesting any sort of services and at least get them connected to someone. Even if that's just giving Uplift social service team a call and connecting them over there so that they can get their needs met and get access to what they're looking for.
So there's a triage, but it's still open.
Absolutely.
So someone doesn't have to be engaged with law enforcement or participating in a LEAD program or have a ticket, which would be what the ordinance says at this time. They don't have to have any of that in order to access these services?
Correct.
Is someone who, you mentioned that the LEAD program would have a capacity of 10 folks going through those steps. Does the number of people engaging in programs outside of the LEAD program affect that capacity?
It certainly does. In talking with staff, both my staff and then working with Jeff, who's communicated with his, we've kind of been able to analyze what we can do with existing staffing versus what we also expect to actually get referral-wise. I don't really anticipate we will get enough referrals to fill the wait list. At least not immediately. However, we have that and we're going to monitor it so that if we do, we can then kind of gauge that data and what our demand is, and then we can explore a dedicated position. A dedicated position could easily handle 20 to 30 active clients at a time. But with current staffing and our current programming, we're feeling like 10 and 10 is what we can offer at this time. Again, then also linking the capacity to the frequency that this tool is used.
I was remiss, and we had discussion prior to this meeting to discuss basically what you're referring to. And the intent would be to come back to council with reports on the data that was provided by managing mental health clinician Rosen. So we see this, not only the program itself being very dynamic, but potentially the ordinance as well. But we would come back and have, at a minimum, annual reports back to council about the status of the LEAD program and associated programs.
Thank you. I was just curious about the capacity altogether. It's good to put limits on things when you have only so many people. It leads me to, I think, the really big question here, which is why do we need... Staff brought this request to us, and we had a special meeting, and I know we talked about this then, but just to get it into the conversation right now, why do you feel it's necessary that we have a misdemeanor level when right now what we have is a ticket? You know, somebody gets, there's still an infraction for these sorts of things. You can still get engaged with services with or without that infraction. Why do you feel that we need to have a misdemeanor level added to or in place of that?
Excellent question. Happy to jump back into that. So the way that things work currently are kind of three major branches in this area are CSEC, the Community Safety Engagement Team, which is part of Eureka Police Department, the CARE program, and Uplift. We're all serving a ton of folks. We engage with folks and we do our best to work with them. However, each of those programs hits barriers with certain clients for various reasons. And those clients are not interested in participating for one reason or another. For some folks, that's related to the symptom of anosognosia, which is a symptom of psychosis or bipolar disorder that causes a loss of insight. It's a symptomatic loss of insight. And as a result, some folks don't recognize they're sick. And so by having some ways to get them engaged into the system and get services, we're able to then reduce that symptom by providing treatment. For others, there may be a lack of motivation for one reason or another. Sometimes addiction is a pretty powerful component of people's lives and can really drive their behavior. And without having some accountability components to that, sometimes it's difficult for folks to make a decision to change. So the hope is that this tool can be used selectively and sensitively, adding another tool to the toolbox. We're not planning on changing how we operate. In the extensive meetings we've had with CSEC, CARE, and Uplift, there really isn't a goal to change because we know that what we're doing right now works for a lot of folks. And so really what we're looking to do is add another tool so that for those folks that we're running up against those barriers, we're able to get them involved and be able to kind of dig in and get them some support.
So when you say you're reaching barriers, what then is the harm to the person or to the community if that person decides that they simply don't want to engage? They don't want to help?
It depends on the individual. It can be anything from environmental harm to property destruction to the warming fires. I mean, there can be a variety of damages to the community. It could be just access to public walkways. It can be suffering of that individual. That's usually my first and foremost thing that I'm concerned about is, here's someone who is living in less than ideal circumstances, and that's an understatement, and they're suffering and they need support. And for one reason or another, they're having difficulties accessing it. And so we would want to find ways that we can then get that individual that support.
Thank you for mentioning that about suffering. As I wrestle with this question, I keep asking myself if it is right to allow someone to suffer, to know that they are not asking for help because they can't, and to just watch them walk around on Broadway until their clothes disintegrate. I'd like to pass it to somebody else. I have more later.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you. So we've had a lot of information in the last 40 minutes or so. So I kind of want to start from the top. We started with the decision by the Supreme Court in 2024, and I'm curious how that directly impacts us. What is the effect of that decision as it comes to Eureka?
I think the impact, thank you for that question. The impact is simply giving the city and the council more opportunity to decide to change their ordinance if that's the will of the council.
Okay. And I know at the time of of that decision and its release to the public, there were executive orders put into effect by Governor Newsom. And so I'm curious what effect those have on us again as a community or a city.
Those did not have a direct impact. They were not a directive to local agencies. They were a directive to state agencies.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something, Miles. Sorry.
Going to say the same thing.
Okay, thank you.
And it didn't have any bearing on what's in front of you today.
Okay. And so when we're looking at the pit count from years previous, the point in time count, usually how we assess our homeless situation here in Eureka, or even the county for that matter, the other communities, we've seen a subtle decrease from where we were in 2019, from about 653 to 498 in 2022 to 323 as of about last year. And again, this is just a snapshot, so I understand it's not the totality of homelessness at that time. But over those years, did the citations issued at that point, can we make any sort of assessment whether or not they had an impact on that? Or did it just kind of disperse into other communities?
So there's a lot of different variants. First of all, we'll go with the question at first.
Yeah.
There was variation prior to the Boise case. So prior to the Boise case, yes, we did have a number of citations that were issued for camping and other related things. After that, it significantly decreased, obviously. As far as the point in time count is concerned, it is a very nebulous number. It is a number that is done by volunteers and is not an actual survey that is done with person-to-person contact in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, if you look at the guidelines for most counties and how that's done, it's based on vacancy of vehicles or tents or size of tents. It's not a one-on-one. What we've done in order to get a more accurate information of those that are truly unsheltered and not just based on the McKinney-Vento Act is do a survey with all of our staff, meeting people where they're at, and we do that biannually. EPD performs that with the support of our social services staff at CAPE and CARE, and those numbers have been revolving somewhere around the 200s. And it's been a count that's not only done where people are at in the locations where we find encampments, but also at free mail over a long period of time.
And for clarity, can you tell me a bit more about the McKinney-Vento Act?
McKinney-Vento Act is the definition of homeless that is used for those point-in-time counts. It includes individuals that are living in a hotel. It includes individuals that are living on a couch with a relative. It includes individuals that are living on a couch with a friend. It includes individuals that are basically all of those, and those that are sheltered too. So if people are going and taking advantage of a shelter, they're considered homeless under the McKinney-Vento Act.
Okay, thank you. So then going back to I think what you had briefly touched on is the citations that were issued and then kind of held on as we figured out the response to the previous decision by the Supreme Court. In 2018, there were 459 citations. In 2019, there were 0 because I think the city was figuring out what the hell do we do next. And then in 2020, there were 15. And so was the issue of camping resolved at that point? That's a bit facetious, but it's still a question.
What do you mean?
I can answer that.
Okay.
I mean, to the best I can answer that. I wasn't here in 2020, but I think that the immediate response to Boise was that many agencies were figuring out what they could do under that decision. And by 2020, there was a greater understanding of what that decision meant. It didn't mean that you could never issue any citation again. That wasn't the ruling. And so there was what I imagine a slight uptick in that 2020 year because of that. Although I will say that I don't think that any of those citations, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. I know that since I have been here, we haven't actually prosecuted any citations. So some of them get written, but none of them have been prosecuted.
Okay. And I know, I'm sorry, I forget your title, Mr. Rosen.
That's okay. Managing clinician is fine.
Thank you. Why you touched on points about environmental safety, personal safety, public safety in those capacities. And so why not just enforce the portions of the ordinance or the existing laws around warming fires in public, any of those type of environmental laws that you'd also pointed to, saying that are already at the state level, or even Department of Fish and Game, I believe it was, or California Wildlife.
Yeah. So a couple reasons. The first is all of those don't allow the city to have some control over the progression of those charges. By building something into the Eureka Municipal Code, we're able to have some control over when that gets sent into the court system. And as such, then we can implement a pre-booking diversion program, which provides a little more agility and finesse to diversion. Other diversion programs require folks to go through the judicial system, and they end up having to get assigned a public defender and end up in the courtroom, and then a judge has to determine that individual can go to diversion, which is a very labor-intensive process, requires time incarcerated oftentimes, and it's not always guaranteed that they then get that diversion. By creating a municipal code that has the misdemeanor level that provides the appropriate level of enforcement capacity for Eureka Police Department to then also be able to allow us to have, while also being able to allow us to have control over the flow of charges so that we can implement the LEAD program. And Chief Stevens may have more to say on that. I'm not as familiar on the law enforcement end of it for other benefits.
Okay. Chief, did you want to add anything?
Good evening. Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Rosen in that we issue fish and game violations now. We utilize the penal code to address public safety issues now, but again, a fish and game violation is a felony, and we have no control over the outcome of that. So if they fail to show up for court, if they sit in jail, if people fail to pay their fines, they continue to get warrants based on those crimes. And that's a cycle that we're trying to get out of with some of these individuals that are suffering, is we don't want them in that cycle. How can we provide the services, use this tool to provide them the services will keep them out of that cycle of the court system, because that's just a rotating door that's going to continue until at some point they either spend time in jail because the judge says you've had too many failures to appear and you're going to sit out your charge now for the next 5 months in jail or whatever. We're trying to prevent that with a lot of these individuals we're dealing with, and that we need to get to compliance, we need to solve the problems, but we know that the underlying issues are the true issue, and we want to be able to provide that service to them instead of putting them in that cycle.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm curious here too, because when we talked about
Excuse me. Yeah. So one more question, and then we're going to have other people,
Yeah.
because we'll come back to everybody,
Right.
but everybody needs an opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. There was a question earlier about, there was a statement earlier about motivation. And so, we've talked about this previously among staff and even here among council during the, January 14th meeting. And so when we talk about this motivation, this carrot and stick, the stick then seems to be incarceration. Is that correct?
There's some accountability, yes, on the other end, whether it's incarceration, it's a fine, or utilizing the services that we have and becoming responsible for meeting those milestones and getting to graduation.
Okay. And then this is just the last part of it. with that incarceration, with the misdemeanor, there are certain levels, because California, says that we can provide up to a year, up to $1,000 in terms of a fine, in terms of jail time. So is that saying that we have to provide a year and that we have to fine $1,000, or we can lower those thresholds?
A lot of it depends on the courts, and it doesn't. I think there is an opportunity for us to lower those thresholds, but it really depends on the courts, and that's where, if they go through the judicial system, it doesn't mean, let's say they don't finish the LEAD program and we send a citation for prosecution. When we get in front of a judge and the public defender, it doesn't mean that this whole process is over and it's automatically, if they get found guilty, going to spend a year in jail or a fine of that level. There are options at that point as well, whether it be stay away orders, whether it be probation, whether it be court order treatment, or the city attorney works with the public defender and comes up with an outcome that better fits the person that's facing the accountability. So just because LEAD doesn't work for them, doesn't mean the process is over to try to find some suitable outcome for them that's not jail time, that's not a heavy fine that we know they're not going to be able to pay. So there are things post-LEAD, post that citation, post getting it to the court system, that allows for us to still to work with the court system, which we do on a regular basis already with many of the clients that we do work with. They do find themselves in some type of criminal issue, to help resolve that issue and get them to the appropriate services.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can come back. Councilmember Castellano?
Thanks. And I understand I have many questions too, and we'll only ask some of them. Let's see. Are all of the supportive housing sites full? I guess is project manager.
At this point, I believe those are full. There is a wait list though, and the sooner you get on that wait list, and as soon, the more wait list that you sign on, the sooner that you get on this wait list, the sooner your opportunity is going to come up.
Yeah.
So they may be full right now, but we've gotten folks on those lists who turn around and get housed.
Do you know about how long that takes?
I think it would vary from different site.
Yeah.
And those would definitely be things that the LEAD program would work to get people connected to on those wait lists. That would definitely be a priority.
Thank you. And then the number of detox facility or mental health facility spaces and types available. Sorry, I could ask that as a question. What are the number of detox facility spaces and mental health spaces and types that are available?
I don't have a hard number on the types, or the numbers rather, but I can't say the types. We do have waterfront recovery, which is the only medical model, detox/rehab in the North State. We also then have two other social models of rehabilitation for substance use treatment, and that is Crossroads as well as Humboldt Recovery Center. There's also abilities to, if those are full, for if the individual is a Medi-Cal recipient, Humboldt County is a partnered county with I think 7 other counties. And if they have facility beds in their region, Medi-Cal will pay for transport to get those folks to treatment. In terms of mental health facilities, for level 1 clients, which is the most acute, those folks go to Humboldt County Behavioral Health. Below that, for level 2 and 3 clients, level 2 is not quite level 1, but isn't quite ready to see a private practice therapist. And then level 3 is you can do perfectly fine in private practice settings. Level 2, there's North American Mental Health, there's Open Door, and we have a couple other agencies that are serving that population. If I remember, I'm not recalling the name of it, but there's another one that's new that is doing some teleoperations out here and is looking to open a new facility for a clinic that's similar to North American Mental Health. And then level 3 services would be the community. We have lots of private practice therapists in the community. North Coast Association of Mental Health Professionals has a list for that, and that list is pretty well updated most of the time for availability. Does that help?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's see. I think this maybe reflects some of Councilmember Fernandez's questions, but are there any other strategies to get folks into a LEAD program or a LEAD type program without, enacting this ordinance?
Short of some other municipal code, no. The strength of LEAD is pre-booking. So most diversion programs that are implemented are post-booking. The individual's already been arrested, they've already gone to jail, they've often already been to arraignment, and they're in the process of being prosecuted for whatever charges they were charged with. At that point, a judge then has to work with the public defender and the DA to make the determination that that individual will be referred to diversion. It's a long process, and it's one that can be difficult for the individual. The strength of LEAD is the agility and finesse to be able to do this before booking, before someone goes to jail, before someone has to go through that system, and really try to get their needs met straight away. Without having control over the flow of charges. And City Attorney Luna can correct me here if I'm wrong, but my understanding is there would not be another way to implement this sort of programming due to not, unless we were to interface with the DA on some grand level with the county. But I don't know of another way that we could implement this on our own.
That was another question I had is, whether communication with the DA has happened in terms of, let's say, you chose already existing topics such as, drug possession or fires or something like that, and said like, hey, we want to work with you to implement this program. Has that conversation happened?
I have had conversations with the district attorney's office in the past about whether or not they would be able to work with the city attorney's office to be the prosecutor for these types of crimes. And the answer has been that they have, a very full calendar of their own, and they weren't able at the time that I spoke to them to, step in that way. I haven't spoken to them directly about the LEAD program in the last, couple of months, but it's possible that Mr. Rosen has.
Okay.
So I haven't spoken to the DA. In talking with my counterparts over at Humboldt County Behavioral Health, I know that their hands are full with the implementation of Care Court, as well as Prop 36, as well as the upcoming changes to SB 43. I don't anticipate opportunities for collaboration on that end, not because of a lack of willingness, because I think they simply have too many other forensic realm implementations that they're looking to implement right now, whereas we have an opportunity to be able to do this independently on a smaller scale that's a little more agile.
Okay. Couple more questions. I'll pass it if that's okay. Thanks. Let's see. This relates a little to the idea of opportunities in terms of the funding for this. Is the funding is this anticipated to be funded through encampment resolution funding? That the state, or how is this anticipated to be funded?
It's already, so as managing clinician Rosen had spoken about, this is going to fit into our current staffing level at the level that it's out right now. If it ends up going forward. So in other words, the permanent supportive housing is funded through majority it's curriculum of care and other grant fundings and those type of things, but the staffing levels and those type of things will be incorporated. The program will be folded into what we currently do. A lot of the case management for other things they're already doing, but at this level it would be folded into what we're currently doing. And those supportive services that would be a part of the LEAD program, whether it be housing assistance or getting people documents or all of those things, are things that they already do, and adding it at this level would not require any more staff. Now, as managing clinician Rosen had said, if there is a need, which we don't see based on our discussions with EPD and other staff of expanding that, we may come back and look for some sort of case manager to track the success and track the case management of the program.
Okay. And then last question for now, anticipated litigation. I know that, though this is a field, an area in which there has been much, litigation, and the field continues to change. If we implement this, would we be anticipating litigation? I know there's that's speculative, but also there is maybe activity I'm understanding that's happening within the 9th district currently around this.
There has been a recent case decision in the last couple of months against the city of Vallejo for implementation of their no camping ordinance. So I think that, litigation as we roll this new program out is certainly something that we, I can't say that there's no risk in implementing this. However, I think the ordinance as written, the risk, in adopting it here today, again, I can't say no risk. We know why we're here. This has been, as you said, pretty rife with litigation. So I don't want to paint a rosy picture for the council, but I think that introduction today is a legal option for the council. That's all I can say for now.
From the mental health perspective, as far as building the program goes, we've taken some precautions in terms of, again, making sure that there's client agency, that there's parity of care, and really tried to mitigate some of that. One, because it's the right thing to do for the client services, but also because those are things that do occasionally receive litigation in the medical end of the field. So we are trying to minimize that on the LEAD end of things.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from this side? Councilmember Contreras-Deloche? Councilmember Bauer.
Yeah, thank you. I want to just thank you to and uplift and care and CSET. You guys do a lot, and I know it's a struggle with what we're trying to do here, right? Trying to figure out another solution to people that are struggling, that may not want help, may not know they really need help. And I respect the heck out of you and all the staff that work on this. And I think the question I really have, because you brought up the diversion issue, right? And we still have diversion court, right, in Humboldt County?
Correct, yes.
So we're still people that, whether we think it's right or wrong, people that are charged with drug offenses, they're offered an opportunity to do diversion. So that still exists. So it's nothing new that we're proposing to do.
Correct. The new component of this is doing it pre-booking as opposed to post-booking, so that we can minimize the hoops that an individual has to jump through in order to get their services, as well as lessen the impact on the judicial system, which, again, with the rollout of Care Court and Prop 36, there's numerous mental health implications on the judicial system already, and so we do want to be sensitive to that.
Well, I appreciate that. And then kind of a lead up to, or lead into that, how many cities do we know? I mean, this is fairly new. Supreme Court decision was not that long ago. How many cities in California do we see trying to tackle this issue? And maybe the more important question is, in a similar way that we are.
So there is a larger model. So our program is LEAD, which is Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. The other model that I've looked into that has a lot of promise and that shows some really good results has been piloted by Seattle, San Francisco, and LA. And that's Law Enforcement Alternative Diversion. That program operates very much the same way. We are not implementing to fidelity with that model simply because the cities that have implemented that model are millions of people, and we just don't have the scale to need that level of implementation. So we've made some adjustments for rural implementation of that, but it's very much a similar model. It's pre-booking, it's law enforcement referred, and it's connections directly to support staff so that those individuals can then get connected to the supports in the community. And the pilots that those cities have ran had fantastic outcomes where there is a decrease in recidivism. Folks who participated had decreases in the rates of infractions, misdemeanors, and felonies in the year post-enrollment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras-Deloach.
So earlier we went through some slides, and there was a list of all of the various shelters and shelter spaces. Are you of the opinion that there's adequate shelter space for all of the men, women, and children currently in the city that are homeless?
I mean, we saw the numbers that yes, there are some barriers in place. I mean, there are folks. I think one of the barriers is dogs, right? There's right now, I mean, tonight, if you wanted to go to Betty's warming center, you could go there with one or two dogs. Yes.
Betty's is temporary, correct?
Correct. It's a warming center. It is now, but we are working to making that a permanent shelter.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other barriers besides dogs?
That are out there. Yeah. I mean, property is one. Partners is another.
Could you explain what you mean by property?
Property, there are some, there's limited capacity what you can bring into an emergency shelter. There's you pretty much can only bring in what you have on your back, and in some cases a little bit more. And I think some folks would choose to not enter those facilities because there's not adequate space for their personal property.
Because leaving their personal property would mean that they probably wouldn't have it the next morning when they needed to leave the shelter, correct?
I mean, I think each situation is unique. I think, perhaps other folks could watch it for them. I don't want, each situation is unique, but I could see that scenario occur, yes.
Okay. But in your experienced opinion, there is adequate shelter space, but there are reasons why people cannot access that shelter space. Any reasons they can't access it outside of their control of possessions, pets, etc.?
Sobriety is a big one. Being able to go into a shelter, a lot of spaces require someone to be sober in that moment or to have been sober for some time. And that's usually because of behavioral components. That person needs to be safe themselves. They need to not be in a state where they're at risk for overdose. That individual also needs to be able to be safe with other people. And so there are some requirements where if someone is actively intoxicated, that person is not able to get a shelter space. And we know that's another barrier.
If you had to guess or estimate generally, what percentage of the population at any given time do you think is using substances?
Across the population, I wouldn't be able to tell you. What I can say is from our survey that the city of Eureka conducts, we know that about 70% of individuals surveyed self-report a substance use disorder in the last year. And so if we use that account for likely underreporting, because if you're talking to professionals, not everyone's going to feel willing or safe to report that in that moment. There's a decent likelihood it's 70 to 80%.
Okay. And then I had another question. You said, I'm curious, speaking about, LEAD and the plans around this, how many people do you think that this, or, what percentage of the population that we're looking at would this potentially apply to that would be benefited by this?
Gauging a percentage may be hard. What I can say is I don't anticipate a ton of referrals. It's not common that between CSET, Uplift, and CARE, one of our teams is not able to get some sort of traction in supporting somebody. We don't anticipate this to be used frequently. We anticipate this to be used sensitively, and really in a situation where it's not the first time or even the fifth time that someone's being contacted, but it's like the 15th or 20th time someone's being contacted, and we've tried to get them services. Each of the programs have cycled through and attempted to engage that individual. And at that point, if there's still a lack of traction and that person's not willing to participate and their behavior continues to require an accountability intervention, at that point, then that charge might be levied.
I guess I'm wondering, and I'm not sure this is a question for, is that if there's an expectation that this isn't going to be utilized very often with very many people, I'm wondering, for those who are speaking in its favor, how much of a measurable benefit then are we expecting to see for those that are concerned about the environment and sidewalks, communities, businesses. I'm just thinking, if the numbers are small, if it's only 10 and then 10 have to be on a wait list, then how is there going to be a measurable benefit for those who are looking to see a difference?
So if we do some quick math, so 10 active, 10 inactive on the wait list, that's 20 capacity at any given time. I would anticipate the average turnover rate will be 2 to 3 months worth of participation. There might be some that are more, there might be some that are less. We have that 6-month cap. When we look at the survey data that the city of Eureka conducted, if I recall correctly, it was around 270, 280 people that were surveyed who were homeless. We're looking at close to 10% coverage rate just at the 10 and 10. 20 people of 260 or 270 or 280. Maybe like 8%. Math wasn't my strong suit. That's why I became a clinician. So by looking at that with the turnover, I would anticipate that we can have some pretty meaningful results. The other component that I look at, with the EWOC implementation, we looked at it is even if we get one person inside and we save one life, then it was worth it regardless of the staff time. This is something too where if this tool is narrowly used and it still reduces suffering for a select few people, then we would consider that a success, because at that point we've taken care of those folks in our community as best we can. And if it requires a more unique approach, then we're willing to give that a shot to overcome the barriers.
And I'll add to it. I know you weren't here for the special meeting in January, but
I watched it.
Okay, so the presentation was a lot of the calls for service that we get that these people would apply for are significantly higher than the typical community member that we have out there. So these people that we're talking about are getting a significant amount of calls for service, and those are the ones that we're trying to address. And I don't know if the chief wants to.
I
add to that?
actually appreciate that you said that, and this is my last one, and we'll hand it back. But that is actually, I mean, part of why I'm wondering, if, for example, somebody that I, had contact with just a few days ago, was in an obvious state of distress when I went up to talk with him. He turned around and he was, started talking to me about robots. And so I'm wondering, this has been discussed with me, billed to me as a benefit to the most difficult or the most challenging cases. And I'm wondering in a situation like that, how that would be beneficial. I don't think that person is going to, first of all, understand a citation or a potential misdemeanor. I don't think that that's going to deter someone in that situation. And I'm kind of wondering with a few of these things, receiving mail or, this is a variety of things that I'm kind of wondering how that is supposed to work, because it seems like if this is for the most challenging, then inherent in that would be the assumption that this is going to be more difficult for that population then as well, and less perhaps likely to succeed with them because they're already experiencing so many different levels of crisis. Yeah.
So it'll depend on the unique client, right? The individual. Someone who's distressed and experiencing delusions and is distressed around those delusions, that sounds like that would be a more appropriate call for the care team than lead, because I would agree in that moment, they may not be able to understand the impact or the results. For someone that has more chronic issues that is maybe more capable of understanding the process in that moment, but we're still having barriers for one reason or another, that would be where this could be really beneficial, because we can get them the services that they're needing. Whether that's social, whether that's mental health, whether that's substance use related, and in a way where we can be sensitive to the barriers that need to be overcome by implementing this gently. So my hope would be that we can have some pretty meaningful impact with those folks. And again, the impact, I mean, before my answer was just focusing on the human, right? The suffering and that individual and their situation. That's also not including the calls for service. That's not including the environmental impacts. That's not including the time that's saved for the fire department not responding to warming fires. So, I mean, there's benefits to the system, very similar to how care benefits the entire system beyond just what we see with Eureka Police Department and their calls for service. We help folks stay out of the ER, which helps the ER benefit, which then keeps SV less populated, which means the county sends less people out of county, which is more expensive than treating them in county, which saves taxpayer dollars, right? So, I mean, there's by doing upstream interventions like this, we're able to save a lot of downstream effort. So beyond the human suffering component, there's those pieces as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Castellano.
Thanks. Just a couple of follow-up questions. Are you anticipating, or are we anticipating sending people out of the county through this program?
I wouldn't anticipate it. Where I could see that happening would be if the local, one of two reasons. Either the local substance use treatment facilities are full, which isn't very common. Usually with some finagling and some work and some persistence, we can get folks in. We don't have a ton of issue with that in terms of them being full. The other reason could be someone doesn't want to access the local facilities, or they've already accessed them once and don't want to return. In which case, when we do that call to Medi-Cal and they make the referral out of county, then in that situation, it may happen. The other way that folks get sent out of county for treatment is usually when they're placed on a 5150, which again would not relate to the lead population. That would relate more to care. If SV is full, then the ER may find a bed outside of the county and send that individual for inpatient psychiatric treatment elsewhere.
Great. And the other question maybe is more broader. What have been the strategies that you've seen work best in terms of like supporting people in, choosing to find new ways of living that aren't on the streets of Eureka?
Persistence, which can be difficult for agencies that have to rely on like medical necessity for billing. Sometimes clients, working with them long term, it can be 2 steps forward, 1 step back the entire journey. And that persistence is key. Having patience with them, not getting disappointed in a setback, and continuing to then lean into that individual and engage with them again is incredibly important. Certain situations sometimes arise where they then get more motivation. We've seen this happen where maybe they were hospitalized, or a medical event comes up, or they were arrested, and now they have probation that's requiring them to get treatment. We know that sometimes when their situation is changed for them, outside of anything that we're doing, then there's a new or renewed motivation. Staying in the same place is comfortable, right? I mean, all of us have that to some degree. If I'm comfortable with what I know, I may not want to change unhealthy habits. And that goes for a lot of folks. And so sometimes by having some sort of external motivation, that can be helpful. But I would say the number one thing is persistence and working with those individuals.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Thank you. This might be for city manager, but it might also be for the chief. Do we have any sort of safe parking, safe camping policy in place whatsoever?
We don't need a policy. The zoning for emergency shelters allow for that in certain zoning districts, so we don't need a specific policy like the county. It was never needed. As soon as we declared our emergency shelter crisis, it's available, and that can be a discussion that can have with the subcommittee you are part of.
And that includes parking, safe parking?
Correct.
Okay, and so do we have any designated areas for that?
Currently, no.
Okay. And then for the sake of this ordinance, are people living in vehicles considered camping?
It depends on where they're at.
Well, so we don't have designated areas, but it's going to depend on where they are. So can you tell me what areas those would be that they would not be allowed to be in their vehicle sleeping overnight or during the day?
Obviously on a sidewalk.
Yeah, that seems obvious. In a park.
And other public spaces. Yeah. Parks, public spaces, so a park.
So if they're parked in Old Town or they're parked next to Carson Park and they're sleeping, then it would be allowed.
I think that the definition you're looking for is in the ordinance itself, and I would rely on that. There's a definition of what constitutes camping.
Right.
And
it says, it has the wherewithal to say not limited to this as well, but that's why I'm asking, because if not along the green or in a green belt or near the wetlands, then where? And so if it's not allowed in a vehicle either, so are we also allowing then the officers to make the judgment that, okay, they can sleep in their vehicle here, but they can't sleep in their vehicle there?
my interpretation of the ordinance would be that vehicle code would and our parking ordinance would control in that situation, not the camping ordinance.
And I think that if you're looking at our current practice now, the majority of the times that there's issues with that is other vehicle codes. It's where they get tagged for non-registration or for other things like that they're tagged for 72 hours and then they're dealt with after that. And if the chief wants to chime in on that, he can.
So yeah, that is correct. Most of the vehicles and motorhomes we deal with are those that are not registered. They're not in possession of the people that they were last registered to. And there's probably some other type of environmental issue with them, whether they're leaking fluids, they meet a vehicle code violation for missing parts, or they're leaking raw sewage onto the street. Most of them don't run. They're being pulled around the city at different places by someone. So we have issues with that. And then they create an issue as far as public nuisances and public safety when they're parked in areas too long that are open to the public to use, such as areas under the bridge at Samoa Bridge, around the dog park, other areas like that. They tend to attract more people. And then we create a public safety issue with those trying to use those public spaces for what they're meant for.
Okay.
And any approved safe parking, would we have those same requirements? So they would have to demonstrate ownership. They would have to be registered.
Okay. And then
in the spirit of, sorry to jump in the spirit of kind of the practice for the ordinance as well, someone who is participating in services often is given some allowances to that, right? So if someone's already engaged with care or engaged with Uplift, or engaged with CSET, then we are trying to work with them, and then we can have some discretion over what happens with that individual. So that's already being done. So if someone is actively engaged, then it may not rise to that issue. However, if it's someone who, for whatever reason, is needing lead referrals, then at that point it may be more advantageous to use this ordinance as opposed to things that are in vehicle code that aren't necessarily in our control. And it comes back to that idea that if we want to do pre-booking diversion, we need to have control over the flow of the charges.
Okay, well, I didn't have this question on there, but now you've provoked the idea that, okay, if someone's going through this lead or going through diversion or pre-booking diversion, then then the idea is that if, it's already been stated that there are difficulties in obtaining housing. So if somewhere in this 6-month period, they have to remain camping or they have to remain living in their vehicle, it might be 1 month, it might be 5 months. Is that a potential then? And we're saying that we're not going to arrest you in this time frame as long as you're committed to this program.
Well, so we can't say that we're not going to arrest them in this time, right? I mean, if they have other charges or if there are other circumstances or other behaviors that arise, then, I mean, those are also going to be very valid. What we can say is that if that person is participating, and again, we're operationalizing this around participation, not so much milestone or achievement. So if someone is able to get onto the coordinated entry list, and then we're able to work with them and we're able to get some of those other barriers out of the way so that when something becomes available, they can access it, that in and of itself might be considered a successful completion of lead.
Okay.
And even a milestone could potentially be getting your card registered.
Exactly. Yeah. Then that would be something that when we do that needs assessment, we can identify. If they're living in their car, we could identify barriers to that car being registered. We could identify if there's a financial component to that. How do we get assistance for it? And we can start getting more creative in our problem solving. Whereas if we engage that individual and that person hasn't been referred to lead, depending on who they are and what their circumstances are, they may not be interested in engaging with us.
Okay.
And I would just like to add, we currently do that now. We have individuals that are living in their cars who are actively trying to get their cars registered, actively leaving town. They just needed to get their next check to get enough gas to leave. We have camps in our green belts that are clean, that bag their trash, give it to us. They're out of view. They don't bother nobody. They're not complaint based, but they're working with Uplift or working with Larry and the others trying to get into housing, and we support them in that process. And we don't prioritize them over those that are creating the public nuisance, the public safety issues, and the other complaints that we're getting. We try to support them in that process, make sure they're getting what they need already. So that process is already in place and is being used judicially throughout what we address on the streets, and CSET does every day. And that's because they're out there and they know the individuals that they're dealing with on a personal basis. They know the resources and the teams they work with, so they know that the information they're getting back from them is true, that they are in the process. And the outreach is just so incredible what they do. It really is. It's just not enough time in the world to explain all the stuff that happens out on the street.
Okay. And you've kind of highlighted my next question, so thank you for staying at the podium and reading my mind. What is the assessment then for determining who gets arrested, who's subjected then not to citation but to this arrest? Then would it be potentially? Yeah.
So most of the municipal codes will be dealt with probably as a citation if they are a misdemeanor, because that way we can deal with through the city attorney holding on to the citation. There are individuals in this community that are out there committing crimes. There's a criminal element to the homeless community that are transient on transient crimes or victimizing one another. They absolutely will not take any services from any of the resources you've heard about tonight. They're just a criminal element. And to address some of these public safety issues that we have on the trail where there's some problems in some other areas, there could be times when an individual is just straight arrested for the misdemeanor crime to allow us to address that safety issue and have a quicker resolution to what we are facing, what the complaint's facing. And so that could happen, yes, it could. But it's going to be somebody, again, that has been reached out to multiple times, resources have been offered to, or they're attached to some type of criminal behavior that we suspect they've been involved in, much like finding a lot of the stolen property in camps and things like that. We may not be able to tie them to stealing the property, but if we could utilize the municipal code to resolve that issue in the location they're in, recover the property, and then clean that area up, then that would be a benefit for the community.
Okay. And so I understand that our officers are trained in crisis intervention, and I think more so for CSET. can you tell me if there are any elements there in the training then for trauma-informed care? How do they offer these services if they're making or if they're needing to make this arrest?
So many of Eureka Police Department officers, as well as other personnel within EPD, all attend the crisis intervention training, which is put on 2 times a year here in Humboldt County. It's a 40-hour training. It does cover trauma-informed engagements. It covers de-escalation. It discusses extensive mental health and substance use-related issues. It also covers super important things like officer wellness and burnout. I can't say to the exact statistic, but I know that most of the department goes through that, and I believe Commander LaFrance let me know that we have 9 signed up for our training in April. Okay. And Commander LaFrance and I are on that steering committee and help engage that, and also then help with the curriculum for what's taught.
And response, up until now, before we had the full alternative response, some of those times they would have mental health professionals with them when they made that response. Now we're up to the speed where we can actually dispatch solely mental health folks to that, as opposed to having any EPD presence.
How about one more and then we'll get to
Okay, thank you. What's the current, and you may have touched on it, but what's the current timeline for getting from, let's say, the Greenbelt from a tent to housing? How long to get into public housing or affordable housing? What would be the timeline?
It very much depends on the individual. The measure that's used for that assessment for coordinated entry is called the VI-SPDAT, and it looks at it. I have issues about how it was created, but getting out of the statistics realm, it's used as a vulnerability index. And so someone participates in an assessment from an individual qualified to do that, whether it's 211, whether it's uplift staff, whether it's the county. And then they're given a vulnerability index based off of that assessment. And then the coordinated entry list ranks those individuals with the highest VI-SPDAT scores to then prioritize them into housing.
So
did I get that right? Yeah.
Yeah, Davis, you want to?
And yeah, I mean, folks are eligible for different programs and services. I mean, if someone's a U.S. military veteran, they're going to be eligible for other programs that other folks aren't. Seniors, there's subpopulations that have, I think, that are eligible for more programs than others. So I think that would, I couldn't give you a number on one person. It depends on the unique situation and which programs that they might be eligible for.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I can see everyone melting. I appreciate that this conversation is taking a while. Us asking questions is maybe going to answer some of the questions that you'd like to ask. So I really appreciate everybody's patience with this. This is an important issue, and it's good to be able to explore it from all avenues so we can make an informed decision. So I'm going to skip some of my rather long questions here where I ask about describing the process and get into some of the nuts and bolts of the actual ordinance here. Looking at B9, I'm just curious, is it City Attorney Luna, is there any law that currently prevents people from sitting, lying, or sleeping on public land outside of the designated no camping areas?
Do you mean in the Eureka Municipal Code?
I do.
Yes, there's an existing sitting and lying ordinance that would be repealed if you pass this. If you look at the first page.
My understanding of that ordinance is that the camping component of it only applied to certain areas of the city. It's one of the reasons that we were given that this came back, that was too confusing, that there was different areas.
Sorry, yeah, there's currently 2 different ordinances. I hope I'm answering your question. Just keep asking them if I'm not.
Okay.
There's 2 different ordinances right now. One is a camping ordinance. One is a sitting and lying ordinance. What this does is repeal both of those in total and replace them with this one ordinance. As far as the sitting and lying ordinance, its current version draws out specific maps in the community where sitting and lying is not allowed and allows it in other places. Does that answer your question?
That does,
Yeah.
because this ordinance doesn't have those geographical restrictions. It would restrict sitting, lying, sleeping, and camping on all public lands. including undeveloped land, things that don't have buildings on it, stuff like that.
That's correct. This does not carve out places where it is and isn't allowed in the city.
On item C1, there's a number missing. Is that because we need to set that? So,
I apologize. Let me get to it.
overnight camping talks about camping on private property with the owner's consent. Overnight camping is limited to not more than blank consecutive nights. Is that a number we need to come up with, or is that an oversight to leave that out?
It's an oversight. I apologize.
Thank you.
And you're welcome to come up with it.
Okay. Item C5, I think one of the public health concerns here, obviously, is people who don't have anywhere to go to the restroom, going to the restroom where it is not healthy to do so. City Manager Slattery, could you talk about the public facilities for people to do their basic bodily functions?
So, for obviously our parks, there's restrooms at all of our parks except for Ross Park, and they are open from 8 to 4 daily. Then the along the waterfront, we have 5. We have Truesdale, we have the boat launch, we have the other boat launch, we have Old Town. So there's 4 along the waterfront. Those are also open 8 to 4. During the summertime, we extend those hours at Sequoia Park and Old Town, basically from dawn to dusk.
So from sundown to sunup, there's not a public restroom facility available?
Not owned by the city.
By the city of Eureka.
Yeah.
Of course, there are others if someone will allow you to use their facilities. Okay. Item D1 talks about if somebody is detained, that they would be responsible for potentially a $1,000 violation. I appreciate that that is not automatic, that it's not just that the jail time and that isn't just something that goes in, but it does mention transporting and storing property of the violator. What does that look like? Maybe Chief can help us with this. If someone is detained and if someone is detained on the street and they have a baby carriage or a wagon full of their possessions, what happens to that?
Yeah, so it's the processes that our CSAT team or whoever detains them will take the property that is eligible and what we can take and book it in for safekeeping at the Eureka Police Department. So everything from driver's license, medications, safekeeping of books and things like that. The things we can't take is probably easier to describe as any type of material that is soiled with feces, urine, blood, wet and moldy, because it's not safe for us. It's a health hazard for us to store those. It'll be a health hazard to give those back in 10, 15 days because they're going to be molded. So those types of items are not taken into safekeeping custody, but we will keep all their personal property for a period of time up to 90 days. At 90 days, if they don't claim it by then it is destroyed.
And then it says here that they may be responsible for payment for the actual cost of transporting and storing the property of the violator. What would that look like? What would it cost someone on top?
Eureka Police Department's never billed anybody for having to store that property as a part of a detainment and arrest or anything like that. We've taken that property as part of our process. We will with anyone we make an arrest on and keep it at headquarters until what time they either come get it or they don't claim it.
So thank you, Chief. So City Attorney Luna, why is that, if that's not a common practice, why is it included?
Council's welcome to take it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have, I'm just curious, since it's in there, is there a number, or like if we don't have, I guess we don't have a number to base it on. Okay.
No, we do recoup costs through court actions fairly routinely. So I think that's what I had in mind when I drafted this, but with the chief's input and the direction of council, it can easily be removed.
Okay, thank you. And then my last one, item D2. No, you know what? I think you answered this. My concern was that if somebody needed to be taken to a facility, that there weren't enough facilities to take them to, but I think you've addressed the capacity and the overflow and how that would actually work. So we're not going to ask somebody to go into a facility and then blame them when there's nowhere for them to go. We'll do our best to get them into something. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you are. And I mean, I think our current capacities in the county can be best described as we're doing okay, but we can always do better.
We're doing okay, but we can always do better. That sounds like
Yeah.
the mantra here.
Councilmember Moulton, I think here as well, some language change from transferred to referred to could help to address that issue. Where there isn't a direct transfer available, the referral is a better option. So I'm happy to workshop some language there.
So we can do that during comments after public comment?
I think that's the appropriate time, yes.
Thank you. I'll make a note. That's all my questions for now, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Oh, okay. I've had a requested bio break. It's going to be a brief one.
Do we need to extend the meeting first?
Well, we'll be back before then.
Okay.
It's only almost 9, so we've got time. So yeah, we'll see you in before 9.
I'd like to move that we extend the meeting to 10:30.
11.
I'd like to move that we extend the meeting to 11 p.m. and don't go that late.
Great.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Great. So we have a motion and a second for extending the meeting to 11 p.m. Please vote.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Thank you. And then I believe we have one other motion that was brought forward to me. Councilmember Bauer?
Yeah, just and I apologize for those that are here for, sorry. Let me turn that on. Thank you. Reports, action items, I just think that based off of time, we should probably postpone that agenda item to a time certain in 2 weeks.
Second.
We need a time certain.
Oh.
It would definitely come back at the April 1st meeting, and that is not a problem.
Okay. So the motion is, could you repeat it with the time certain? Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you so much. All right, now is the time for public comment. Again, we have a lot of people speaking tonight, a lot of people that don't agree with each other. I would request that we please remain respectful to each individual speaker. And we will start on this side. Huh? Oh, we'll start with Betty, actually. Come on up, Betty. Welcome.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Betty Chen, and this is the second time since I helping the homeless people for 43 years. I feel like today I had to come here sharing my experience with the homelessness. Years ago, when I still feed the people in the parking lot, that time I had a young woman so out of control with the mental health and drug abuse. The mom called me every day from the Bay Area saying, see my daughter, is she okay? And this and like that. The little girl on the phone say, Betty, can you find my mom? And at that woman, I see her, I feed her every single day. Really out there, I don't know why I do that. I still thinking about it. One day I take a video on her. Her body, when she on drug, her body turned like a rubber band. The face, eye all turn around. So next time when I see her, I say, you know what? I love you so much. I want you to see your own self. And I saw her video. And then probably a week later, and she come to tell me, Betty, I'm going to turn myself in. I am warm. He went to jail. She went to jail, and she finished her jail time, finished the programming, and I had no contact with her for years. Until later, the mom and the dad called me. She went to Humboldt. She earned a BA from a social work. And then I had no contact with her at all until a couple of weeks ago, and her supervisor called me. She gonna share her story or whatever, her experience, the journey. Want to fly me out and give me a ticket to be there. I said no. You still go for your journey. I done mine. I am really care for the people on the street. Today is over 1,000 people stay in my winter shelter. And time to time, why I keep doing that? I had so many people suffer from dementia, suffer mental health. They are 70s, 80s, and 90s. And then one day I take the one guy out. It's a matter of fact referral from Jacob's team, and I cannot let him go out the street, and he poop and pee every single day. I had to clean him up. So finally, after 1 week, after I done that, I called Tyler yesterday. I said I don't know how much I can wash the clean up for him, because I cannot let my staff to do it. And Tyler come again today with the social worker to do the intake for him. We work really side by side with Uplift and Jacob. He inspired me so much. I tell you why. During the winter shelter.
Oh, your 3 minutes are up, Betty, but thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate you.
Bye, everybody.
Let's go on the other side. This young one here. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kylie Finch, 3rd Ward. I came straight here from work like I'm sure a lot of you did. But I'm really sad to be back so soon. All over the country right now, people are being told that their mere existence is a crime, that simply being who they are and where they are is illegal. Rules and regulations that once relied on enforcement discretion have run up against a group of leaders who have no concept of what discretion means. And so it's really disappointing to me when leaders I'd expect to most have my back on this, our locally elected council members, our mayor, the city manager hired to run our town, we give the appearance of support for an ordinance that makes just being in public a crime, subject to the discretion or lack thereof of the arresting officer. We all know Eureka already has laws on the books that prohibit sitting or sleeping on the streets or sidewalks in front of local businesses and prohibiting camping except in designated areas. The ordinance before council today expands on these existing rules so drastically that we had to write an exemption for children to have summer campouts in their own backyards, or that would have been illegal too. Yet despite the exceptions, there's still too much that they miss. The plain language of the bill before us today would make it a crime for kids to sit on the ground while playing in the park. Spreading out a picnic blanket and sitting down to lunch would be a crime twice over, once for the blanket and once for the sitting. So please, can Attorney Luna tell me, if I were to have a picnic at Carson Park, would my 2 one-year sentences for merely existing in a public space run sequentially or concurrently? I stand before you as a person with a less than visible disability. I made it here without my cane this time, but you know, what happens to me when my good day turns into a bad day and I can't make it any further? Is that a crime? Should I remain shut in my home for fear of being harassed by the police if I sit down? The law accepts users for wheelchairs and walkers, but what about me? What about an autistic child who's overwhelmed by their experience and needs a timeout? What about a parent or a senior who's tired and needs to rest? The level of enforcement discretion built into this ordinance is bad rulemaking, and it's an invitation to discrimination. Because as proposed, all it takes is one cop who doesn't think you belong in his town for your picnic to become a crime. I can believe that Chief Stevens and everyone involved here today is perfectly well-meaning, and it may not happen today or tomorrow or next year. But once this rule is passed, it's only a matter of time until it does, and no one in Eureka will be safer for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. I'm going to respectfully ask you to not clap after people. It takes time. We're already at 9:09, so I appreciate the respect that we give each other. And with that, we're going to carry on.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Brian Hall Sr., and I serve as the Executive Director of the Eureka Rescue Mission. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the proposed ordinance regarding sidewalk camping and loitering in the city of Eureka. When I got arrested, it was rough. This is really soft, and it can probably be adjusted over time, I'm sure. For many years, at the Rescue Mission, our organization has stood as a beacon of hope for individuals experiencing homelessness, addiction, and hopelessness. We've witnessed firsthand the transformation that's possible when people are given the chance to change. But what we're seeing now outside our doors on 2nd and 3rd and A streets is a tragedy. Trash piling up, scattered needles, open drug use, and increasing violence. Our staff, guests, and the surrounding community are all living with the consequences of these conditions every day. I want to be clear, it's not about punishing people who are struggling. Our mission has always been to offer help to those in need. We provide food, shelter, clothing, and recovery programs, real tools that change lives. But many people living on the streets outside our facility are unwilling to come inside, not because there's no room, but because we do have standards. We don't allow drug or alcohol use on the property. That may sound strict to some, but we believe recovery starts with accountability and not enabling. I know change is possible because I've lived it. 18 years ago, I came to the Eureka Rescue Mission straight out of jail, narrowly avoiding a 6-year prison sentence. Entering the New Life program changed my life. After completing it, I worked in the thrift store, returned to the men's shelter as a house manager, then director in September of 2024, for 12 years now. The mission helped me rebuild my life, and now I dedicate myself to helping others do the same. But none of that transformation would have been possible if I'd stayed on the streets, surrounded by addiction and chaos. We can't pretend those conditions are conducive to healing. At some point, people need to be pushed forward accountability, recovery, and safety. That's what the ordinance is about. It's not about criminalizing homelessness. It's about creating an environment where change is possible, reclaiming public spaces and encouraging individuals to seek real help instead of staying trapped in despair. We must acknowledge that while the streets may seem like the only option for some, they are not a place of healing. At the mission, we're ready to support people in breaking that cycle, but we can't do it alone. We do need the city's partnership to build a community that prioritizes healing and recovery. The ordinance is an essential step, in my opinion, toward providing structure and guiding people into a better future. I urge you to adopt it, not as a punishment, but as a necessary action for lasting change. Together, we can make Eureka safer, healthier, and more hopeful for all. Thank you for your time. If it wasn't for the Eureka Police Department 18 years ago, I'd be dead today. I'd be dead today. And my wife would be dead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Aaron. I'm an environmentalist. I just wanted to commend these guys and your team of people listening the last 2 hours of all the programs that you've come up with over the years to provide beds, and to hear that we have a surplus of beds. We haven't even tapped into our overstock in a couple of years. It's very impressive. I commend you guys. I commend you all for having such great staff. What you're doing is quite progressive, and I really appreciate all your work. I mean, and the same group of people are asking for you guys to pass this ordinance, and I think I would support what they're doing and fully. At a high level, this ordinance allows EPD to impose a misdemeanor charge for camping. However, you delve deeper into what the city staff and EPD's CSET team are communicating, you'll find that the aim is to reduce arrests through leverage, not increase them. I think that's been like the overall message for you guys. EPD is already can issue citations and arrest people for fish and wildlife violations. Whether this passes or doesn't pass, it doesn't change their ability to arrest. What changes is their ability to use this as leverage to get them into these beds that they've created for these people and into other treatment programs that the city of Eureka has created for these people. I feel like as the leaders, and please empower them. You've come up with some fantastic solutions, and I think this is another great nuanced solution to addressing the homeless encampment problem. Way more progressive than what I see being done in San Francisco County. I mean, I feel like you guys are positioned yourselves to be leaders within the community, even the state, in how you're dealing with the homeless crisis. And I think this is a huge opportunity to promote you guys as leaders and not followers of doing the same thing, which obviously is not working. Yeah. So, and don't feel pressured. I know other organizations such as Hatcher is calling what they're doing Trumpian politics, you know, which is not. It's very progressive, and I appreciate that. This is actually similar. I mean, if you look at our Democratic governor, you know, he's put executive orders in dealing with these massive homeless encampments, and I think this is a very progressive way to reduce arrests and get them into beds and get them into services. So please support these guys. They're doing a fantastic job. Let them continue doing their work. Thank you.
So before we have anybody else come up, I'm going to give another reminder that everybody, you too, get your 3 minutes, and people will be respectful and listen to you. All you got to do is get in line. So if we could just move forward and be respectful to the individuals that are speaking, that would be helpful for us to be able to get through what we're doing. So I'm respectfully requesting that we stop this interruption and commenting. Okay? Much appreciated. Who's next? Come on up. Welcome.
Hello, I have been a resident of Humboldt County for 8 years, in which time I have seen this legislative body again and again and again attack the rights of our homeless neighbors. These people are people, and they are intrinsically worthwhile because they are people. To criminalize them for simply existing is not humane, and it's not human. This bill is written so broadly that it criminalizes people sitting in, quote, any public place. And then it makes exceptions saying, except for demonstrations. Well, who gets to choose those demonstrations? I've seen anti-homeless laws used against protesters. I've seen them embolden police officers to attack citizens. I've seen it used in Santa Rosa when the Occupy Wall Street movement was happening and the police came and raided peaceful protest occupiers because they were sleeping in public. How is that okay? How is this not limiting our rights? This isn't just an attack on the rights of homeless people. This is an attack on the rights of every person. This bill is written so broadly that the city attorney could not even give correct answers. There's a typo in it. All right? You're trying to limit the number of days somebody is allowed to camp on somebody else's private property. What right do you have to do that? There's so much misinformation that has been put out in this meeting today that I don't have enough time in a minute and 20 seconds to go over it. All right? This is Proposition 1 happening. All right, we are forcibly going to remove people off the streets and tell them, if you don't want the help that we decided that you need, you can go to jail. And that is just going to further the prison industrial complex. That is going to further the impetus on us to pay those taxes for people in jail who should not be there. There's so much wrong with this on a human level that is ridiculous. To say policing with empathy is an oxymoron, in my opinion, because we saw what the police officers did to peaceful protesters at Cal Poly Humboldt. Where was the policing with empathy there? All right? That's all I have to say. That's all.
Thank you.
No fascists. No fascists in this freaking county.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Thanks. I got in line early because it's getting to be my bedtime. But I'm Leah Nagy. I'm glad you guys are all here, and I'm glad I'm here. I represent families. I've worked as a family liaison here in Humboldt County for over 25 years, ever since my youngest son became mentally ill. And I'm telling you, the pain with families is intense because our loved ones they don't think they're sick. They don't think they need help. They become homeless. They are sleeping in the rain. They won't accept services of any kind. And we as family members just pray that something will happen. And you know what happened to my grandson with schizophrenia? Jail. It got so bad that he committed a crime and ended up in jail. There was no intervention. There was no help before he got incarcerated. So this LEAD program and early intervention, early prevention to keep people from getting into the court system, and maybe you'll get a diversion at the end of it, maybe not. But I really support you guys in the city of Eureka. You are amazing. I work with families all over the United States, and they'll call me and say, oh my God, my kid is homeless in Eureka. I said, guess what? Humboldt County has some of the best programs for homeless people in the whole United States. I went to a crisis intervention international training in Denver, and I said to these different states, do you have CSET? Do you have a care team? Do you have this? No, we don't know what you're talking about. I said, do you guys have a family advocate, a family liaison? No. So I'm just want to applaud the people here, especially everybody here. You know, everybody here cares about the homeless. That's what's cool. You know, what they're saying is we want to help the homeless in one way or another. So I really support this whole situation. And due to anosognosia, people may not realize they need help. And we know that mental illness is a biological chemical brain disorder. It's nobody's fault. Substance abuse is a disease of addiction, and it can be nobody's fault. And so people are in denial a lot of times. Hey, that was good. I was ready to kind of end anyway. So thanks, guys. I'm going to head out just because I got to do my hot tub and go to bed. But you guys do self-care too. Bye.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Mike Price. I grew up in Eureka. I moved back here to raise my family, and I'm here because I care about this city. And I'm speaking in support of the ordinance. I think that we need both a stick and a carrot approach, and right now we don't have enough stick, and this ordinance would provide a stick. You know, in my work, I travel all around the world. Just in the last month and a half, I've been to Korea, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand. I travel extensively. And when you get that outside perspective, you see that there's something wrong here. What we see here on our streets is not normal, and it's not okay. And I think we need to bring a little bit of that perspective from what's working internationally to Eureka. And one thing you'll see across the board is that what's not tolerated is open air drug camps like we have right now in our homeless camps. And to those who say it's compassion to allow people to live on the street, to defecate on themselves, to overdose, to inject themselves with poison while we step around them, that's not compassion. There's nothing compassionate about that. And what I've heard tonight, this proposal, this is empathy, this is compassion, this is getting people the treatment that they don't often know they need or can't compel themselves to get. And so I would urge the council to vote in support of this ordinance. And I'd also like to consider the rights of all the citizens of Eureka, not just the homeless people, but also the rights of people like my kids to have a safe walk to school. I'd like to have my wife to be able to run the Hickshari Trail without worrying of being harassed or assaulted, as has happened. I'd like us to stop pretending that this radical amounts of drug use doesn't involve increased crime, because it does. I want this city to be a city that I'm proud to bring my friends and my family to. I grew up here. I love this city. And right now, it is an embarrassment what we have right now. So I urge you guys to support the ordinance. I thank you guys for the time and the thought and the care that you put into it. And with that, we have a lot of people to get to. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome to you.
Hi, my name is Ted Halstead. I'm kind of at the bottom of the food chain. I'm what they call a volunteer. I help with Pack Out Green Team. I've carried a lot of buckets of feces out of the wetlands around here, a lot of buckets of needles. Like I say, I support the ordinance, and it's a very diverse thing, this experience here with all of these people, trying to help folks, and our chief here that's got a tough job, and he's compassionate. So I'm for the ordinance, and I'm just going to keep the verbiage to a minimum because I've already given you about 25 years of volunteer work. So see you all.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hello, Greg Pearson. Thank you, Council and Mayor. We deal with the homeless situation a lot as a business person, and for decades we've had a lot of compassion for the homeless folks. It could be any of us. Any point in time, we could have some financial crisis, mental health crisis, whatever. We could be homeless, and so having these facilities, these programs are critical. Betty Chin. I mean, it's a wonderful backstop, but it isn't a balanced situation that we have in this city. The business owners are bearing the burden of this. I personally, our own businesses, I've had my employees assaulted 3 times, with one with a gun, one with a knife, and one with a pipe. I've had a building burned down. That was several years ago, but that was from a homeless person. I've had fires lit up against the walls of our building. I had to change the siding to something that wouldn't burn. I'm fortunate after those 3 different times, different places, that we didn't have a fire. I've had numerous windows broken, and we spend over $100,000 a year in Eureka for security. And that's a waste of money that could be going to something so much more productive for our community. So yes, we need compassion. We need a solution for the homeless situation, but we also have to balance it. And I do think this program that you guys are implementing needs support. I think it's an excellent idea. I think it needs to be more than 10 because you've got more than 10 out there. But it's a start, And if it looks effective, you probably will get business folks willing to help support that. Because we need a solution. And right now we don't have a balanced approach in this city. I've had people not, comment cards from rentals, vacation rentals, and they'll say, great view of the bay, great facility, I won't be back. Homeless, I've had cards vandalized. So anyway, we have work to do. We can do better than what we're doing now. And I appreciate you guys having the guts, and you guys all having the guts to try something. And I agree. I think we need a little bit more carrot. We need a little bit more attention to the citizens in this community. You can't even go to a bus stop and get out of the rain because it's a homeless shelter. Okay? And that's not what the taxpayers deserve. So thank you for this, and I encourage passing of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Pam Halstead, and like my husband Ted, who just spoke, I'm also a volunteer and have been so for a very long time here in Eureka. And I really am impressed with all that you do, and I very much support this ordinance. I think it's super important for us for so many reasons, and we really haven't mentioned the environment, but when we volunteer, we're out there all the time, and like Ted said, there's so much stuff out there that doesn't belong. And for the people who visit, there was a guy recently that was from Colorado, and he just said, and he was living in his car, moving it around, and also picking up everything. And he was a graduate from a university in Colorado. Anyway, my point is that he was saying, is there any place around here that's safe for me to park? I'm like, or even walk on the trail. And I honestly couldn't say, yes, there is. I feel like we need to move towards a safe environment. And it seems like we're already spending, we're in a good position for making this a better place. So I encourage you all to support the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. On this side. Welcome.
Good evening. A river of anything I wanted. Tents, tarps, sleeping bags, clothes, food, pads. All I had to do was be there and I'd get what I wanted. If whoever was handing out stuff didn't have what I wanted, I'd go take it from someone else on the street. I did what I wanted, and I didn't care about anybody, including myself. In one of his more candid times of speaking about being homeless in Oakland, those were my husband's words. Overall, people are good, and most do not want to see others suffer. People feel compelled to do something to alleviate suffering, and the endless river, as my husband called it, of what he wanted was seen by the people providing it as humane and compassionate. In some ways, that's true. As a short-term stopgap measure to keep someone warm and dry for a limited time, it's compassionate. In the case of my husband, it devolved into cruel and inhumane. It allowed him to continue on his path of worsening mental health and physical deterioration. As an example of his mental state, he forgot he received disability pay. When he started recovering and was working with the people, he discovered he had a sizable chunk in the bank, and he'd been homeless for years thinking he didn't have money. Had he not encountered the 2 Oakland police officers he did that day, and had they not taken him to a VA lockdown facility, it's possible I would not have known him, and it is the system that saved him. The systems you have created in Eureka are the difference: mental health, housing, other services, and a police unit dedicated to compassionately moving people out of the brush, off of the cement, and into necessary services, as well as shelters with running water, plumbing, and security. It's a Herculean task, not only getting people there, but keeping them there. You should really take pride in the systems that you've created. Now is the time to move people out of their comfort zone, no rules existence, and into the reestablishment of their humanity. It's difficult, and no one enjoys watching someone having to push another adult, whatever age, into doing what is necessary. Many people here against the ordinance feel pushing people to better their living situation is cruel in and of itself. To improve and prolong the lives of the homeless, however, it is essential. I implore you to vote in favor of this ordinance. Passing this ordinance will make a lasting positive impact on the quality of life of an untold number of unhoused people and all of the citizens now and into the future. Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. We'll take this. Did we just take this side? We did. Oh, we're on this side now. Come on up. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you for having me. My name is Lance. You all probably don't know me, but I've experienced things the way that I've experienced them, and I was lucky enough to be told about this city council meeting tonight, so I thought I would join you all. So I cut this down because I cut this down. But Your Honor, member of the council's distinguished guests and concerned citizens, we are not witnessing a failure to address homelessness. We are witnessing a system that profits from it. The funding meant to provide aid has instead become a multi-million-dollar competitive market where organizations, agencies, and private interest groups prioritize financial gain over real solutions. Black Law's dictionary defines fraud as a knowing misinterpretation of material fact intended to cause harm. If millions are allocated for relief, yet the crisis persists, where is the accountability? This is not an issue of lacking resources. It's an issue of misappropriation and exploitation. Homelessness exists along an economy where housing costs soar, wages are stagnant, and developers, landlords, and corporations report record profits. The reality is clear. Poverty itself has become an industry. Those in power profit more from the problem than from its resolution. While policies like this one focus not on accountability, but punishing the individuals caught in the system. And let's not overlook the irony here. Every official in this room is currently being paid to discuss the criminalization of poverty. If there is funding to penalize those homeless, then there is funding to prevent homelessness altogether. So I close with this. Are laws violated? Are funds misused? Is the system being exploited? The crime is not homelessness. The crime is profiting from it.
That's right. Thank you. All right. Next one. Come on up. This side, Pat.
Hi, you know me, Pat. First of all, I want to say the obvious. You're criminalizing the homeless. You realize, of course, that if there is crime in Eureka, it's because of you. Because the homeless don't have any money. So you sit there and you're going to fine them? They don't have the money, so they're going to go and they're going to steal their stuff. They have to. I think I told you once before, I was a criminal too. So you can blame yourselves for any of the crime here in Eureka. That's the way it is, all right? Just want to make that clear. Another thing I want to say is, I'm also a medical professional. Maslow's law is very important. And what Maslow said is before you're going to treat anything, they have to have housing and they have to have food. And a lot of the causes of these behaviors is homelessness. So why don't we treat the problem and treat the homeless and not these little extra things that these little supposed nonprofit places are trying to argue that they want to help. They don't want to help. Providence St. Joe's is nonprofit. Look at how much they make right now. So what you're doing is you're wasting my taxpayer money with these programs. And I think that's pretty hypocritical of you guys. Really, you're sitting there nice and pretty in your nice homes with your nice jobs. You don't realize what's happening with the homeless. I was almost homeless too. I had cancer and I was on the street. I know what it's like for those people, those homeless people. A lot of them are addicts because they are homeless. If you don't have any money, how are you going to have any fun? You can't go out, you can't do anything. So a lot of people decide, well, I'll do a little drugs, and then it gets worse. So the homelessness is the problem, and we have to do something about that. I really wish you would do something and not criminalize them and not fine them. They don't have money, not take their belongings away. I mean, if they're jailed, what happens to their belongings? They're gone. And then they have to steal to get some more back. So you can blame yourselves, like I said, for any crimes. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Welcome, Janelle.
Thank you. I didn't have anything prepared, so I'm going for my notes. In 2011, the city of Eureka had a social worker that was working with their police officers. And I mentioned that to just say how early you were at coming to this problem, not you all, but the people back then, and that you continue to do that. And I thank you for that. I have some problems with this ordinance. It's better, however, than the old one in one way. The old one was a parking ordinance with no signs or painted curbs. So the police could declare it, it's like there were places to be that they could be legally, but there was no way for people to know where that was unless, as your attorney pointed out, they could find the codes, and those were actually hard to do. So this is an improvement. However, I still am uncomfortable with it because despite all the work that is being done to help, there are a lot of people that are still going to be out there and essentially lawless criminals. They will be breaking the law anywhere they are in this city. And so that's my concern with it. I'm not sure. And so I guess what I'm saying is that I guess I'll just advocate for what I've been advocating for 20 years, for all these years, 10 years, whatever. And that is that people need a place to live. And this city needs to do that. If you can find the funding, but the problem, and again, I understand your problem. The funding for them, there is funding for them to do social work, to do that. But for those who are not insane or addicted or a senior, or the money goes to certain populations, and the others who are just poor are just SOL. So that's my pitch once again for a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up this side. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Ryan. I've been a Humboldt resident for 8 years. And I want to go on record to oppose this ordinance. I've heard a lot of beautiful words tonight, and I still am having a hard time understanding why you would bring someone who maybe is in one of the lowest points of their life and say, we're going to potentially make it worse for you with a $1,000 fee, sounds like, or jail time. Think about your lowest time in your life and ask yourself, if someone came along and offered help, and I put that in quotes, but the help was on condition of a threat of punishment, and whether you would perceive that as someone on your side. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Mark Maurer. I'm on the Humboldt Trails Council, and I volunteer on the trails a few times a week. And I am speaking in favor of the ordinance. I really appreciate the presentations that you guys have done, both at this meeting and at the January meeting, which was even more extensive, and all the great questions that the council has asked, hard questions that obviously you guys are not. I appreciate the people who are speaking against this ordinance as well. The idea of criminalizing homelessness is abhorrent, but it doesn't seem like that's what this is. It does not seem like that is what the intention of this ordinance will do. I'll be brief as far as the things that I see on the trails. The amount of damage that's being done on the trails is it's real. The amount of damage done to wilderness and shrinking wilderness is real. The encampment fires, the large sprawling encampments, particularly at Hickshari, mountains of trash, human waste, needles, aggressive dogs kept in inhumane conditions. It's to the point where Eureka residents do not want to use the trails to which they are entitled. The natural resources of this county are amazing and are a destination for people from around the world. But you've heard other people say that they've talked to those people, and if they've come frequently, they're not going to come back because of what they've seen here. The natural resources of this county are a treasure, and the volunteers, some of whom here spoke tonight, work really hard to try to keep those things looking great. But a lot of it is just tents and cleaning up tents and mountains of trash, coming back 7 days later and seeing the same thing. And it's very discouraging. I hope that this ordinance will give you guys extra tools to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hello. I'm here to loudly voice my opposition to criminalizing humans for existing. Just because something is now legal to do, just because a federal court judge has decided that we can criminalize unhoused people, doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, right? And I think it's time for the city of Eureka to really look at itself and decide
what kind of city, what kind of place do we want to be, right? 2 weeks ago, we stood here, we called in, and we all voted in favor of being a sanctuary city. What does that mean to you? What is sanctuary? Who deserves sanctuary and who doesn't? Do you have to have money to deserve sanctuary? Do you have to be white? Do you have to have a home? I think the people who need sanctuary are arguably the people who don't have a home, right? That's what sanctuary is. And the painful irony of listening to you guys ask about the development of upper middle class housing at the beginning of this meeting, while we then proceed to talk about the criminalization of existence on our streets for not having money. We are entering what is looking like it's going to be what economists are predicting to be the largest economic crash in our history. We can expect a lot more of this. And today, we heard someone talking about all of their travels and all of these wonderful places where homelessness doesn't exist. Do you know why? Because the government houses people no matter how much money they make, right? So this is not the solution. The solution would be socialism. Ooh, oogity boogity, right? But here we are. We can't buy into that. So instead we have to arrest people, give them a misdemeanor. What does that mean for someone who has a history, right? And maybe they're not committing a crime right now, but they've already committed crimes in their past. How is a misdemeanor for sitting on the sidewalk going to affect them long term? Are we just co-signing on the continued slave labor that we voted to uphold in the state of California? Let's just funnel these people into legal slavery. Yeah.
Thanks for being here. Over here.
Greetings, Council. I'm here to speak in opposition of Ordinance Bill number 1040CS that will further penalize unhoused citizens of Humboldt County for sleeping and occupying public spaces and further enable the police department to penalize poverty. There's a nationwide trend of passing city ordinances to further penalize those experiencing homelessness and poverty. Most notably 4118D, which was passed in Los Angeles in 2021. Since its passing, it has categorically been a failure. 4118 has drained the city funds to a tune of $3 million, while only reporting to have housed 2 individuals as a result of the city ordinance. The $3 million does not include the police labor required to enforce and or make arrests. The Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, in a report released in the summer of 2024, concluded that the law was ineffective in housing people. Passing this law would be a waste of city resources and funds that could be better utilized in outreach, treatment, vocational training, and affordable housing initiatives. Passing of this law will also sever relationships between the city and its unhoused citizens. How can we anticipate any meaningful communication between the city and its unhoused citizens when their very existence is criminalized? I want you all to remember that last week or 2 weeks ago, y'all passed the city ordinance to make Eureka a sanctuary city. When the idea of sanctuary cities were first established, it was meant to allow criminal investigations to run more smoothly in undocumented communities. The obvious issue was that undocumented residents were not willing to cooperate with police investigations because of the threat of deportation. So, city council members, why are we so eager to burn bridges with your most vulnerable citizens and waste city resources? And I urge you all to not make the same mistake council members in Los Angeles did. Vote no to ordinance bill number 1040 CS.
Thank you for being here. Come on up. welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to have the right still to speak. And I want to say that I wholly oppose this ordinance. And the question that's just huge in my mind, did anyone ask the homeless population, our brothers and sisters, what they needed and what they wanted? Were they any part at all of the conversation? Or did the system just say, this is what we need to do next to get them off the streets? I'm not feeling a really caring place about our homeless brothers and sisters. I am feeling like you don't want to see it, so you want to put it somewhere. And using the police who kill people to do that for you, to start it, and then throughout your program, they're involved. I heard it in the presentations. Then we send the letters to the police department, the letters and the letters on all the stages. This is very, very bothersome. You'd call them criminals before you put the extra hit on them to do misdemeanors. They're not criminals. They're fucking survivors. They are out there doing what they have to do to survive from a system that put them there. I don't know what else to say. Don't vote on this. It will hurt you later.
Thanks for being here. Come on up.
Hello, Council. My name's Dennis Houghton. So I'm here advocating in support of this ordinance, and this is some of the things that have drawn me to this opinion. Past 28 years, I've been cleaning up homeless camps. I worked 23 years for City of Arcata as a maintenance worker. We cleaned up the Arcata Forest, the Arcata Marsh, green space throughout town. Past 6 years, I've been contracting with the County of Humboldt, McKay Trail Development, and we've had some homeless issues out there. I also have worked as a coordinator, volunteer trail coordinator for the northern part of the Bay Trail. It goes around Tid Street down to the boat ramp. We've dealt with that every month, and we go in and clean out, and it comes back. Through this experience, I've had the opportunity to work with law enforcement or just been around as they do their job with Arcata PD, with Eureka PD and Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. And what I've always observed is what I would consider extreme professionalism. And I also feel that, I watch them work with a lot of restraint and a lot of patience and just putting it out there, And I really applaud some of the work, the presentation I heard tonight. I think that, it has work like anything. So also, I have a son with who suffers from mental illness, and we have him living at our house. He's 25. He's dealt with schizophreniform. He's dealt with psychosis, paranoia, and he doesn't realize always, he's in a good state at the moment. He doesn't realize that he does need help. And I just want to kind of finish up with a couple of things working in the last 2 weeks. So the housed community, the unhoused community, like the housed community, is made up of a diverse group of people. Not everybody's the same. You can't typecast them. So I have good neighbors, and I have some bad neighbors, I guess you could say. But I'll give you 3 examples. In the past 2 weeks, I'm aware of about 5 camps going on in the McKay Forest right now. And there's one married couple, or I assume they're married, I don't know. But really nice people, clean. You don't even see them. I talked to the guy, they walk back and forth to Murphy's Market out in Cutting. So, so what? There was another guy, there was a young kid that, turns out he was a needle user. We had to clean up this camp, and I had the Court and Community School out there last week. Literally, we had 30 needles we had to pick up, But it was cool because that married couple kind of helped kind of pre-clean, you know, and stuff. So that was pretty neat. We also had an issue. Oh, I'm going to run out of time here. But a gentleman that truly, at the bottom of Redwood Acres, that truly needed help. And he is finally, they finally brought him in so that he
I'm
could.
sorry, your 3 minutes
All
are
right.
up, but thank you for being here. On this side, come on up. Hello.
Hi, my name is Rick Toledo. I'm a representative with Students for a Democratic Society, Humboldt. First thing I'd like to say is that we would like to recognize this as criminalization of homelessness. We would like to recognize this as fascism and as Trumpian policy. This is an attack on people's rights. This is an attack on their ability to assemble peacefully. And further, I would like to point out all of these people who have advocated for it, they have pointed to mental health issues. They have pointed to diseases like addiction. Those are things you treat in mental health facilities and medical facilities. Clearly, we don't have enough public medical facilities. We don't have enough public housing. We don't have the resources to help these people. Criminalizing them does not help them. I was a criminal at one point in my life. I spent time in jail for problems that I faced because of poverty. You know what happened? Institutionalized racism, people grouped up into gangs. That's what happens. Parole to monitor the people who have been grouped into those gangs, to keep them in a revolving door because they profiteer off you in there. Because I had to do slave labor in there just so that I wouldn't have to be a part of institutional racism. It was the only cell block where I didn't have to be subjected to that, to have to harm someone else of another race because I was existing in jail. That's what they do to people in there. And that is what you would be putting people into. And sure, you may have a couple cases here where people came out and they were able to improve their lives, but they are a minority. They are a minority. You will be subjecting people to worse harm with this. It is wrong. And I would urge you to vote against this. And as far as litigation goes, there were concerns about that. My organization will combat this. We will help to find litigation against this. We will not let you do this because this, again, is a fascist policy. And if you do this, you are agreeing to fascism. You are signing on with Donald Trump and his policy of bigotry and abuse. And we will not stand for it. And there are many people here who will oppose you. I believe that the majority of the houseless population is in opposition to this. And the way that we help people is not to criminalize them. Further, within the presentation that I watched, there was two options that were provided, and the primary one seemed to be the independent option, where you merely tell them, oh, there's this and that program. You have the police telling them you have these programs and you better do this or else you're going to get this misdemeanor. That sounds like parole to me. That sounds like probation. That does not sound like a solution. That is not going to help people, period. And I would just like to say that that kind of a policy where you're putting police in charge of people with mental health disorders. Have you seen the statistics of violence? They are skewed very badly towards people with mental health disorders. They get murdered by the police regularly, and you're going to entrust them with this program. That is obscene. That is ridiculous. You're going to hurt people. Please do not do that. I am begging you. Do not do that. Do not make us fight you.
Thanks for being here. Come on up.
Hi, my name's Carissa. I live in Arcata. When I first moved here about 2 years ago, one of the first people I met was a woman named Nancy. She was sheltering outside of Arcata City Hall. Her dog, Bear, and my dog played on the steps leading up to the building while she organized her things. I asked if she had a warmer place to go as nightfall approached, and she reassured me that she was going to move before the sun went down. She froze to death right where I met her just 2 weeks later. And I want City Council, these cops, and the DA to know that Nancy died because there are not enough accessible shelters up here. There's not enough housing. There's not enough warming centers. There were no life-affirming resources for her to access as she attempted to survive the brutal elements up here. And I want to take a pause just to honor her memory. Rest in peace, Nancy. This ordinance isn't about public safety, it's about disappearing unhoused people, like in 1933, Nazi Germany targeted unsheltered people first. But even before that happened, there were politicians and other elected officials attempting to push policies that mirror this ordinance. There was a culture of stigmatizing the unhoused, the poor, the disabled, and once authoritarian officials took power, they were able to capitalize off of these prejudices. Do not lay the groundwork for authoritarianism. Invest in housing, mental health services that prioritize the dignity and autonomy of human beings, not what this ordinance is proposing, more punishment and paternalism. This ordinance is death. Death. Death to our community's rights, death to our unsheltered neighbors, and death to our humanity. Do not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Let's see, come on up. No, you're this side now, right? Come on up. Hello.
Hi. I'm here to oppose the so-called homeless ordinance. Does the council remember the name Dottie Russell? 2 years and 2 weeks ago, Dottie Russell's nephew died at a bus stop in Old Town, frozen to death with a pile of cigarette butts at his feet. The next night, a meeting was convened to address the public's concerns that bitter winter. All the public's questions were answered that evening, except Dottie's. How could this happen? Dottie's nephew was told to travel to Eureka from Soham because the services in town were better. He followed all the steps that he was supposed to. He followed all the instructions he was given. Adult Protective Services had been called. Health and Human Services had been called. RCAA was trying to reach out. How could this happen? In 2005, local government resolved to end homelessness in 10 years. It has been 20 and people are still dying every year. Year after year, the police continue to tear apart what shelter and community the houseless may scrape together. How can the city evict these people without giving them anywhere to go? How can the city criminalize houselessness when a person can freeze to death before receiving any assistance? Every person living is entitled to all the necessities of life. Human needs are human rights. Housing is a human right. Criminalization is not a solution. Stop the sweeps, house the unhoused unconditionally, and answer Dottie's question. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? I cede the rest of my time in memory of her nephew.
Can't remember. Am I on this side now? Come on up.
I don't know how to follow that up. That was, yeah. Yeah, basically I'm out here to oppose this proposal that the city of Arcata has, the city of Eureka has shown. This is, I would say, a pretty pathetic Band-Aid of trying to fix the homeless crisis that is in Eureka. Yeah, I don't have that much to say. Everyone did a pretty good job before me. So yeah, I hope you guys oppose this, and thank you for your time.
Come on up. This side over here.
Hello.
Hello.
I'd like to, my name's Ray, and I'd like to express my opposition to this measure on a number of grounds. I think it's entirely unreasonable and downright abominable to prohibit lying, sitting, or camping in any public place in the city of Eureka. Even if it was just a citation level offense, that would still be, in my view, highly unreasonable. As has been acknowledged here, although there are many shelters in the city of Eureka and in Humboldt County, which people can go to, these are not suitable options for many people due to a variety of circumstances. And in addition to that, there are people for whom the existing homeless programs don't necessarily make sense. For example, when I slept on a park bench in Ukiah overnight because my car's engine blew out, that would, if that had happened in Eureka, that would be technically a misdemeanor, which I could receive jail time for under this ordinance. Now, theoretically, a elaborate probation system has been proposed. Theoretically, the city police department has stated they're going to enforce this very sparingly in very specific cases, although these very specific cases are not named out explicitly in the rather vague ordinance. And the grand principle of justice is that for a single person, a single innocent person, to be punished is the worst outcome, worse than a guilty person to not be punished. Why would we write a law which establishes sitting in public, lying in public, existing in public as things that could even theoretically lead to jail time? That is, in my view, obscene and abhorrent. Thank you.
Come on up.
Good evening. My name's Sarah Tebow. I'm wearing a number of hats speaking to you this evening as a resident of Eureka with a young child who I'm teaching empathy towards our unhoused community members versus fear, as someone with lived experience of homelessness a number of years as a teenager on the streets, and as someone who has been housed since, as someone who has been a clinical social worker for 14 years and a service provider, initially outreach and case management with unhoused people and in supportive housing for a total of 24 years. Because of services that helped me transition out of homelessness and recover from the trauma of that experience, not because of criminalization, I am alive and I've been able to serve and support others, many of whom exited the situation of homelessness. I've also experienced the trauma of the criminalization of homelessness and protest myself and with community members, and the way that legal charges have the potential to create a lifelong barrier to employment and housing. I've also stood against sit-lie ordinances in the Bay Area and watched them worsen the situation there overall. Berkeley Policy Review has demonstrated the failure of such ordinances. I encourage you to look at it. Most people don't choose to be homeless. We all know that there's studies showing that most homelessness is due to economic marginalization, housing costs, unmet mental health needs, and physical illness. Many of our unhoused community members are working. Many of us are one paycheck away from this situation. I meet people regularly who are eager to be housed. The notion that police need to force referrals is ludicrous. as is penalizing suffering community members for the brokenness of our own housing intake systems. A growing body of research comparing the cost of homelessness, including the cost of criminalization, with the cost of providing housing, shows that ending homelessness through housing is the most affordable option over the long run. In LA County, for example, it costs an average of $458 per day to hold a person in a mental health unit, compared to $207 to provide housing and community treatment. In New York, it costs $1.4 billion to incarcerate 2,500 unhoused people, while it would cost just $108 million to provide them with supportive housing. Listening to speakers discuss useful solutions tonight to homelessness, developing affordable housing, rapid rehousing, etc., I was struck by all the funding struggles and needs. Why channel these desperately needed funds into creating or making survival a crime and furthering barriers to housing? These laws waste precious and limited community resources by temporarily cycling homeless people through the costly criminal justice system to no effect at great expense. There are so many better, more effective options than this harmful ordinance.
Thank you. Let's see, come on up. Nezzy? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I sent the council and the clerk this letter earlier. It's being passed out now. And some of you may have had a chance to read it, some not. I had a chance to look at it again. I fixed up my errors from my slammed thumb in the car door, but it's okay. I'm here, I wrote the email because I want to register my disdain for the proposed ordinance. It further criminalizes our unhoused members of the community, and they don't have any place to go. It's vague, and it does not address the essential discrimination inherent in the order. There's a lot of things that have been said tonight about all that. I don't need to go over it again, but one of the things I do want to say is what you heard tonight in the presentation about LEAD and what's going to happen is a dream. It's not real. It's things that they've talked about they would like to do. It's goals, not that have been implemented. This is going to be the experiment to implement that. We know how well housing works. We know that there are some really important things that we could do. And as far as resources and mobilizing the community, I've watched a lot. I've been here for the last 10 years with the declaration of the shelter crisis and all the things that came before that. And the discussion we had at the Wharfinger about how there were no social services, and now look at what you've got. It's a really big leap. But what we don't have is a continuum of support and shelter and housing for people who really, really need it. So we need to have some opportunities for people to be in safe places. And right now they're closed out. And if you criminalize them by just the fact of their living and where they have to live, then they're certainly closed out. The other thing is this says there will be no fiscal impact. How is that possible when there's a commitment to the continued expansion of services? I don't understand that. And the city says it's remaining dedicated to offering and enhancing comprehensive support services, including housing, shelter, assistance, mental health, and substance use treatment. Well, that's phenomenal, but where are those resources? We're imagining that they're going to be there. And we have programs that people don't subscribe to a lot because the police are focused in the center of all of them. And that's a really hard thing. And this ordinance can be meted out differentially. That's a really big thing to be careful of. I'm just going to ask you to please reject the proposed ordinance because we're not ready to handle what is to come if this becomes law and it's inhumane. So please put your future efforts into approaches for working with our unhoused community members and the larger community to provide at least one or two or more areas within the city where our houseless community members can have a place to rest, prepare food, eat, well, wash, use restroom facilities, and
Thank
access
you.
to
3
waste
minutes
disposal.
are up.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Hi, I would just like to echo all of the great speaking I've heard tonight against this ordinance, and I would just like to propose that we adopt the first part where we just get rid of all of them and not take on the second half where we adopt a new ordinance in place of them. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Come on up. Hello.
Hello, my name is Blake Batchelor. I'm a resident of Eureka. I enjoyed our little presentation today. It was very aspirational. I wrote this in response to it in the same manner. Whereas this is simply an invitation for this community to express ourselves with more teeth, you may come to the decision that you should go forward with this ordinance. Perhaps you've forgotten the window into the EPD's mindset through text leaks in 2021. Perhaps you believe the small firings the department has now earned the right to add criminality to this power dynamic. This may be due to the just world theory, a NIMBY mindset, or perhaps you see poverty as a moral failing. You may think that a possible year in prison, a $1,000 fine, and a misdemeanor on your record will help the 1/3 of Californians in poverty, all of whom understand the very real possibility of experiencing houselessness. If you should choose to make it impossible for the houseless to sleep, and by extension exist in the public sphere, I and others in this community may go about ensuring you cannot feel peace or decorum in the same public sphere. We may not, I may not. Even if you do so choose to show all of us your moral failings, there may be not shouts, there may be no shaming to you when you decide to take friends and family out to dinner. I may not even shame and interrupt you at lunch meetings in public. This offers the chance to experience uncomfort and the possibility to grow as you navigate the public sphere. Perhaps you'll graduate into people with a higher degree of compassion. As a community, we remain committed to holding our public officials to moral accountability. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Todd Chittenden. I've been a resident of Eureka for 20 years, been basically a replant. For the most part, I think you've all had the opportunity to hear what everybody's been saying. There's a lot of fear based in this ordinance. And it stems from a lot of the criminality that will come out of it. I don't understand a lot of this, what is necessary to increase what was an infraction to a misdemeanor, unless it is for either the criminality or the sake to gain more funds in these particular scenarios. I do believe, to hold you at your word, you will be compassionate about this. I have no reason not to. I'm very fortunate. I don't have to live paycheck to paycheck at this point in time. But I do want to stress at this point in time, because it can happen to any of us. Your opportunities that you wish to supply are gifts, and that if they can be taken in the right light, but again, the fear, and even I feel in my position that it is almost forced. I don't think that's the intent, but the way that if you just listen to even the finger snaps, where these are coming from everybody behind me, the intention behind it, and to support the concern for humanity is strong. And just the way that this is written, I would even suggest please oppose it. There's a lot of opportunity herein to make it better and maybe take a couple more cracks at it. But removing the criminality from it is key. Thank you.
Come on up. Good evening.
Hey. Sorry, hold on. Okay. I'm speaking as someone who on one side has an older brother who's been in and out of gangs, on and off the streets, addicted to drugs for 10 plus years. He's clean now and housed and a productive member of society. He's the toughest motherfucker I know. We heard from another tough guy earlier. And then I have a younger brother. most gentle soul, sweetest person ever. Very opposite disposition. He has bipolar affected psychosis. He's been on the streets. I don't think individual anecdotes are very helpful in guiding these kinds of decisions. So now I'll read what I have. You talk about using the threat of misdemeanors as a form of motivation to seek help. I think the approach shows lack of motivation. I'm here wondering why you think resorting to this extreme and hostile approach is warranted before putting more good faith effort into expanding and improving quality and availability of helpful programs and opportunities as a means of motivation before resorting to criminalizing houselessness and putting restrictions on people's freedoms. There's a quote we heard earlier, we're doing okay, but we could also do better. With a program capacity of 10 to 20, this ordinance is a joke. You said one full-time worker can add an additional 20 or so cases. Why didn't you hire more people before coming to this? With these programs virtually at capacity out the door, you're literally unable to offer any alternative to a misdemeanor. What that tells me is that this ordinance isn't designed with any interest or intention in expanding availability and helpful resources. This ordinance is resorting to hostility, seemingly in hopes of running people out of town. People who might have spent their whole lives here would be abandoned and run out by those elected to help them. The limit and capacity of these programs is clearly defined by the numbers 10 to 20. What's not clearly defined are concrete hard stops or limits on how enforcement can hand out misdemeanors. The fact that these programs aren't empty and waiting for participants tell me that there isn't an issue of motivation in houseless communities' part. All this ordinance changes now is an opportunity for the city to criminalize houselessness and infringe on people's liberties. Without more effort towards making solutions more desirable and available first. I see people in support of this ordinance.
Thanks for being here. Your 3 minutes are up. Come on up. Good evening.
This meeting is contradictory and absurd. We have discussed beautifying the city with a new sign. We have celebrated the career of someone who has worked to serve the houseless and those with substance abuse disorders and mental health issues. We had a land acknowledgement. You have asked for civility talking about this ordinance, which is by nature incivil. Beautifying the city with a new sign and ratifying this ordinance would just be putting a pretty face on an ugly soul. We are a community. It is your job, our job, to take care of each other. From studies and experience, we know what helps houseless people. We know it's harm reduction and social services and decriminalization. We know the police and arrests and being in the system don't help people. The 2024 Supreme Court ruling is meaningless. We all know this Supreme Court is overwhelmingly morally bankrupt. We all know this ordinance is not about clarity or serving houseless people. It is the cruel and unusual punishment of the most vulnerable members of our community. This ordinance feeds the prison industrial complex, and due to the racism of police in this country, will disproportionately affect Black people and other people of color. We are on stolen Wiyot land. Native people have been devastated by colonization, by this country. They have had their homes stolen from them. They are the rightful stewards of this land. And you are talking about environmentalism, about being stewards of the land, protecting it from people who don't have homes? That is disgustingly wrong. Everyone deserves to exist in public spaces without fear of being harmed by the state, which is supposed to serve them. Everyone deserves to be safe. Everyone deserves the bodily autonomy to make their own decisions about their lives and health care. Do your job. Take care of our community. And don't punish people for not having a home.
Come on up.
Hi, my name is Hollis.
Welcome, Hollis.
Thank you. I'm like kind of surprised that these guys got so much time, like to just spit their propaganda. I'm blown away by that, really. I want to talk a little bit about what I know about LEAD, all right? And I know a little bit. The concerns I have about the LEAD program's effectiveness, including officer buy-in and potential biases. LEAD programs are not suitable for all individuals, as you know, and you just admitted to a little while ago. Their very effectiveness can vary on factors such as severity of substance use, mental health issues, and the availability of resources, which we know we don't have in this area. There is zero rigorous long-term data to fully even assess the effectiveness of LEAD programs. So like all these people behind me going, oh, it's such a good idea. They haven't read like anything about it. They just got thrown at them tonight. They don't know what they're talking about. They need to do their homework, and so do y'all. The potential for bias exists. There are also concerns that LEAD programs could perpetuate further biases in policing and the criminal justice system, particularly if officers are not adequately trained or if the program's implementation is not carefully monitored. And that's the truth, because in San Francisco we had LEAD and I saw how bad it was. In addition, LEAD is basically the police. There's huge trust issues with the majority of unhoused people who have with the police. Another reason LEAD is not the answer. Despite some uneducated interest in the adoption of LEAD, there has been limited systematic examination of LEAD implementation. As you know, it's a model for a police-led arrest diversion program for those with substance use disorders. A study in Connecticut found that New Haven, Connecticut had a LEAD program. During the first 9 months of the pilot study, only 2 clients were successfully diverted from arrest after 9 months. Therefore, that study examined barriers of the implementation. The study identified many barriers to this problem. Punishment and threats don't work with people who are on the streets. If a project like LEAD was to actually work, you would have to have solid harm reduction minded folks that they could hand people off to without forcing those programs to become informants. And that's what happened in San Francisco. The program I ran there, we would not let LEAD in the door because we weren't going to rat out our participants that didn't show up for programs, because then how are we going to keep that relationship with them and keep them alive so that they can get recovery someday? Participants don't trust the police. Cops working for LEAD programs aren't trained in science-based methods. 40 hours of broad-based training doesn't even touch the surface. I went to school for 8.5 years to talk about this shit. A friend of mine just quit working for LEAD.
Your 3
because of
minutes
these
are up.
issues.
Appreciate you. Come on up.
What a night, huh? Just in the time it's taken to speak here, my back hurts, and I'm young and able-bodied. I guess it's good I'm not trying to sit outside and I have a warm bed to go home to, much like every single person here voting and creating this ordinance. It's also good to see many who also do mutual aid here with orgs like Food Not Bombs, whose food distribution has regularly been patrolled by the same authority who would be the first face to your measure, the police. I'm genuinely surprised by the reason we're here today. It's shocking that people with the authority of eminent domain and redistricting, the ability to make real change, are instead discussing an ordinance that would make sitting and sleeping in public a misdemeanor, as if jails don't cost enough as it is. It also won't change a single thing. My question for you all is, how do you sleep in a warm, safe bed at night? Half of Eureka's city budget already goes to Eureka Police Department, or almost 40%. Years ago, the city received a $1.6 million grant for the 38 beds, not 50 like I had thought it was, at the Crowley site of Hillficker. It didn't include a budget for the labor required to assemble them. A massive oversight, to say the least. But I helped assemble them as a volunteer. The cardboard boxes we pulled them from were totally rotted and exposed to the rain for a year before we started. They were already rusting and obviously weren't designed to be in the middle of the rainforest. Another massive oversight. The buildings are mostly completed and still sit empty. A Band-Aid solution with a lifespan of a decade at most. It's clear that this project was merely a means to help your political careers, and you don't actually care about the root causes of the issue. You all have the power and responsibility to do just that. And if you vote yes on this ordinance, You better hope the political winds don't change, because it would be a cheaper and more morally justifiable to put you all in jail in place of the most impacted by the policy failures you are responsible for. None of you feel the brunt of them, and it should keep you up at night, and I hope it does.
Come on up. Good evening.
First of all, I want to address some of the things that your CSAT officers said in their interview with Lost Coast Outpost last week regarding this ordinance. Sergeant LaFrance talked about the exact situations that he supposedly would enforce this, right? Because he was saying it's not going to be used to clear encampments. It's going to be used for targeted enforcement for the most problematic individuals. The particular problems that he listed were theft, substance use, illicit substance use, and cases where he even used the words, people might need to be 5150'd. The police already have the power to enforce against all of those people. Those things are already crimes. If you want to give them the power to offer these, not really services, helping 10 people navigate the services that already exist, pre-booking, if you want to give them the power to do that, that makes sense. Okay. But you don't need to create more crimes. The only thing you're going to do in creating more crimes is to create more criminals. And you're going to give the police more power, unchecked power, really, because they could enforce this against any of us. What if they decide that they want to enforce this against people who don't politically align with them? If not all of you, there are definitely some of you up there that know what this is, know exactly what flavor of authoritarianism this is. And let me tell you also about what's happening with the services here. As a case manager, they're already talking about it in other parts of the country. Trump is defunding HUD, okay? So there's not going to be more subsidized housing. There's going to be no subsidized housing, or way less. Thousands more people just in this county in the streets, mostly disabled, elderly, and people with mental health issues, and families with young children. Okay, things are not like ironing out. There isn't more coming. You're not able to give us a time when we won't have to worry about the enforcement of this. Things are getting worse. You guys need to be coming up with solutions for everyone to be okay, not ways of making it so that everyone is more policed right now. That is not how we need to be entering this stage of things. It's so freaking scary, and you guys are gonna have to just get uncomfortable with those around
Your 3
you.
minutes are up.
So
let's move on
horrible
to our
things
next
don't
person, please. Your 3 minutes are up. Come on up. Hi.
Good evening, and thank you to the council for listening to all of us and being here late. My name is Aubrey, and I am a resident and homeowner in Eureka. I'm a social work student, and I'm a board member for AHA. And I'm also someone that's been actively engaged in community support just throughout my life. I strongly oppose this ordinance, which makes it a misdemeanor. We have to go over all that. It won't reduce homelessness. It will make it permanent. It punishes people for struggling instead of addressing why they're unhoused, trauma, poverty, and a system that fails people when they need it most. There are no legal places for unhoused people to go. Humboldt County is rural. There's no next town over. There's no telling people to just leave. It's not a solution. It's literal abandonment. And this ordinance doesn't just criminalize sleeping outdoors. It criminalizes survival itself under the law. It would be illegal to have a warming fire, even if it's freezing, to possess basic camping gear like sleeping bags and tents, to wash in public fountains that no one's drinking from when there's no bathrooms, nothing for people to be able to wash their hands even. This ordinance is cruel. It's costly. Criminalizing homelessness costs more than providing housing. As we've said, every sweep, every arrest, every night in jail, it drains taxpayers' money while solving nothing. Instead of criminalization, the city should invest in real solutions like AHA's housing, affordable housing solutions, or Hatcher's harm reduction work. And I also have to wonder, just in general, do the people that, I don't know if there's any of them left in the room, that support this, do they actually talk to our unhoused neighbors? I mean, do they even communicate with them? Because honestly, some of the most resilient and brilliant people in this city right now are unhoused. So yeah, it's people that are trapped in poverty for generations, disabled people that are pushed to the margins, and people who keep getting punished instead of helped. People are not entitled to a perfectly curated version of Eureka. That's what your house is for. If you want everything to look nice, stay home. Curate your yard. Curate your front yard, your backyard. We are a part of this community, which means all of it. It means everybody in it. I don't feel entitled to go walk on the trails and just see beautifulness. I feel entitled, if I see an issue, to help, to be a part of the solution. That entitlement came off tonight, and it was a bummer. So thank you for letting me talk.
Come on up. Hello.
Hello, buenas tardes, or good night. I'm Graciela, and I'm speaking here to oppose this ordinance and also to demand the repeal of the previous ordinances giving infractions to camping and sitting on public space or sidewalks or having your car parked in the city. This is just uncruel punishment, even if our Supreme Court justices have said otherwise. We are not caring for the most vulnerable people that are just trying to survive. We're just criminalizing them and giving them unnecessary stress, telling them that they're gonna get a $1,000 fine on top of like already being outside in the cold and the rain. If they dare to sit down, if they dare to lay down, how can you tell someone they cannot sleep, they cannot sit for endless days, months, years? Like, doesn't that constitute as torture? Like, is that allowed in prisons? Is that allowed anywhere, to just let people just stand endlessly without sleep? Like, I just want you guys to see what it is that we're doing. This is fascism. This shouldn't be tolerable. Shouldn't even be on the books. So don't go through with this, and also repeal the previous ordinances. Everybody should be allowed to exist in public spaces. That's why they're called public. Thank you.
Come on up. Hello.
Hello. I stand here tonight to speak against the anti-camping ordinance. I have to admit that speaking in front of you is rather terrifying, because to you, I appear as just a kid who you assume holds no understanding of how the real world works. However, I can assure you that I know more than my appearance insinuates. Working for a nonprofit that serves our city's unhoused population, I know the horrors these people are forced to face in their day-to-day lives. You see the litter in our parks and parking lots, but you do not see what I see. Every day, I see what you refuse to. I see people approach me with nothing. CSET took everything they had. They asked me for a sleeping bag or a warm jacket so they can approach nighttime with less of a threat of freezing to death, which, you sure as hell know, has happened before in our county. Not even that long ago. I don't ask that you do my job. I do my work, I care for the unhoused, and you do yours. You ensure the well-being of all of our community members, housed and unhoused alike. I only ask that you carry through with the obligation, as it is your responsibility. I just ask that you open your eyes and see how those will be affected by this decision before you make it. Open your eyes and take a look at our society that makes life for criminals like climbing a speedy down escalator. Yet here you are making criminals. Because if the only options under this ordinance are existing without a home or becoming a criminal, you are doing exactly that. Look at the landlords who won't rent to criminals. Look at the jobs who won't hire them. If you do this one thing I ask of you, and you choose to close your eyes shut again and vote in favor of this ordinance, then I will lose the little faith I had to begin with. However, if the true reality of toying with human lives cannot open your eyes to the pure evil written to this ordinance, maybe your own self-interest will. Need I not remind you of the lawsuit you faced the last time you tried to pull something like this? With the Devil's Playground sweep in 2016? You are setting yourself up for another lawsuit. When the city must pay, we will blame you. So let's do our jobs. I continue to do street outreach, and you stop the sweeps. Stop killing my friends.
Over here. Come on up.
Hello.
Hello.
Tonight we've heard a lot from business owners who claim financial ruin and ill effects from the mere existence of homeless people. One even expressed disgust that a homeless person would use a bus shelter to get away from the rain. God forbid they had to see them. The compassion you hear vied for today by these people is anything but. It's a loss of supposed profits. Those making the affirmative argument view a program that can only take 10 people at one time as enough of a positive to glaze over this criminalization of existence. This is a textbook example of vagrancy laws that have been used in California historically to criminalize people of color, queer people, and those on the streets. This is just another one. This will be used biased. It will be used with bias. People of color, queer people, activists, those with disabilities, and the homeless will be arrested at a higher rate than others due to the way this ordinance is written. It's not a mistake. Of course, the purpose of a system is what it does. Don't expect anyone in this room to believe the personal opinion of an arresting officer doesn't affect arrest data. How can you expect someone to climb the ladder of society and put themselves in a higher class position when the existence of themselves is criminalized, when sleeping is criminalized, when keeping oneself warm is criminalized, when mental illness is criminalized? How can you expect a mentally ill person to reliably show up to meetings when you are explicitly trying to formulate a program for them? This does not work. This question only applies if they happen to be one of the 10 people who get into this reforming program. It's been said here this program and ordinance is meant specifically for those among the homeless people in Eureka whose existence continues to be a thorn in the shoe of the police, and to those who might have more severe mental health struggles. The program, as explained, is far too complicated to actually assist anyone, and has admittedly been explained as not understandable to someone who was trying to explain it to everyone here. This is all to say that, as the ordinance is written, it is unfit for helping the people you claim to wish to help. It is clear that the program, with its pitiful capacity and confusing hoops, is acting only as a diversion from the ordinance that criminalizes a person's existence. This ordinance is not looking for a solution to poverty and homelessness. It's aiming to categorically and completely eliminate a class of people that those with money and influence seem unsightly. Thank you.
Come on up. Hello.
Hi. I'm Jamie. I'm not a criminal yet, but I will be, being homeless. Knowing that these organizations that you guys have are not going to apply for me. I'm not what they want. I do have mental illnesses. I'm on the street. I have a child, but I can't get housed. Why is that? Please tell me. Oh, because I make too much money, as they say. I'm mentally ill myself, but I can be here. I can go to work because of people that give me dignity. This is not dignity. It's not fair for me to be a mother who is honest with every organization in the world and asks for help, and I can't get help. The facts are like pitiful. Probation. My husband was on parole. He's discharged. He's clean. Been clean for 3 years. I still can't get no. Oh, guess what? Also, too, he was in a coma, and they kick him out of the hospital. Homeless man. Hospital. He right now is in one of those facilities, a partnership, but I can't be with him. I'm married and we have a kid, but we cannot be together. What do I got to do? Go commit crimes by being homeless to get places? You're still not going to be able to house me. Why? Because I have a family. Now, let me tell you about the mission. Now, they do house people that are sex offenders, not families. Fuck me, right? Like, that's fucked up. I pay my taxes. I do not get assistance from the government. When I did get assistance, you know what they did? They made me a victim here. I'm a victim. I'm actually a victim. I was attacked in this Eureka at the Laguna because the DHHS put us there. That's not fair for me or my daughter. But hey, guess what? I'll tell you one thing. If you gave some people just a chance to fucking live and exist in a community space, I betcha you'd see some differences. I swear, I do community service. I do clean up anything and everything, trash, needles, and everything else that goes along with it. Maybe it is my fault because I do work for Hatcher. But guess what? That place has given me dignity, and I'm not on your guys' assistance. No fucking government assistance is getting help by me. I'm on it because people give a fuck enough to let me be me. Not because of I'm on drugs, because I have a mental illness, and that's the facts. That how do you expect some of these people out here to exist not on drugs when you got people that are criminals or trying to harass or kill or who knows? But what's going to happen later on is like, hey, guess what? You all get to go home and you all get somewhere to sleep tonight. What about all of us that don't? And it's not that I'm fucking a criminal, because I'm not one yet, but you guys want to make me be. That's not fair. I don't got a criminal history. I don't, but you guys want to give it to me. That's fucked up.
Nice to see you. This side over, oh no, this side over here.
First off, I want to thank some of you for asking the hard-hitting questions. I hope that your votes will reflect that same energy. I am so pissed off. I sat here and listened all night, and I didn't hear any programs that were being added with this ordinance. I didn't hear of any additional resources or staff members or care that was being added, but I did hear of a misdemeanor charge being added. I want to be really clear here. A lot of our shelters are hinged upon sobriety. People can't stay there unless they prove that they are sober. And people who live on the streets, people who are experiencing houselessness, they use drugs to escape the misery that is profound poverty. In this country, it was founded on the premise that all men are created equal so long as they are white and they own property. I can imagine why the houseless people of this community weren't accepting the offers of care that the police were giving to them. I can't imagine why they wouldn't have trust there. But I know that there are resources and there are good people doing work. I would like to cede the rest of my time to the 400 people that died today in Gaza, to the people who are going home tonight to warm beds, and to the people who are not. We believe that we will win.
Come on up.
Hi there, my name is Jordan.
I have a little bit of stage fright and I'm up very late so I'm sorry if this is a little incoherent.
Welcome.
But thank you. I just wanted to voice that I am disgusted that I and so many other people have to be here, that something like this would happen in this community. I am disgusted by the fact that it's an ongoing pattern of things like this going on in California, in our nation. California is supposed to be this kind of safe haven for people. It often is not. Eureka, this northern part of California, is supposed to be the safe haven for people. It often is not. And the fact that this was even proposed here upsets and disgusts me. Decades ago, when my grandmother moved up here from Idaho, she said that it was nice because no one made fun of her for being poor. She was someone who grew up in poverty. She didn't even have wood to heat her stove. And throughout the years, things in California have gotten a lot worse. It started in the Bay Area and it grew kind of like a cancer. The place that I grew up in became unlivable for anyone who is not upper middle class or higher. Seeing at this meeting, at the end of it, having a homeless ordinance, and then at the beginning saying, oh, we're building all this housing, over half of it's for upper middle class people. I can see the way the wind's blowing, and it's not in most of the people's favor. It's kind of more or less the pattern that's the problem. You have all these people here tonight that are very passionate about helping the homeless, helping each other, being a community in need. What I worry about also is moving forward, just in general, not just our state, but like this county, this city. How acceptable do you think that this is, that you even proposed it? What is the pattern you want to do moving forward with this kind of thing? I guess that's more of my concern than anything else. And I also wanted to share a story about someone that I met just a few weeks ago who was homeless. She's disabled in a wheelchair. She couldn't afford ibuprofen. I bought her some at the gas station. And she said that she couldn't go to any homeless shelter for the night, even though it was below freezing that night, because they wouldn't accept the fact that she was a woman, and they would try to put her in the men's shelter. And I think this is an ongoing problem with a lot of the shelters in Eureka, not accepting transgender people. I think it's an ongoing problem throughout the state. But you'd think, given our reputation for being better, kinder people and having all these people that care in community, that we'd have something as an option. And that shelters, what limited ones we have, should be required to accept people as they are. Thank you.
You did a good job. Come on up. Come on, this side, yeah. Getting confused after all this time. Welcome.
Hello. Honestly, I'm rather tired right now with how late this has gone on, but I'm really glad and happy that it has to hear how much support there is in our community against this proposition. I honestly feel very heartened to have heard everything that people have been saying at this meeting, and I would like to reaffirm a lot of it. I feel like this proposition and a lot of the support for it that we have heard is coming from a lack of empathy for our unhoused neighbors and a lack of seeing them as anything other than sources of trash and not viewing them as real people and not taking time to get to know them. I'm speaking from a position of being someone who is involved with mutual aid organizations in Humboldt and has relationships with people that would be affected, hugely impacted by this law and the way that it punishes people. I'm glad that there are resources, and I do not think that they need teeth and sticks to compel people to get resources and help that they need. There are people out here volunteering their time to provide help, and what we need is more resources and support, not sticks and not teeth. And I'm just glad to see all the support that we have here in this meeting for that approach, and having an approach centered in empathy and taking time to know people and see their needs rather than criminalizing the situations that they're in. And quite frankly, it was very disheartening to see how much time was spent. I feel obfuscating the impact of this proposition. There's so much time being spent not talking about the criminalization aspects, but talking about the systems in place and glossing over the limited scope and the limit of 10 people waiting, and the limit. It's sad to see that there's not a proposal of more support to go with this proposition and the expanding of policing and further harassment of people who already deal with so much difficulty to survive. Thank you.
Mayor Burgell, before the next speaker, I'd like to move that we extend the meeting to midnight.
To midnight.
Second.
That only gives us an hour. And we have over 20 people left. We haven't even gotten to Zoom. Yeah.
So we're just doing math up here with the folks that are in the room and on Zoom, trying to figure out how much more time we need to make sure everybody gets heard.
How many people do we have left on Zoom?
Could we do 2 minutes
20
per
on Zoom?
person?
Not including Zoom. We're at 42 minutes just with the ones in
Okay,
the.
so 20
Can we
plus
extend
20.
to 1 a.m.?
Yes. I second that we extend to 1 a.m.
Oh, that was not a suggestion.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second on that?
Well, I will amend my motion, or again, I will rather than move that we extend to midnight, I will move that we extend till 1 a.m.
Okay.
And
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
I'll say yes on the condition that we have a short break.
Okay.
Hour in a
So,
moment.
let's finish with this speaker. Well, then we're going to have people in line. Can you just? Okay.
It's okay. If you want me to just step out, I can just step out, but.
So let's take this speaker.
think we
Then we're
need
going
to
to take a brief
we need to
break.
finish voting.
Excuse me?
I don't think we finished voting.
First, we have to vote on the motion.
It's late. So we are going to vote on the motion. So we have a motion and a second to stay till 1 o'clock. Please vote.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. And so we will take this speaker, then we're going to take a quick break. You guys can stand in line or talk amongst yourselves, and we'll be right back after that. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. I'm very tired. I'm sure you guys are all super tired too. We got a lot of information tonight with the presentation. A lot about services that we already know about and we already know don't work for a lot of people. There's no way that anyone up there believes that this ordinance will be a good thing for anybody. It does not make our community safer. It does not address any kind of environmental issue that has been talked about. It does not change mental health, anything. It's not going to magically house people because there are no resources being added. So I will add a little bit to the presentation and something that EPD didn't cover, which is that the root of it is to push people away so much so that they feel miserable and they wish, and you wish that they would leave or die, whether you would admit that or not if you vote for this ordinance. Those are the results of criminalizing homelessness. In October of 2024, researchers at the University of Colorado conducted a study to see if involuntary homeless sweeps did anything to decrease crime. The results are not very surprising. Crime did not decrease. Public safety did not increase. If you think that litter, even syringe litter, is a justification for continuing to displace and criminalize people, I encourage everyone to look up the word eco-fascism and then look in the mirror because it is not a justification to criminalize people further. All of us house people have trash services that take out our trash every week. That is not the case for camps. So if we did not have trash services, our trash would also back up and turn into an issue. To everyone hearing this, hopefully some of the pack out people can hear it on Zoom or wherever. All of our futures are unstable. People talked about it before, but so many of us are just like one crisis away from being unhoused. Maybe some of our family members are already there. When you're voting and speaking, just think about yourself as being unhoused or your family members being unhoused and criminalized for surviving.
Okay, we're going to be back at 11:05. We are reconvening this meeting, March 18th. It is now 11:08, and I forget which side of the room. I think I'm on your side. No, I'm on this side. Come on up. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. I am the Executive Director of the Humboldt Area Center for Harm Reduction, and I would just like to say at the start that I am very grateful to be surrounded by so many community members who care about keeping my friends alive, and really honored to know all of those friends. That really warms my heart. Something that turns my stomach, however, is cruelty disguising itself in the language of compassion. There's been a lot of language games used tonight, and in a lot of the discussion around this proceeding tonight. The terms accountability, sticks, teeth, leverage, enforcement are used to disguise things that are actually incarceration, punishment, criminalization, and just abject suffering for people that I care about, people who I consider my friends. You can dress it up in whatever words you want, but anyone who actually goes out of the way to care for these friends and for our neighbors knows what the enforcement and what this criminalization actually looks like. And the community members who I do all this work in service to, and who all the other organizations that serve my friends do this work in service to, know that infinitely more viscerally than I do. I can tell you what some of it looks like. It looks like the elderly woman who was left on the side of the street in the rain at night whence all her belongings were taken. It looks like the person who came up to our van with no shoes, soaked through to the bone. It looks like the person that I came to with a first aid kit bleeding on the sidewalk and was refused access to any medical services while police interrogated them about whether or not they were on drugs. Those are all things that happened in the last 3 months. And we've had dozens and dozens of other stories from people who come to our services every day who tell us that. Those are all things that were inflicted by the police and by CSET. All those stories are true. I believe them because they come to me from people who don't trust anyone else to go to for care. They come from people who I know I gave all these supplies to the previous week and now don't have them the next week, and that's who took them. Those police and CSET officers are the people whose discretion we're relying on to enforce these ordinances. I read that EPD doesn't do sweeps anymore, just targeted enforcement of problematic encampments. They say they don't enforce in the rain. These are falsehoods. And I don't understand how we are expected to trust organizations like this to do enforcement like this when they are actively lying to us every day, actively inflicting cruelty on my friends every single day. Last time we talked, I was told that you didn't trust our organization which works tirelessly in the rain, on holidays every day to get people the care that they need. I've been told by community members that we draw negative elements to their neighborhood like flies to shit. That's the attitude that I'm seeing expressed in this ordinance here tonight. And when I hear people taking advantage of a ruling that overturned something that was once called cruel and unusual punishment, I wish it seemed more unusual to me in the city of Eureka. It's obviously cruel, but it's something that I've been seeing every day since I started doing this work and that I know has been occurring for decades here in this community. This ordinance does nothing more than streamline further systemic violence against my friends. And we all know that this is systemic violence that kills people. We all know people who have died because of it. I pray you don't vote to keep killing my friends. Thank you.
Come on up. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Simone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm quite tired, and I'm sure all of you are too, so I'll try to keep it brief. I feel that the premise is flawed, and we spent hours talking about the finer granularities of this ordinance, but I feel like starting with something that inherently wants to threaten people with a misdemeanor cannot be reformed, and I think that, again, it is a bad premise to start with in the first place. I get the impression, and I pose it to the council members, that the people who've brought forward this ordinance are coming from a place of people who have spent so much time and so much money into programs, and it seems that they're struggling to have people who want to engage with them. And so instead of rethinking how these programs might work, rethinking how to approach them, and I swear there's no possible way that they have tried everything, I think that the threat of a misdemeanor is the last thing they can think of to try, and I don't think that should be the case. And I will give up the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hello. Forgive my nervousness. Good evening, y'all.
Welcome.
I am here to echo that this ordinance is an active attack against the most vulnerable members of our community. I have been homeless twice. Others have mentioned being homeless or having someone close to them who has also been homeless. Every unhoused person you're trying to sick this tool with more teeth on, as it's been put, is a member of our community. A member of the very community you are responsible for upholding the dignity, safety, and well-being of, that you are actively targeting and endangering by voting yes to this ordinance. You have built a coercive, predatory ordinance designed to treat members of our community as less than human, under the guise of goodwill and betterment. Consider that if you're at the point of forcing and condemning people to accept your programs and services, maybe those programs and services aren't working. Excuse me. Maybe even consider you're not doing the work to actually connect to these people. Is the only method you can think of to motivate someone by fear and force, by dehumanizing them and treating them as incapable of choosing for themselves, when the very program you're using as the crux for this whole thing can't hold more than 10 people at a time? Keeping it up to extraordinary circumstances that will absolutely be abused. If your idea of bringing a feeling of compassion to your support services is increasing the violence, excuse me, the violence and trauma experienced by our community at the hands of police, maybe you're just not creative or empathetic enough, and you should strongly consider a change of career. Thank you.
Is it this side now? I can't remember. Come on up. Okay. Losing track.
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to start by bringing up that you mentioned that there's going to be 40 plus pages of paperwork for signing up for like these services. I'm very in opposition to that, considering the 10 people that could be served. That's 400 pieces of paperwork, if I'm mathing correctly, that we're paying someone to help guide people through. Imagine the burden that's going to have on our waste disposal system. 400 pieces of paper, having to store 400 pieces of paper as well. There's clearly an issue with all of these programs, and if people aren't using them, it's kind of like a big pot of carrot soup. If people aren't using them, maybe that means that they're not good and they don't want to like use them, or they can't. So I wanted to propose some solutions that you definitely don't want to hear, that I also do think are within your power, that I think are kind of creative, just a little bit of brainstorming maybe, that I think would help. One would be, echoing what another person said, lifting the camping ban that's already on, and maybe not continuing to criminalize people, stopping the sweeps, stop penalizing people who live in vehicles or sleep in vehicles, an eviction moratorium. We did it during COVID. We could do it again, of like stop making more people unhoused. Don't fine and arrest people for sitting, laying, and sleeping. There were so many people sitting in the room over there because there wasn't an adequate amount of chairs. If I could think of a better euphemism for this, I don't know if I could. No questions asked housing. There's 3 empty buildings for every one unhoused person in America. A rent cap. That would be really cool. Like, have you ever been on Craigslist? Like $1,000 for like 1 bedroom, for like 1 little like cubicle shared with other people. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, how about if someone has a property that's unused, especially for an extended period of time, require that it be rented? Like, you have the law to, like, you have the ability to pass a law that says, like, you got to rent this out. Like, it's empty. And, like, if somebody already has housing and then they have how many other houses that they're, like, holding over people's heads because they want to get, like, a better price on the market for it. Problem with warming fires, maybe, like, publicly accessible fire pits, like, problem with people washing things in public fountains. How about have like public restrooms and like public like areas that you can shower? Universal basic income. Like, how much of our fund do we spend on cops? Like, we could just give it to unhoused people. We could just give them the money.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hi, I was at the co-op recently and I saw a black man being harassed verbally by several employees. I went up and talked to him afterwards, and he explained to me that they were threatening to call the police on him and verbally harassing him because he was simply sitting in the parking lot inviting people to give him any spare change they had. We went on to have a long conversation where he described to me how he has lived all across the country, a lot of places in the South, which he noted has a reputation for being racist, yet he said that this was by far the most racist place that he has ever lived. He said local government upholds progressive ideals, and yet they fund corrupt nonprofits and allow the police to go around harassing houseless people like him. He said he'd been frequently harassed by police, racially profiled, and ticketed for things as minor as smoking a cigarette in public. I'm hearing that the intention of this ordinance is to help houseless people find support, yet from what the most marginalized people in the communities that would be impacted by this ordinance are saying, it's clear that the impact would be an open invitation for violence against these communities at the hands of police who have the discretion to define and enforce a confusing network of laws as they see fit, laws that the supposed experts here could not give a coherent explanation for how they're meant to function. And so I think that if you're really going to get at the root of the issue, that we need to go beyond this language of that talks about support and programs while at the same time openly embracing policies that allow for fascist violence against the most marginalized people in our community. If we're really going to get to the core of the issue, we need to be talking about healthcare, we need to be talking about housing, we need to be talking about abolishing the EPD, and we need to be talking about ending the colonial occupation of Wheat land.
Come on up. Hello.
Hello. Please pardon my nervousness.
Welcome.
My name is Ruth, and I sat in the room just over there while they were giving the presentation and stuff. And I could not help but realize about the presentation was that it was incredibly repetitive and sensical, but I think it lacked substance. And I think the reason why it lacks substance is because there is none. And at the very best, the proposition in the slides was pathetic in the face of what we face. And at worst, a very clear and blatant polite way of saying we don't want homeless people anywhere, and we want to criminalize it by any means necessary. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Good
Hello.
evening.
I've been here in Wheat Territory for a decade. I plan to be here for a while. I deeply, deeply care about this place and as a guest and as a settler to this place, but I'm also an Indigenous person who constantly thinks about how to take care of the land. And since I've been here for a decade, I've been looking to local Indigenous people and local environmentalists to learn ways to take care of the land and to restore the land and heal the land. And I want to point out that nowhere in the 10 years of me learning about environmental restoration practices were homeless people cited as the core issue of environmental issues. Blaming homeless friends for environmental issues is insanely ignorant and misguided. The shrinking wilderness isn't due to the homeless people. It is due to colonial extraction and global extraction. The intensity of encampment fires isn't due to homeless people. It is due to colonial fire suppression era and the many years of murdering Indigenous people and stopping them from doing cultural fire and prescribed burns for years. And the trash issue that we have isn't due to homeless people. It is due to colonial consumerism and capitalism. Overwhelming majority of people here tonight are in opposition. The only support I heard was from nonprofits and businesses. And the reasons that I heard were unfounded and honestly so absurd. The level of dehumanization that I heard from the ordinance itself and from the supporters had me sick to my stomach. I see what you're trying to do. I'm also a trained social worker. I see what you're trying to do, and I agree with your goals of decreasing recidivism, of responding to unhoused community members with more compassion, and it's just not doing it. Decreasing recidivism by increasing criminalization doesn't math. Increasing compassion by reducing homeless people to sandwich-like cards doesn't math. I strongly stand in opposition with this ordinance. It will only incentivize police violence and murder of our unhoused friends. Thanks.
Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Bev Cummerling. Thank you, first of all, just thanks everybody for being here for so long. I really appreciate it, and everybody is so attentive, and I'm just really impressed by that. I've been here for about 3 years in Eureka. I tell you what, I wasn't planning on speaking, but I was blown away because look at the response that you've had is amazing. We are living in a community. I'm still getting my feet wet here, but I realize I'm living in a community now that is filled with people that love and care about each other. And I know all of you do that too. This room and the other room, that was just so filled with people, again, just caring. I didn't do any research. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm also blown away by the amount of research that people have done on this issue, that this is not an unsolvable problem. And putting people in jail is not the solution. And we know that. We know that. Homelessness is an issue across our country. We know that. However, there's lots of programs that have been out there that are successful. One even in Bakersfield, California, that I read about. So again, had I really thought I was going to talk, I would come a little bit more prepared with facts and figures. But so many of the speakers that spoke before me, predecessed me, have just done a wonderful job. But I will share one thing, because this is what I thought of, and can we all agree this is what happens? Healthy communities lift each other up. Okay? Healthy communities lift each other up. Who wants to take credit for that statement? Please. Mayor Kim. This is her statement. So we know where your heart is. And I just ask everyone here to take deep consideration before you place this vote, and to vote no. Do not criminalize our marginalized, vulnerable population here. We need them, and we need to help them, and we can do that. We're smarter. We're smart. We can fix problems. We don't need to put people in jail to do that. That's not the solution. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration, and I thank you for voting no on this ordinance.
Over here, yes? Come on up.
Good evening.
Hello.
I too feel a little sick to my stomach, so sorry if I need to take some deep breaths during this from what has been said the last couple hours. I've been a resident in Humboldt for a few years now. Someone mentioned learning from what works in other countries. I'm from Spain, and their houselessness is practically 0% in most of the country, and it's because of universal socialist healthcare. A family member experienced houselessness here in California and told me that while she was here, while she was houseless, most of the people that she met were houseless for the same reason that she was. They were all just waiting to have their disability paperwork go through. With Trump's further gutting of social services, this is a particularly dangerous time to further criminalize houselessness. I'm also a historian. I got my degree in the best university of Spain. So like one of the city council members said, let's take it from the top. For millions of years, people have practiced mutual aid and taken care of each other. We are highly vulnerable and social animals that wouldn't survive long on our own. I've heard some perplexion, if that's a word, tonight at the reality that some individuals don't accept help from law enforcement and social services that work in collaboration with law enforcement. To some of us, this perplexion is an insult to our collective intelligence as a community. What relationship of care starts with the threat of violence and calls it compassion? What relationship of care starts with a complete disregard to the person's consent to treatment? Because an individual cannot consent under the threat of violence. Is the theft of $1,000 not violence? Is the imprisonment or legalized kidnapping of up to a year not violence? Is the criminalization of sleeping bags and blankets as camping paraphernalia not violence? That's the same genocidal tactic the IDF used against Palestinians this last year in Gaza, which caused the death or murder of dozens of babies from hypothermia in the arms of their parents. You threaten violence and then act surprised when people don't accept your help. What kind of relationship starts with violence? Not a relationship of care, but a relationship of abuse, a relationship of coercion, manipulation, and gaslighting. You can call that violence compassion and dress it up in a colorful PowerPoint presentation with words like graduation, sandwich menu goals, and milestone gold stars or whatever, but we see right through it, and that's why we're here. Going back to history, this ordinance would further criminalize the existence of human beings existing outside. Welcome to the outdoors, also known as the real world and the natural world, where human beings have built their own shelters for millions of years. This panic regarding people existing outdoors is only a few hundred or decades years old, depending on how recently the commons of that land were stolen by colonizers and turned into private or public property. I'd like to bring into the room the memory of Justine Green, the houseless woman who was crushed
I'm
to
sorry,
death
your 3
while
minutes are up.
sleeping in a dumpster in Eureka.
Yeah, your 3 minutes are up. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. I've lived in Humboldt since I was 10 years old. I'm now 22. And the entire time that I've lived here, I've never been scared of the homeless as a concept, as a category, because I had an empathetic and a rational understanding of their situation. And so when I see people come up here, people speak before us today who are, twice my age or older, who seem constitutionally incapable of witnessing a homeless person without yelling for mustache daddy over here, I honestly think that there's no real excuse. So one of the earliest commentators tonight that I was watching earlier made the unfortunate mistake of asserting that every one of you in front of me tonight cares about the homeless. That's a preposterous mischaracterization. Some among you do not care about the homeless, and this is not in question. I would simply like to dispense with the pretense and establish our true feelings about one another so we can move forward with greater clarity. What pushing policy like this does is establish an adversarial relationship with your constituents. I feel it necessary to remind those among you who advance this adversarial relationship as to what historically happens when hungry, miserable people are repressed and debased. Eyes up front, Mr. Bauer. You listening? You are not acting as the representatives of our homeless citizens. You're acting as though you are their rulers. And I find it hard to believe that so many people will be so stupid for so long as to accept it. I'm going to yield the rest of my time up here and take a bit of silence for you to think through the prospects in front of you. And if making enemies with your own constituents is what you want, then we'll all know where you stand. Stop the sweeps. Thank you.
So before the next person comes up, I just want to set another reminder that it's late. Everybody's tired. I understand that. And you may even be grumpy. That's fine. But please, let's be respectful to each other. Name calling and all of those things. I mean, that's your right. You can do that. But I would encourage you to just move on and be kind. Please. It's 11:30. We're all trying to do this. And if you can't be kind, at least be respectful to each other. Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, council people. My name is Alex. I'm a public educator here in Humboldt County and also a resident for the past 8 years. When we talk about homelessness, a lot of times we are concerned with simply doing Band-Aid solutions. I think that this ordinance is not a Band-Aid solution. It's salt in the wound. I cede my time. Thank you.
Come on up.
Good evening, council members. Karen Underwood with the Humboldt Trails Council. I'm speaking on their behalf tonight, and many of our volunteers already spoke to you folks. We are not here in support of criminalizing homelessness. We're here in support of the environment. We're here in support of people feeling safe using our trails. We're here in support of, I have to read this here because it's so late. We're here in support of your staff and our volunteers who work on the trails. Our VTS groups pick up trash, trim vegetation, remove invasive plants, replant native plants, and also pick up needles, camp garbage, and clean up abandoned campsites again and again, removing tons and tons of contaminated material. Recently, our volunteers have worked side by side with your CSAT officers. That's been a very positive experience, and we've heard their stories, or at least the one I've talked to, stories of how they've helped people improve the situation they're in. Humboldt Trails Council recently were along the Hickory Trail and the Wiggy Trail interviewing trail users about how they felt about the trail. And, our first question was, how do you feel about it? And they loved it. And then with other questions, we asked them what could be improved. And most of them brought up the fact about the homeless camps. And just probably a good thing to keep in mind is most of these people are modifying their behavior on the trail. They're going in groups. They would never let their children go there alone and ride bicycles. They would not hike on the trails at night. And there's probably a lot of people who we wouldn't have been able to survey because they're not even on the trail, just avoiding the trail. In January and tonight, your staff presented a thorough, impressive, and well-rounded menu of actions that they can take and offer to people to get them into a home. Eureka is to be commended on all that has happened recently, and I think we're still on a tipping point with that. Humboldt Trails Council asked you to accept this single ordinance that includes the misdemeanor charge, not to criminalize people without homes, but to give the city staff the tools that will encourage people to accept assistance and move into available housing. Thank you.
Come on up. Hello.
Aloha kako o Moxie Koinoa. My name is Moxie Alvarez. I work at the North Coast Environmental Center. I am one of the new staff directors at this worker-led cooperative that we now run. Although I'm here today to speak as an individual, I also was on the board of EPIC, which is another well-known environmental nonprofit, for several years, again, speaking as an individual. And I'm here to tell you that actually you do not have the support carte blanche of environmentalists in this community, and it is an insult to environmentalism as well as ecological sciences.
Please direct your comments to council.
Oh, I'm just taking a slow review.
Thank you.
Yeah. I also remember when, your husband harassed me online for criticizing your policies back around 10 years ago when the City Council of Eureka sought to criminalize homeless people being perceived as asking for money, basic free speech stuff. My degree is in sociology. I'm an environmental sociologist. I'm a social movement scholar. My expertise is in reviewing environmental and social policies around both like civil rights as well as like environmental crime. And there are some things that are a threat to the environment. And it is not overwhelmingly homeless people and trash accumulation. Trash accumulation begins at the site of production. That is our industrial and consumerist economy. And I just find it so manipulative statistically, and maybe it's not manipulative. Maybe, as you say, member of this entire tribunal, that you're just not good at statistics and you just don't understand. However, overwhelmingly, trash production is not something that is the fault of people who are living on the streets. It is something that our society produces, much like homelessness itself, as well as a variety of other conditions associated with poverty. So I'm just going to give you like a few other things that are associated with environmental disaster that are way, way more mathematically, like quantitatively research-based, which I'm sure you struggle with, research-based concerns. And I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I was so disgusted with environmentalists coming up here and promoting what we call neo-Malthusian and Malthusian perspectives, which for those who aren't theory environmentalist geeks, that means ecofascism. The idea or the belief that humans do not belong in nature, the human animal, an animal that has as much rights as every other living thing on this planet to exist. So some things that are just like way worse for the environment. The military, police, prisons. Most people's carbon footprint in this room is more impactful than anybody forced to live in a tent outside. Other things that are bad. Most of the roads, most of the concrete, munitions, the bombing of people in Gaza.
Thank you. You're free. 3 minutes are up.
You're not
Come on up.
environmentalist. Don't pretend to be that.
Come on up.
All right,
Hi.
Here we are again. So I've been up here and I've talked about some things like solutions. I talked about some things like accountability. Now I just want to fact check. First of all, for the policy, whether moving forward you make your decision, that however you make your decision, I really don't care at this point, because I almost hope you make the decision to support this, because you're going to cause a revolution of people to stand up against you. And if you take this little whatever this is called public, I'm from the public, I'm speaking, this is my turn to speak, as maybe the basis or baseline of public opinion, it seems to be very obvious in not in support of your Nazi regime. So for the things that you're not currently doing, like the sweeps that are not being done by police officers, apparently we must have an issue of people dressing up like police officers and driving cars that look just like their cars doing these things. So we have a serious issue we should investigate if it's not the police. However, I'm like, a realist and leaning on the situation that it's police officers impersonating public servants doing this and putting more power in the we're known across the country for our corrupt police. That's for sure. So let's just give them more power to fuck people up. Like, come on, people, like, pull your head out of your ass. Like, do something right. I shouldn't even have to waste my time up here talking about this shit. You should know it already.
Come on up. I think we're on this side now. Hello.
Hi there. I've been a resident of Humboldt County for about a decade. Tonight I am feeling kind of grumpy, as you said, Mayor Burgell. I'm just feeling really annoyed. I'm feeling really frustrated with like one person particularly in this room. And I know, people might think it's Chief Stevens over here, but I kind of expect this kind of situation from EPD. They're not hiding the cruelty or the violence or the harassment that they inflict on people on a daily basis. We all know the statistics. We've all seen EPD's leaked texts about enjoying watching homeless people have sex on the street, calling them slurs, all this. This is the increased criminalization of houseless people is kind of expected from them. And you, council, I trust that you're here tonight going to do your job, listening to the public, acting in our best interests, representing us and what we think is best for our city and for our county. So thank you for doing that. But I'm feeling really annoyed at Mr. Rosen over here. This concept of anosognosia, the idea that someone is not of right mind to understand what's best for them, is an incredible misrepresentation of the complex issue of houselessness and substance use. It's paternalistic and it's pop psychology. And if this is the person who's going to be running the lead, the services part of the LEAD program, or is going to have a high amount of participation in that, I'm feeling deeply, deeply concerned about the efficacy of this LEAD program, of the services portion. I fear it'll be incredibly dehumanizing for those who have to participate, who are forced to, who are coerced to, by your own words, to participate in this program. And yeah, that's feeling really concerning to me. And it's really making me feel like because of the potential LEAD program, that this ordinance is just really not the way to go. So yeah, thank you.
Come on up. Welcome.
Zoom callers, you're almost there. Hang in there. My name's Ellen. I work at Hatcher. Love working there. I didn't plan on speaking tonight. I just was watching this presentation on the LEAD program and had a thought come to me. That PowerPoint looked like it was made in 20 minutes by an 8th grader. The lack of effort was shocking, and it makes me wonder about if that same lack of effort will be applied to your clients in that program. It's not easy caring for unhoused folks, being there for them, but the lack of effort was, it was, God help you folks. Anyways.
Come on up.
Gosh darn, I'm all kinds of nervous. Anyhow, my name's Crystal Stewart.
Good evening.
Hi. I've been here since 1993 in the housing thing. Like, I am one of Arcata's people at the Grove, and I am one of those lower cost people that have one of those rooms. I have rats running through my room. I've brought 7 of them to the office. I have pictures of them. The second I got in there, there's cockroaches. The guy upstairs, he makes houses for his cockroaches and feeds them. I'm grateful for the house. I'm grateful to have a roof over my head. But Last year I have a piece of paper in my house that says my rent is supposed to be $950 and my part is 000 because I don't have an income. So they told me I didn't have to pay rent. Okay, great. February comes, the next year, they hit me with I have to pay rent. And by the way, it's back rent now. What am I gonna do? I got 3 days to pay or quit. I was told I didn't have to pay rent. They hit me with a 3-day pay or quit. What am I supposed to do?
Come on up.
Hi, my name is Ramboni, and I just want to say, the local police agencies throughout the United States don't want to prosecute these aliens that the president is trying to get out of our country because it's dehumanizing and it's embarrassing and they're getting locked up for months at a time without even talking to an attorney, this, that, the other thing, but they want to turn around and put us into jail. We're legal here. Okay, we're not breaking the law by being here. Okay, we were born here. We live here. It's the United States of America. We're doing our best that we can do sometimes. We are not camping necessarily. We are surviving. I remember when you were getting elected mayor, you said you were going to really put out some help for the homeless, try to make things better, this, that, and the other thing. It had an impact on me. I was like, right on. Good job. I've seen you over at Free Mill. Kudos for that. Getting to know, see how some of us have to live, talking to the people a little bit. I think that's great. I'd like to see more of that. I know of a dog bite incident that you were involved in, and the girl still has her dog. You got a lot of heart. I got to give you that. Stay with that. Okay, don't let Governor Newsom's bureaucratical bullshit boggle your mind up with all of this. Okay, they don't need to install this law to catch the criminals in this town. Okay, EPD knows who they are. Okay, these criminals in this town are so stupid. They're the stupidest criminals I've ever seen anywhere. Okay, they're all going to get caught. Okay, not all of us are criminals. Trying to make those of us that are maybe sleeping in our cars, or I can understand the business owner's point of view. They don't need them in front of their business, but let's designate a spot where they can be. Okay, so that way they have a choice. If you want to go sleep in front of a business and get arrested, that's your prerogative, but you have a choice where you can go and not get arrested, or they can still access into town and get food and stuff, because a lot of them don't have cars. They ride bicycles a lot, this, that, the other thing. So, I was in a completely different frame of mind coming through the door of what I was going to say. And after this whole meeting, my whole mindset just went in a totally different place. So I'm seeing both sides of it. I'd like to see law enforcement and the homeless community actually start working together instead of the police coming after us and trying to lock everybody up. It's just not the way to go. We don't need this law to catch the criminals. We just need to work together. Trash cans out somewhere, bins where the homeless people could actually put their trash. They got no place to put it. A lot of people would clean up if they had a place to put the trash, but they got no place to put it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's just a lot we can do to make this better, working together. I'd just like to see the police department and the homeless people get a trust and form a little bit of a bond between each other, as opposed to going to jail and throwing them in jail and to, violating their civil rights.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up. Come on up. Welcome.
My name is Lori Thayer. I've lived in Humboldt County for 21 years. People are not on the streets due to being service resistant. They're there because there's simply no place else for them to go. Too much of the money the state provided for addressing homelessness was wasted or misappropriated, and there is no more coming. Those seeking services are finding only long wait lists. Even substance use treatment services have wait lists that are months long. Housing lists are years long. How about we provide services to those seeking them before we take measures to coerce the mythical service resistant? This ordinance is not going to make anyone happy, regardless of what side they're on, because it's not going to get people off the streets. The only thing that is going to get people off the streets is to give them access to housing or shelter of some kind. The only way you're going to get less trash off the street is to have a way to dispose of it, which means more trash service. The only way you're going to have less shit, because people do need to shit, it can't be helped, is to get everyone access to a bathroom. This ordinance won't do any of that. The only people you might please are the people like CSET, Jacob Rosen, John Shelter, and the people whose jobs, like them, only exist due to the ongoing homelessness crisis. People will still be on the streets, even if it will be an unprecedented amount with their trash, their shit, and because there's no place for them to go, you'll turn more of them into criminals with less to lose, and more people will just hate you.
Come on up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to go ahead and say, I'm going to try to cough fast so everyone can hear me. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I'm sure you're probably all minutes into the morning. So I've got this right here is what I've generated after listening to everybody tonight. This is my first time here. But I want to just do a layout of some keywords. So let's start with influence. Okay, so we have children that are watching every move that we make here tonight, and we have towns that are surrounding us in this county that are watching what we're doing, and your decision tonight is going to influence what they do in the future. I want to speak on the way that the children, or the way that the homeless is treated by our future generations. Just the night before last, a group of teenagers pulled up to me after I left church, and solicited me to shake my butt for $20, and then told me if they were tweakers, they wouldn't F me, and proceeded to then belittle me and try to take my bicycle, saying it was their bike and their father's bike. Anyway, long story short, this stuff needs to be handled. Our children need to be given better guidance into what we do in our future, because they are our future. Secondly, let's go into survival. Every one of us has to survive out here. That's what we're doing. We're not living, we're surviving. We're not drug addicts and poverty of the town. We're surviving, and we're doing the best we can to survive. How about waste? How much money has been given to the homeless to go to avoid this situation right here that actually made it to the homeless? How about Hillficker and those buildings that's sitting over there empty that they built, that they now I'm finding out by word of mouth may be charging for people to get into? How about all the people that were uprooted and brought up to Arcata from Southern Humboldt, and then lied to once they got there and forced to pay rent or be evicted and thrown back on the streets? Let's talk about our founding fathers, the ones that built this town. My family came here in the 60s and 50s and 60s, and were loggers that logged all the wood that are building these courthouses, and paved the way and bought a store and paved the way for us to be a strong and united community, regardless of the downfalls or the mental illness or the drug use of their children. They did it so that we would make it. They gave us everything we needed to survive, and we're choosing not to. Okay, so I myself, I am at a loss for words. I've been through so much in my life. I've survived. Death is a key word. I found my friend dead in the river, and then was physically thrown from the scene as I tried to prevent her for an hour and a half and wait for them to respond from going down the river. I myself have been literally murdered by somebody in prison for 8 months. I've been raped. I've been abused. I've been my tent and my belongings were ran over.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
So before we move to Zoom, is there anybody in the audience here that hasn't spoken that would like to? Okay. Seeing no one, we're going to move over to Zoom. And Pam, if I could have you call those, please.
Sure. We currently have 19 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
First speaker is Axel.
Hey there, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hey there. A lot of really good points I agree with have been covered already, so I'm going to try to cut us some time and speak fast. An ordinance change is being proposed that the unauthorized camping will just be changed from fined infraction to a misdemeanor. Misdemeanors, even if dropped or dismissed, show up on criminal records and background checks. I'm sure that most people can reason out that even one misdemeanor on someone's record could hurt their ability to further access housing, hurt chances at employment, hurt their ability to access community or city-driven resources. Sure, it's suggested that the intent is to better provide short-term resources, but are we really actually to believe that short-term benefits are worth the long-term detriments? Do we actually believe that stacking bigger and bigger criminal records on our homeless neighbors will help them find stability? I know this issue is complicated. I know it's difficult, especially with our complicated economic landscape, but I know a solution is out there. I support shelters and advocate for wider shelter outreach. I support urging our homeless neighbors towards self-actualization, and helping them find their stability. But it's shameful that this was a proposal that was brought to council, and I would hope that our representatives are smarter than this. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Okay.
Second speaker, Dylan.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I just want to express solidarity with everyone that has stayed up this late. So I work in the last year. I've worked with trying to house homeless people, and I realize that it is a complex issue, but I do know that criminalizing it or enforcing punishments do not work to solve homelessness. It does not address the underlying issues. So I am hoping that the council will not vote this in. Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker Kendall.
Evening. I want to thank you for being here and staying here so late. My name's Kendall Finch and I live in the 3rd Ward. I'm ashamed to learn that basically as soon as the Supreme Court ruled that cities have more power to punish the unhoused community for existing, Eureka's trying to jump on the bandwagon. Just because this Supreme Court now says something isn't cruel and unusual doesn't mean we should do it. I love this city and I think we can be better than this. In fact, our own city's website links to a summary of a 2019 Humboldt County civil grand jury determination that condemned our city for criminalizing homelessness. Pertinent findings included that, and I quote, citations and arrests of homeless have not resulted in reducing the overall number of unhoused people in the city of Eureka, and that criminalizing behavior that's largely part of being human increases the misery of people being targeted. The proposed bill states that the city of Eureka has a mission to remain compassionate and create a safe and inclusive community for all. Simply using the words compassion and inclusion don't make it so. And criminalizing a person's right to exist in a public place while not standing, walking, or purchasing something is the opposite of compassion and inclusion. While I have some strong and significant concerns about the way this law would impact every member of our community, including disabled Eureka residents, I'll focus now on the community the police openly states they'll use the law to target. I wonder how many unhoused or formerly unhoused people were even consulted about this plan, about how it would be received by the unhoused community and whether it's the most effective way of reaching them. Nothing about us without us was a rallying cry of the disability rights movement, and it rings true here as well. We need to be making a concerted effort to include currently and formerly unhoused people to help develop the laws and initiatives that are meant to support them. If unhoused people are not using available beds, we need to work with them to figure out what barriers exist and remove those barriers, not add more. The unhoused community is one of the easiest to punch down at, and so many people do just that. I think a lot of us are afraid of confronting how close we are to being in the same situation. How many of us could be one bad day away from losing our housing, our sobriety, or the support of our family and community? At a time when things are getting bad and looking like they're going to get a lot worse, why choose to criminalize an already vulnerable community, and all of us with them, for just sitting down in public? Those of us who have homes have a place to relax. We can sit on the couch to unwind, or if we're lucky, maybe even a backyard or a porch. Some of us can afford to sit in a restaurant or a cafe. But where are unhoused people supposed to be able to just exist throughout the day? Lots of our shelters aren't open during the day. Our library isn't even open most of the time. There's
Your
only
3
so many
minutes
benches
are
in
up.
town.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Brendan?
Hello. First off, I wanted to apologize for misunderstanding about the housing element, and I'm a full-time student, so my brain is kind of full, and I didn't do my homework on that. I wanted to start by saying, reiterating, and I want to thank all the people who spoke before me, that this is not a police issue. I've been here for 30 years, and I'll be turning 50 next month. I raised a human being here. I've built a community here. I've worked here. I've grown here. I've made mistakes here. I've lived here. And it's as close to a home as I've ever had. I've experienced homelessness on and off throughout my entire life. I'm disabled and pursuing a social work degree in order to use my lived experience to better serve my community. In order to do this, I've moved into a camper. My existence is so precarious as I reach for my next stability, and I have nowhere to go. I'm on all the lists. I've gone through all of the surveys. I've had my risk assessment reevaluated. That said, I just have a story. I'm no different from the people in the city shamefully allow to eke an existence under constant police harassment while not providing an alternative solution. We are a part of your community. We're not issues. We're not problems. The other night I saw on the news a statistic, 1/3 to 1/2 of people killed by the police are disabled. That's from PBS NewsHour. I'd like to use the rest of my time to read some excerpts from Hatcher's press release about this, because I think it pretty much sums it up very well.
He spoke under the housing element, different issue.
While Eureka officials may portray a facade of progressive politics, passing a sanctuary city ordinance in the last city council meeting, the ordinance being considered is fully in line with the Trumpian agenda of cruelty and dehumanization. Once these new rules have been considered cruel and unusual punishment by the Grants Pass v. Johnson decision, but Trump-appointed justices have now overturned this ruling. The city of Eureka is taking advantage of this Trumpian ruling to expand their capacity to destabilize the lives of unhoused people. We have the opportunity to stand against the expansion of putative authoritarian policies that seek to control the lives of and inflict suffering on the most vulnerable people of our communities. Any change in ordinance should be focused on providing accessible camping places protected from criminalization, expanding public restrooms, trash disposal, and basic needs support resources rather than threats of increased systemic violence.
Brendan, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Alice?
So, reading over this ordinance, I see that the city is prioritizing the protection of private property and community spaces for community use. But what I don't see is that you are including our unhoused people as part of our community. You want a safe community. We all know that a safe community is a strong community. In order to build a strong community, you must include your most vulnerable members. Our houseless folks fall into this category. We do not need a special police task force or liaison to build community with our unhoused neighbors. We need to meet their needs. We have the resources here, people that have been doing this work already, and we should be supporting them, not the cops. If you do not yet have these systems in place already, how can you possibly be voting on this ordinance? So the LEAD program is punitive. It's not supportive. It's not tailored to the needs of our unhoused community. It's tailored to protecting private property and tourism and the appearance of what you want the city to look like. Anyone who reaches out to get services, having to fill out 40 to 60 pages, missing one signature, and then having to redo it, that's not how you meet people's needs. You meet people's needs by spending time with them, building trust, finding out their needs, and following through on meeting them. We have to understand that our unhoused people are our equals. They can take care of themselves. They can take care of us. We just have to show them compassion, like real compassion, love, and acknowledge their worth. Some of you, as city councilors, are acting like their parents. You are not their parents. You are their equals. You need to act like it and vote against this horrific and cruel ordinance.
Nikki, or excuse me, Becca's iPhone.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Can you guys hear
Welcome.
me? Hi, my name's Becca. I'm a community member here. I live in Arcata. I did live in Eureka. I've lived here since 2009. I was homeless once upon a time here, on and off for several years. Just want to encourage you guys to not pass this ordinance. I don't think criminalization of the homeless is the answer here. There are many hoops to jump through. Many of our homeless people are disabled, and I know there are people to help them fill out these paperwork, but there is a lot of paperwork that people don't understand, and if you make an error, you can be put to the back of the line. If you lock people up and put a misdemeanor on their record, it's gonna make another barrier to them to get a job or to get into housing. So it's just, I think it's not the answer. It's cruel. And with the policies that we're going to with this presidency that we now are under, I see more benefits being taken away. So there is not an active plan to, if more of the benefit is taken away from people and more of the funding is taken and this ordinance is passed, what's to say that the things that we're trying to plan are not going to be funded, and then that just leaves people out on the cold. I mean, there's people out in the cold already, but it leaves more people out in the cold. So I wanted to thank everybody for being here tonight, listening, staying up so late, and I didn't want to take more time, but please do not pass this ordinance. I think it is really cruel and it will not help our community. Thank you.
Nikki?
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I want to thank you guys for extending the meeting and listening to everybody. I have no idea what it's like to be a city council member. I don't know what it's like to be in your shoes. I am an objection to this ordinance. There's a lot of things that people have already stated why they are an objection to it. They've been very eloquent and articulated about it, and maybe a little grumpy, but rightfully so. I think this is a very emotional thing to a lot of people. I've spent time with the houseless community at different points, and it's very overwhelming that like more police intervention and giving quote unquote more teeth to the police forces is not going to be helpful and probably very harmful in a lot of different ways. I also, one of the things that I wanted to bring up that I looked up during my wait time was the proposed Eureka City budget for the 2024 to 2025 period. And if I can go back to that, police services are almost half of the city budget, which is wild to me that we could be spending so much more money on in these different sectors: public works, development services, community services, fire. It's there's so many more options than arming police even more. There's also a very dangerous precedent that other people have pointed out, that in this era when things are getting bad and most likely going to get worse, the state sets a very dangerous precedent for going beyond the houseless community about being able to penalize anybody with a misdemeanor, especially when so many people are on the verge of being houseless. There's another statistic that I was looking at, which is the population of people housed in Eureka. There's a above than state average of seniors living alone, and they are most likely living paycheck to paycheck on disability. I know some of those people myself. My friend's mother is living on disability, paycheck to paycheck. Yeah, there's just a lot that I see is way more harmful with the introduction of this ordinance than would be able to be utilized to help people. And I
Thank
do
you.
think that
Your
people-
your 3 minutes are up. Thanks for being here.
iPhone 4.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Jean here, and I oppose this ordinance. I am for the life and dignity affirming solutions that get to the root issues, and some have already been named. Reversing the camping ban, defunding police, redistributing those funds to deliver universal housing, universal health, create public restrooms and showers, and give people money. It's straightforward. Let's review how cops treat people, including the unhoused in this country, in order to put this ordinance into a realistic perspective. Did you see, for example, the 2 seasoned cops in Salt Lake City that directed a new cop to take a box cutter to mutilate the body of an unhoused man who had died? Or did you see the Winter Haven police who handcuffed a little black girl, putting her face belly down on the ground while pointing his gun at her? She was 3 years old. How about the Sacramento cop? Confiscated what he thought was meth, then went to the bathroom to get high and overdosed because it was fentanyl. His partner found him OD'd, but he is alive. Let's all follow up and see how that cop's immediate housing is pulled based on conditions of sobriety and engagement, let alone all of his personal belongings potentially thrown out as a result of deviant rather than good behavior of the overlords here. Doubtful that's not going to happen, given that's not how predatory capitalism works. These 3 stories are just from 1 week this month, and it doesn't include the people cops kill. It's insult to injury to hear the word accountability used towards the vulnerable for existing in an increasingly fascistic, on top of capitalist imperialist hellscape that tries normalizing brutality while you tell us to be kind and respectful. About how our unhoused community members are being talked about tonight by those, respectfully, who'd benefit from the adventurism of, quote, helping, end quote, people when it's actually just helping them get or add to a criminal record on top of homelessness, becoming ensnared in the death by 1,000 cuts of bureaucracy. It's paternalistic to say things like, they won't engage because they don't know when they need help, and then proceed to condition meeting their human need of housing to their performance as an engager or participant in what is essentially the exploitative, punitive carceral system, given flimsy veneer by the helping industrial complex, so that people can get careers off of this shit. Pardon my French. I lost my place. Moving on. It brings me, this talk of sobriety for meeting human needs, to seriously question, when are we the people going to put capitalists, which commodify...
Your 3 minutes are up, friend. Thanks for being here.
Amy?
Hi. Everyone hear me?
Welcome. Yeah, we can hear you.
Again, I want to say thank you for staying here and receiving. I am putting another voice in opposition to this ordinance. I do want to start by saying that I tend to chronically assume positive intention. And so for the folks who gave the presentation, I really do hear the desire for care and compassion in trying to solve this issue. I also feel like the folks who were speaking about their environmental concerns, also, like, I hear the care and compassion, and I don't want to downplay that. And not everyone is really able to see like the root of the issue. And I don't call it a complex issue because it's not. The only reason that it seems complex is because we live in a capitalist system and we're absolutely incapable of criticizing that without either being condemned or being told that this is America, suck it up. I don't think that's the case. I'm going to just really applause everyone who spoke in opposition before me. I love the diverse voices, the lived experience, the true beauty of what everyone had to offer. Again, people aren't showing up to this meeting until this time without really having deep care and compassion for this community. And I'm hoping that you will hear that and hear us when we say that criminalization is not the answer. And I don't know how many times it has to be repeated. I just want to leave with something that I heard in an interview with the Honorable Eureka Judge Abernathy. She was asked how she decides cases in her courtroom. And she said that it wasn't about what someone had done wrong. Rather, it was how the community failed to support that person. If we can help people identify that root, if we can see where we have failed the people in our community and offer the care and the assistance that they need to bring us all up, then we really can move forward and we don't have to end up just another failed system. So again, thank you so much for being here and thank you for caring and listening to the community's voices.
Thank you.
Haven.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh,
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
um, sorry, this is going to be a bit incoherent as it is late. Thanks for being here. Thanks my community for being here and saying things more eloquently than I will be able to say right now. Um, I'm just going to kind of talk in bullet points. Don't criminalize people. That's gross. We're on stolen land. Um, Making these laws is weird. I work 40 hours a week in environmentalism, restoration. I, unlike some other people who claim to be a part of the field that I am in, think nothing of my unhoused neighbors when I have to pick up needles. I think of how privileged I am to have gotten a degree and be able to live my life in poverty and have a home over my head. I think about tomorrow, how there are wind gusts of 40 miles an hour, and how I don't want to go to work and be outside because it'll be cold. But then I know I get to go home to my house. But then I'm on this verge, right? You know, under capitalism of being able to live in my house and not live in my house. And I'm one of those people who would fall under the cracks of these systems. I have a dog that I can't live without. And if I was homeless, I would not be able to be sober like I am currently. Um, it's clear I don't support this. I support Hatcher and all the things that they're doing, and then again, thanks to my community members who are able to better say some of the points that I want to be saying right now. And I'll end it with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Haven.
Joe.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. We can, actually.
Yes,
Welcome.
thank you. Thank you guys for your work. I feel the pressure you guys in, but a good work and a great accomplishment come by taking hard decisions. I feel if for every human go through those conditions for the homeless are in, but at the same time, we have to do something. Those crises has been forever, and we in California spend billions of dollars on these issues and never accomplish anything. In fact, it's increased, not decreased. The plan, actually, I feel it's a start somewhere. It's a good start. Lift up, I feel it's not just a dream. I feel it's a start, a first step in the right direction to push rehab, give opportunity, housing, and then those people become able to help themselves instead of asking for help. I support this plan and thank for everybody for their work. I think the representation was nice and at least there's some effort there. So thank you and good morning.
Thank you. Good morning to you.
iPhone 2.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ren, and I am in opposition to the ordinance because humans are mammals. Mammals need certain things for survival: shelter and warmth, water, food, bathroom. Every aspect of survival is behind a paywall now. Homeless people in 2025 are barred from their means of survival under threat of incarceration. Our society has put survival itself behind a paywall, and you are upholding a system that is leaving people behind and now punishing them for having the audacity to exist and be visible while unhoused. You guys say you have all these resources and this brand new LEAD program, but you can just offer it to them instead of saying you must take our help or else you get charged with a misdemeanor. This whole carrot and stick argument we've been having simply does not land, and a misdemeanor is in no way an incentive or motivator to get help. As for those you say are treatment resistant, even if LEAD worked, which it's been made clear by other speakers that programs like LEAD do not work, if someone's too out of it to consent to getting help through LEAD, how on earth does a misdemeanor help the situation? And what about when there are no beds left in our limited supply and all 10 spots in LEAD have been taken up? Meanwhile, there's still people on the street who have to camp and sleep on the sidewalk, use restroom outside, and therefore continue to be harassed by the police while we wait for you to actually open more services that actually work and are actually accessible. My heart broke hearing that speaker earlier talking about rats and roaches in her room and being completely screwed over in her rent situation. What you should be doing instead of criminalizing sleeping outside is getting to the root of what causes homelessness and what perpetuates it and fix that so homelessness stops happening. Because even if you get rid of all the homeless people in Eureka, more will appear because the economic and social conditions that we're living under are creating the circumstances for homelessness to keep happening. This ordinance doesn't in any way fix the problem. I second what everyone else said about more garbage cans. You should put out sharps receptacles, set up supervised safe consumption sites. Can you create opportunities for employment that aren't low-wage food service or something requiring a degree and years of previous experience? How will you get more housing open ASAP and get more bodies into them regardless of their substance use? Do you know how many people you consider normal drink and smoke pot or worse in their own houses in Humboldt? The priority should not be this misdemeanor nonsense because it's simply not a good solution. Everyone who spoke tonight, whether in support or opposition, all recognize that this is a problem, but please come up with something else. Thank you.
Osaya?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Eva. I appreciate y'all letting the meeting go long enough for Zoom people to contribute. Rather than chastising you, as many of my friends already have, for even bringing this ordinance to the floor, I'd like to frame it a little bit differently. We have an opportunity at this moment to set ourselves apart from the rest of the country, which has jumped at the chance to criminalize homelessness, a catastrophe manufactured by capitalism, to reinstitute so-called vagrancy laws, something that I thought we were past as a society, but clearly we're moving backwards. And so we at this moment have the opportunity to reject this movement backwards. We have an opportunity to express our staunch opposition to the criminalizing of homelessness. And I'd like to reiterate what Moxie said, there are far greater threats to our environment than homelessness. When we look around, what is destroying our forests and what is destroying our wildlands and our natural resources and our access to clean fish and other foods? It is not the homeless. It is not our homeless friends. And I'd like to reiterate what many of my friends have said, that there are no public restrooms in Eureka and there are no large trash receptacles. We could just start there. That would be great. Thank you. That's
Cindy?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Great. I'm Cindy. I live in Eureka, and I also want to thank all of you for extending the meeting and taking us seriously, your constituents. I have some cats here who actually agree with me at this moment, so I apologize if you can hear them. I'm going to keep it short, but I'm just really in awe of our community tonight in this new era of Trump and Musk's destruction. The people who spoke tonight in opposition of this bill with so much compassion and care have really given me some hope. I stand with everyone opposing this bill. So many amazing points were made, but one that struck me is that Eureka should be a sanctuary city for all humans, especially the most vulnerable. Let's include our houseless neighbors in the solution and use our resources to provide the thing that makes an actual difference: housing. Also, we need public restrooms in Eureka, as many people have said. Please vote no on this bill. And again, thank you so much for your time and care. And thank you to everyone who spoke before me in opposition.
Ethan?
Hello. Do you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
All right. I rise today to implore you to reject this ordinance. And it's just shocking to me that it even came to the forefront. But you have the responsibility to vote this down as human beings and as members of this community. I'd just like to talk about how poorly this was written, just typos and oversights throughout the document. It's really a disgrace to this city, honestly. You say you want to help, but this just speeds up the cycle. These are essentially, like was mentioned before, vagrancy laws, which were used in the Jim Crow South for segregation. This ordinance is nothing less than an attack on the individual bodily autonomy of the houseless community, which is never justifiable to anybody for any reason. You can't choose to be a sanctuary city for some, but not for others. You are choosing discrimination and authoritarianism measures over actual human lives. If you choose to vote for this ordinance, you are simply capitulating to the fascist mind virus that is sweeping across this nation. This is a precursor to all-out authoritarianism in this country, and you are setting the precedent. Do your job, fund housing instead of putting those who are sleeping on the streets into prison camps of slave labor and continuing the cycle forever and ever and ever and ever. And I'd just like you to know that I'll be a first-time voter in the next election, and that if you vote for this ordinance, you're not getting reelected.
Business owner?
Business owner, you're muted.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me tonight. I think the idea of the project is great and it needs adjustment and be in effect immediately. For the people of Eureka have the right to live in a safe environment, and the homeless people, they are our family and kids. We need to find the right way to give them help by not keeping them in the street and making a mess around our businesses and houses. I was there today for 3 hours and I have to leave because, and a homeless person and try to attack my crew, which has happened, many times every month. I lost many of my best crew because of they are not feeling safe. Thank you for Eureka BD for being here to help us and be safe, and our kids can practice their life with no dangers around them. And I think charging people who refuse to get help is very fair. It should be a consequences for the action that being made toward any person in our community. And thank you.
Lexi?
Hello.
Hi, Lexi. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance tonight on this very important issue. My name is Lexi, and I am an employee of the City of Eureka and a student at Cal Poly Humboldt studying social work. Last year, I worked at a family resource center in Humboldt County as a case manager, similarly to the ones mentioned tonight in the LEAP program. From my experience, I do not think the LEAD program is the saving grace that it has been painted as in this presentation. These programs operate with an assumption that the clients know things like what time it is and have the ability to make and meet goals, and I use goals in quotation marks, because what is defined as a goal by the case manager may not be understandable by their client. When I was a case manager, I was often unable to actually help people achieve these goals like housing, employment, or paying car registration payments. But sometimes I was able to provide support with small incentives like gift cards. These positive incentives that came from a place of generosity and empathy became life-changing and life-saving care. Punitive measures like the threat of a misdemeanor is not a productive way to encourage people to change their lives. We have heard multiple examples tonight where that did save someone's life, and that's great. But as a law, I don't believe that it would really help in generally. I believe in the self-determination of people to make their own choices. This is how my case management style led to people having more positive outcomes in their lives. For example, if one of my clients is waiting to get off the wait list for low-income housing, they're doing everything right, following laws. They often were being harassed by the police for sleeping in their car at night and then would show up to our case management meetings in a very unwell state. With the criminalization of people staying on the street, these people who are in dire situations will have less of a likely chance of getting out of the situations that they are in. My clients who are waiting for this county to be able to provide them healthcare, housing, or any other needs often lived in fear due to the police presence. It's really difficult to be a case manager and have my clients say, I really am hoping to get this job. I'm hoping that I can get into housing, but where can I park my car safely for the night, and to have no answer for them. So I encourage you to please vote against this ordinance and help create community solutions to this problem. Please remember that if this is passed, this ruling will lead to more innocent people in our prison system, which is a for-profit prison system. And I would also like to echo the person earlier who said that the real crime here is profiting off of putting homeless people in jail.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Homelessness?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
So I want to say I'm against this ordinance. Homeless people are my friends. Cops are my enemies. Eureka City Council cannot monetize homelessness, so I'd rather put them in jail. 500 murdered in Palestine by U.S. and Israel this week alone, and free Palestine.
Sandra?
Is that a friend of yours?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Sandra.
Oh, yay, yay. First of all, I really thank all of you for holding this meeting. It is so important, and I can see it from it's a tough decision from your perspective. And so I've been trying to research and think about it, and sometimes that doesn't help because it makes it more confusing. But one of the things that occurs to me is I think the intentions of the ordinance are positive. In other words, it's intended to be a tool to achieve positive results in the sense of improving the ability to help people who, as they say, it's hard to pronounce that word, but they're not aware. What is it, Agnes? I can't pronounce it. Who lacks the insight or awareness of their own mental illness. Okay, and then also that you have people camping in places that cause environmental degradation, and so you don't want them camping there. But I think the question becomes the difference between its intentions and what its outcome can be, and the way that it's worded, that actually it's focusing on making it illegal to sit, lie, or camp, and it doesn't have, and it's, so in other words, what it's saying to anybody out there who doesn't have a place to live, that they're at risk of a misdemeanor. And I know that you're saying that it's going to be applied very gently, but we don't know that that'll happen in years to come and by every police officer. And I hate the idea that we're communicating to people living outside that basically they're illegal and at risk of a misdemeanor, no matter how much you might want to say it's not going to be applied usually. So I think on that basis, I would recommend that you don't pass it. But at the same time, so many good ideas came up, and I think that this should be a catalyst for moving forward to identify the problems that are out there. And I agree with you. When I saw the presentations by your city staff, I thought it was awesome and good-hearted and even loving in many ways. But at the same time, you can't leave it to all of you. And this is something that many of us have asked before, which is let's have a task force, have a community group and a task force of the community to look at these and to find, additional solutions. In other words, I love the idea, does it have to be, maybe have incentives that encourage people to use the services as opposed to punishment, and just open this up and take to heart all of the problems that have come up, and to trust that there are people out there, many of us, that want to be part of a solution that's broader based. In other words, how to create places where people can get similar services and are drawn to them and aren't afraid of them. Because I think the police, when I hear what they're doing, I applaud them. But if you're being threatened by having some kind of law enforcement, it's just primarily scary. So I think we need to really take seriously all the ideas that came up. And also, I'm not having time, but I don't really like the ordinance because so much of it comes across as so cold-hearted, like you're not allowed to go to the bathroom in public places, but there's no place to go to the bathroom. I mean, all through it, there are those. I mean, I'm not trying to insult anybody, and also that the
Sandra, your 3 minutes are up. Thanks for being here. Next,
Flam.
Hi, yes. I'm a student at the university and a resident in Eureka. Pardon?
Welcome, Flam.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, I'm a student and a resident in Eureka. I wasn't really thinking about saying much on this, but there's so much the community has said, like some really good points. And the fact that you guys are so close to going in the wrong direction, which is clearly not the direction everybody else is interested in going in, does indicate that there is a need for people to speak up on these issues. One of the previous people on Zoom said, this is a good start. I really don't. I think this isn't a good start. This is an escalation of a provenly failed strategy. And this escalation is, you've heard some people call it fascism. And, some people might roll their eyes and see that as a leap. But you've also heard the term vagrancy laws referenced. And vagrancy laws literally were being poor was illegal. And, one of the first starts to being homelessness is losing your job. Maybe we should give people tickets or a misdemeanor for losing your job. You know what? Poor people, a lot of people are born into poverty. Maybe we should sterilize poor people. You see how this is the process which you guys are engaging in which everybody here is feeling very concerned about. And so it seems like the only way you're willing to provide housing is in prison. And the officer recently was talking about this cycle. This cycle continues because we're playing cat and mouse. If you stop playing cat and mouse and actually address these people as humans, not carrot and stick, like are you dealing with donkeys? No. You deal with humans. Anybody who has done sociology knows that people are less likely to take your carrot if you're waving a stick in their face. So Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. And the solutions might seem impractical, right? The idea of allowing for camping in public parks might seem impractical, but the present situation is impractical. We need to ask ourselves, why are people in the creeks? Why are they needing to use gas stoves to make their meals? If you were to allow for camping, if you were to have public restrooms, you could centralize that in a place where there's fire pits, restrooms. The cost of maintenance is actually much cheaper than the cost of dealing with the issue once it's gotten this bad. So if proactive care is not done through police are inherently reactive. Do not lean into reactionary forces. Lean towards being proactive and actually considerate. Using the language of consideration and compassion to escalate punitive measures is why people do not trust their leadership. And so, on top of that, innocent people, civilians in Gaza are being bombed right now.
Your 3
as well.
minutes are up. Thank you,
And
Flam. Your 3 minutes
Sarah?
are up.
Sarah?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to add my voice to the many that have spoken out tonight and say, we heard earlier in the presentation that the reason for increasing the ordinance from an infraction to a misdemeanor is to encourage engagement with the program and cooperation with law enforcement. And I just want to say that as someone who works in the mental health field, and also as someone who is a parent, I have personal experience and have seen so much research showing that punitive measures are not how you affect meaningful long-term change within an individual. And it's also not how you build trust or connection or cooperation. So proposing that threatening houseless individuals with the punishment of a misdemeanor is the best way to get them to engage and get them the help that they need. It's not only condescending and dehumanizing, it's also wildly unimaginative. These are human beings, and we need to treat them like human beings, like our neighbors, and we need to have them be involved in the process of getting the care that they need. So, and what they really need is a model of care that's centered around harm reduction and actual physical spaces where they can reside. So please vote no on this, and thank you all for everyone who's spoken tonight. Thank you.
Sarai?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Welcome.
I just want to bring my Uncle Mike into the room, my ancestors who were called vagrants into the room. I want to bring folks who were displaced after natural disasters into the room. Folks in Humboldt County right now, like who are not able to be here into the room. Folks in Gaza, folks in Palestine who are like routinely right now being criminalized and lied upon as they're being displaced into the room. And I just want to tell a story. Like I was driving over by the mall today and I didn't see like the couple people that are usually right there out by the exit. And it's super funny. Like people usually like try to avoid like the people, like they go in the other lane to try to avoid like eye contact or like contact with the people. So like this is not just a city council or a cop thing. This is like a community thing that we're all facing, like how not to erase like people that are right in front of us. But I didn't see the people there. And my immediate thought was not, oh my gosh, like these people found somewhere to go, like they're good now. My immediate thought is like they're somewhere, they got snatched up or they're dealing with their possessions getting taken. And I feel like that's what people are talking about with the leap to fascism. Like what we're thinking as the worst could possibly happen, that's getting closer and closer to what reality is. And so I just want to like thank everybody who's like, put themselves out there to speak up, who's told about their vulnerable situation to like be here to like tell their expertise just to get told to like be more respectful. Yeah, I just want to super thank my community for just like standing up and being here at 12:46 p.m. like with 57 people still on Zoom and hella people still in there. Like, this is the way, you know? The community coming together is the way. Giving the police more money is not the way. It's not the way. This ordinance is not the way, because more and more folks, like as has been reiterated over and over again, more and more folks are closer to this problem. And it's not even a problem. The fact that I even classify it as a problem lets you know that we have battling to do within our own minds. The way that we talk about our neighbors, the way that we talk about like wanting to beautify trails versus making sure people are housed and fed and clothed. Like it's really concerning that we're all so close to existing in a community together that's not good, and we would rather police than come together.
That's your
and
3
find,
minutes, Sarai. Thank you.
Ellen?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for extending the meeting. I am tired. I am grumpy. I was up late last night witnessing the people of Gaza suffering carpet bombing after Israel broke the ceasefire agreement, and worrying about the people that I know there. And now I'm up fighting with my city, who's trying to enact fascism. It's really, really upsetting. I sent you an email earlier this afternoon, but I sent it to you and I asked you to vote no on this ordinance. I sent it to you before I read Miles's summary of the agenda item. And I have to say, this criminalization of mental illness is deeply, deeply disturbing. And I referenced how you're aligning yourselves with the Trump regime with this ordinance. I didn't specifically mention RFK Jr., but I will now, because you know that he wants to put people who have diagnosed mental illness and use antidepressants in concentration camps. That is who you are aligning yourselves with this ordinance. And I know that you hate it when we criticize your police. I know you all love them so very much. I do not want to hear any of you licking any boots after this. Your public clearly does not trust your police. And again, you have brought in something to us where the chief of police is up there saying, "Trust me, bro. We do not trust you, bro. We do not trust you. And even if we did, you're not going to be there forever." I cannot believe the sloppiness of this ordinance that was brought to us that can affect so severely so many people's lives. It's disgusting. Referring to unhoused folks seeking help as pre-booking, disgusting. I'm in awe that you passed a sanctuary city ordinance last meeting, and now you're trying to criminalize not having a home. Where are your moral compasses? I'm so angry that I have to do this, that I have to fight with my city while also worrying about my rights being taken away as someone who's vocally pro-Palestine, as we're worrying about our immigrant neighbors, we're worrying about our trans siblings. Please, could you just give us a break? Be on our side. If you're supposedly all anti-Trump progressives, act like it. Please. And I want to thank my community for showing up. This has been so beautiful to hear everyone. I know a lot of people spoke for the first time, and your voices are so beautiful. Please keep speaking up. Thank you for showing up.
Caller ending in 841.
That's the last one.
Good morning. I wanted to take a minute to tell you I'm kind of upset about the way that people have co-opted this conversation, taking people directly to jail, and everything else that they are proposing is ludicrous. This ordinance is there to help the very small percentage of people who will not be helped, and to move them into the care that they don't think they need. And I really hope that you see this for what it is and help them. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you see anybody else on Zoom?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to bring this back to council for a suggested motion. In the interest of time, I need a motion.
Mayor, can we extend time by to 1:30?
I'll second. Please vote. By consensus. Thumbs up, everyone.
I would like to make a substitute motion that we table the rest of this item to the next regular council meeting on April 1st.
Can I ask, I mean, what would that entail? Just making a decision, no additional public comment?
I don't know whether we pick up the process right here or if we have to, or if we would then go back a step. That's not super clear. But what is clear is that this is, if we are going to move forward with this, there's a lot of input and a lot of thoughtful consideration that needs to happen. There's been a lot of conversation and a lot of public comment. I don't think that sleeping on it is going to do us any harm. It's only going to make our consideration better.
I would like to make a third motion. I know.
I think.
Can I just withdraw my time motion? Can I do that?
Is there a second for the second motion?
Second.
So we have a second, so we need to vote. Oh, no, you can substitute,
Can I please
right?
make my motion first?
Councilmember Contreras-Deloach, make your motion.
Okay. On the same sort of idea as Councilmember Moulton's, I would also like to push this out, but what I was going to make a motion for prior to your guys' talking about this, my feeling on this was when I found out it was going to be on the agenda and I talked with our city manager about this, was that I wanted to wait. Councilmember Fernandez and I have been appointed for that ad hoc committee. Our first meeting isn't until March 28th. My personal opinion is that we lack adequate services. I'm not comfortable passing an ordinance like this until we start addressing some other things first. It's not a no for me. It's a not right now because I think there's some structural things that need to be worked on. I feel that we should involve other members of the community in this conversation prior to as well. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there now and say, because I don't want it to turn around and come back in a week, because I think we should work on, or 2 weeks, that we should have an opportunity to work on this. And I think we should have an opportunity for us to get to meet with our chief and our city manager and talk about what we talked about a couple of weeks ago, which was a managed encampment possibility. That's my...
What's the motion?
I apologize. I have not done this before. I'm in uncharted territory making a third motion and throwing that out there. I wasn't expecting the direction this went. So my motion is that we table this for a length of time that gives us time to actually follow through with what we have discussed and look into managed encampment options and also involve other interested members of the community in this along with. And I'm going to say this really quick. I just went out with CSET yesterday and spent time with the population I spent a lot of time with already because I'm down there already for a lot of reasons. And and people were happy to see our officer. They were waving at her. They were stopping her and talking to her. They're not afraid of her and they like her. And that was plainly obvious. People stopped and talked with us for considerable lengths of time about what they were trying to do and what they were working on or health issues that were popping up. So I understand, but what happens nationally isn't my concern. What happens here in Eureka is my concern. And we have a lot of really kind, good people that are working on that. Whatever somebody texted about in 2016 is also not my problem today in 2025. I care about the staff that I have right now who's doing a lot of really good work. And I want to put that out there and just say it. I think it's really important to maybe get to know them and get to know what they're doing because they're revolutionizing the way that policing works. It's really not standard policing. It's something else entirely. And I'm very proud of them.
I'm going to jump in and do you mind if do you want me to maybe
Please.
paraphrase what the motion?
Yes, you
what
can
I
paraphrase.
heard? Yeah,
Please do. Fix it.
Yeah. What I heard was a motion to table this item until the ad hoc committee has had an opportunity to meet and discuss and bring the introduction back at a time not yet certain, but to be guided by the ad hoc committee.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
I would still like to motion to continue the meeting because I have a direction for staff and I don't want to wait till some undetermined time in the future. So I do want to motion to extend the meeting to 1:30.
Second.
No, we can't. We have a motion on the table for.
okay.
Oh no, are you substituting another motion? Is that?
I don't know. I don't think that motion had been withdrawn actually, but was that a substitute motion? Where are we at?
So, City Attorney Luna, could you please clarify where we are and what is the next step?
What do we need to vote on?
Why don't we? Because I think this is the intent of council.
Sorry, just a moment.
Because I think this
Thank
is
you.
the
I'm sorry, I
intent
didn't
of
mean to shush
council.
you.
Can we vote first to extend by 20 minutes?
Well, we said 1:30.
We already
Half an
have
hour.
that
We already have that.
extension till
Oh.
1:30.
Great.
But we were asking for consensus, and we didn't have consensus.
We
Correct.
did. We had one no.
Still
that's 1, 2.
consensus, however. I think the clerk is correct. We had consensus to go to 1:30, and so the motion that was last on the table was this motion.
Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, and thank you, clerk, for keeping track. So the motion of Councilmember Contreras-Deloche, which was seconded by Councilmember Fernandez, I believe.
To
is on the
clarify, I
table.
wasn't saying it should be subject to the ad hoc committee. I wasn't quite sure how to express my idea. I just felt that along with other things, I think there's multiple steps, and I think that we should have an opportunity to do that since it's directly related.
No, I was agreeing with the fact that City Attorney Luna had stated that it would come back from when we've had a meeting, and we can decide there.
I'm sorry. I'm very tired. I've been up very close to 24 hours now and been working since 7 a.m., so I'm tired. My apologies.
Councilmember Castellano.
Okay, we've got a motion and second, so I'm going to hold the floor. Okay, great. Since I'm not on that subcommittee, this is my chance to say publicly things until this, happens, and here we are. Firstly, I appreciate everyone's commentary tonight and, engagement on this issue. It's important. I also appreciate that, a lot of the day-to-day work is done by city staff, and that, I understand why you're bringing this before us. In hearing people and thinking about this and doing some research, I have a list of 9 things that I think should be considered. So I'm just going to list them off. I do think, let's see, maybe in addition to or supplementary to the working group described that's specific to camping, I do think it would be good to generally have a working group on homelessness and, working towards continuing to address this. Maybe it's an ongoing group, including, community members, advocates, people with lived experience, trail stewards, building owners, real estate community, people from the faith community, amongst others, service providers. Let's see, I do think there could be some opportunities it sounds like conversations could be had with the DA, at least to look for, opportunities to implement lead types of programs with people who are already getting misdemeanors for something like who are already entering the system. And so we're not adding more to the system. We're actually helping to like divert people from those systems. Homelessness court, I think, homeless court should be explored. That has existed in the past, but is no longer. Exploring continued increasing of detox mental health spaces, and also innovation around those spaces and planning towards them. A better understanding of the numbers needed for sanctioned camping and low and no barrier sites for folks who are harder to find housing for, such as folks with animals or partners or any whatever reason. So just I don't think we have a real sense of the numbers of housing we need, or at least I haven't heard that. Which just goes along with continued work towards transitional housing. And no barrier transition housing, whether that's sanctioned camps or new sites, or and thankful for the work being done in that area. Oh my gosh, it's taken a long time. I'm so thankful and excited for the Crowley site to open up. Let's see. There's all this encampment money, so funding for folks for trash service, portable toilet bags, and funding for folks to support the implementation of those things. Analysis of crisis response. Sorry, I wrote that a while ago. Now I'm not exactly sure what I meant by that. I guess that those are only 8 things, but those are the 8 things that came to mind. And then I don't think we need to speak to the challenges of the ordinance right now due to where things are at. I do also would love to see more folks volunteering on trails and just volunteering in the community. It definitely, there's a lot of, I think everyone on this council, again, not to say like we're the best or whatever, but like has volunteered in the community, supporting people who are unhoused. And it's really needed. It's really needed to have more people showing up at where people are providing services. So please come out. We would love to engage with you, and would love to be in relationship around those things, and looking forward to continuing the conversation.
So can we get a consensus from council that they would like to agree with Councilmember Leslie's direction?
Councilmember Bauer, did you have something?
It was a lot. I'm just trying to understand, are we incorporating that into an ordinance? Is that something that we're just going to work on in general terms?
I think, and that's why I spoke to the working group idea first, is that, there would be an ongoing working group that would be working on these things. Not, I'm sort of like not in the ordinance space right now. I'm in the like reflecting on this and like what can be done, and yeah.
Okay, appreciate that.
So do we have consensus or no consensus? Or do we have another
Consensus.
comment?
What is the consensus on? Is it the
Consensus on the 8 things that Councilmember Castellano would like us to perform prior to bringing back any sort of ordinance?
Wait, before? Is that I didn't hear you say that.
Me neither.
I feel like maybe we could have consensus on the working group, and and that there would be discussion amongst perhaps the people on that Councilmember Contreras-Deloach and Councilmember Fernandez, in terms of consideration of these things. I don't know. Sorry, I'm really riffing right now. Also lacking sleep.
Would we need consensus to take that to the committee?
I support your working group idea. I don't think it should just fall to us, but I think we could report out of what we're,
Right,
That's
what we that's what we would need to discuss
anyway. But I'm very supportive of your idea of a working group that involves multiple community interested parties.
Right.
Leslie,
I've written down the eight items, and so as a general sort of assisting in the direction of this item for future discussion prior to it coming back, like I'm happy to work with the ad hoc committee to try and address as many of those issues as possible before the item comes back, if that's helpful.
So that's why I asked, does council support all 8 of those to be done prior to the ordinance coming back to you?
Could you repeat those, please? Sorry, just like bullet point style. I support your working group.
So City Attorney Luna, you said you had them written down clearly? Or
I'm written down as well.
Well, would one of you be willing to read them?
I have a working group on homelessness, a DA conversation about LEAD program, a homeless court, detox spaces, a no barriers shelter site, a desire to increase volunteerism on trails, and funding for trash services and some sort of porta potty restroom facility.
That wasn't quite it, but
Is this accomplishing all of these things or studying and exploring the possibility of all of these things?
Okay, well, the intent of the committee is to pretty much follow through on what we had talked about with alternatives for a permanent encampment and a better coordinated effort with other local governments to bring better services to the unhoused folks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I remember the intent of the committee
Councilmember
being.
Fernandez, the word wasn't permanent encampment. That was changed.
Right.
It was a site for.
I thought I said designated.
You said permanent.
Yeah, well, I meant designated.
Oh. So to be clear, we're at an impasse now. So we need to know, what are the 8 things? Do people either thumbs up or thumbs down?
My question was if it's accomplishing those 8 things or exploring and researching those things.
Councilmember Castellano?
To me, at this point, I think it's creating the working group and exploring them and bringing back more information to council.
Okay, so we've got.
Because those things might take a long time to accomplish, honestly.
Councilmember Bauer?
Which
And that's
I'm all
prior
for.
to us finishing this discussion or up or down vote with the ordinance. That's the big question. And
The coming back with more information about them prior to hearing the ordinance again, which would also be, and the other thing prior to that would be Councilmember Contreras-Deloche and Councilmember Fernandez meeting with this working group.
It's late. I mean, so when do we think we'll?
There you go. So we've got 4 thumbs up and 1 thumb down. Okay.
Sounds good.
So we still have an ordinance on the table right now, right?
We referred it to committee, basically.
There was a motion to table it until committee.
That was a part of.
Didn't vote on it.
Yeah, I don't think we.
They didn't ever vote on it.
We have not.
There's been a few competing ideas.
It's
since then,
it's
so
not
if we could
competing.
get-
It's in alignment with what Leslie said. My language was different, but it's in alignment.
We
with
still
what
need a first and a second to make the
Okay.
recommendation.
No, we have a first.
I mean, you still need to vote on your.
We have a second. If there's no more commentary at this time, please vote.
Yeah.
We're voting to table. So sorry, I'll.
I will withdraw the motion. I feel that what we're discussing is in alignment with what I was saying. So,
Okay, so we have consensus. This is tabled. Is there anything further with this that we need to accomplish? Point of
We
order?
have direction. That's fine.
Okay. So with that, I'm curious if people would like to do council reports or make a motion to put those off to next month as well.
I'll move to skip council reports.
Second.
Okay. Any comments? Vote, please.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Okay, and City Manager Slattery, we will do your report next month as well.
I got 5 says we don't.
Pardon me?
I got 5 says we don't. I'm just joking.
Hysterical.